Wow. I have gotten no sleep. This is why I normally don't react to these streams, because they happen way too early in the morning for me. My brain has never been a wake up at 6 a.m. brain. Anytime in my life I've had to wake up at 6 a.m. regularly, and I've been freed from this curse, I don't. I never volunteered to wake up this early. Anyways, I also didn't get much sleep because I did not realize that the lunar eclipse, like I knew the lunar eclipse was happening, the yesterday or on Pi Day today, March 14th, specifically a couple hours ago. Also, by the way, I have advertisements off. At least they're going to be off during the live stream itself. Which I'm saying right now because YouTube is like, hey, you could insert ads, and like, yes, I could, but I feel weird about having ads on a stream that is just reacting to something. Well, not that it's just reacting to something. So I don't know. Maybe I'll turn on ads after the stream is done. After the Genshin 5.5 stream is done. Anyways, so, anyways, every other server has a Hoyo stream starting at a reasonable time. Then there's the NA server with the Hoyo stream starting at 7:30 a.m. I know, right? So, anyways, I've gotten like 3 hours of sleep because I was taking lunar eclipse photos. I was going to go to sleep slightly early in preparation for waking up for this. And then I didn't go to sleep early because the lunar eclipse took priority. Oops. Oopie doops. Oops. Oh well. The stream starts at 8 a.m. UTC -4, which is approximately 30 minutes from now, for anyone who cares. Technically 22 minutes. So we're gonna do some whatever Genshin things. Have ads get your money up instead of your funny up. Man, I don't know. You guys gave me enough donations with the unit review stream yesterday. I'm fine. I'll be fine. Okay. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll turn on. I'll probably forget, but if I feel like it, I'll turn on ads after the stream is done. So, anyways, I wanted to react to this stream, not because like to be clear, I very much think there's going to be things they show in this stream that I don't know what they're going to announce exactly. That's not to say I don't know what the character kits are. I think it's very important to look at character kits ahead of time so you can plan out your resource situation in this game. Because I think this games, and gacha games in general, have nightmare situations if you don't look ahead a little bit. Right, if you don't plan ahead. But other than that, I only know that it's like, there's exploration, finally. Unless that changed. We're finally getting the volcano, I believe. Which is cool. But I don't know exactly what that looks like. Yada yada. And I also think there's other announcements that we're likely to see for various reasons, I think that. But I don't feel like talking about those because they're more just things I think might happen, but also could just not happen completely. So, we'll see. Finally can explore with Mawiga, yeah, pretty much. Speaking of exploration, Polearm's only is gonna get an exploration character, maybe. Crazy. So yeah, the special announcement, just to get rid of any vagueness in the thumbnail. I'm referring to Eon-san specifically, but there could be other things. I don't know. We'll see. I think this is one of the more potentially meaningful streams as far as announcement for Genshin content and things changing in the... Well, there's not that much like changing on the quality of life level. They are changing the elixirs. They already announced that in the dev discussion post before. So, you know, the elixir change where, for anyone unawares, you can use your elixirs and the artifacts you use now. Oh, I gotta use this. Okay. The artifacts you use for the elixirs are going to guarantee giving you 2 rolls into whatever stats you select. So if you make, you know, a double crit timepiece, you're guaranteed to get 2 crit rolls, right? Which changes the, like, formula on, like, oh, one, it makes the elixirs kind of not crap, because they were kind of crap before. Yay. But now it changes the formula of, like, okay, these are a lot more valuable more often, and also makes them a lot harder to decide when to use them, because they can actually much more consistently give you a better artifact. But
If you ever
I think the more I thought about it, the more I think it doesn't fundamentally change how you use them. It just makes them less crap. So, good change. Yeah. If you only pick one substat, does it both go into it? You cannot pick only one substat. You have to pick two. So, you have no choice. You must pick two. It would be nice if you could tell it to go into only one substat, though. That would actually make it a lot better, quite frankly. And also, I could make an argument that... I know this is like maybe... like okay, so this is still more like variable. It's more RNG to say this. But oftentimes when it comes to like the... actually getting improvements on your character's builds, it's less important to necessarily have like more crit rolls specifically, and more important just to have more rolls of just valuable stats in substats in general. And therefore I think it could have been a better change if it was like, if instead of the elixir change being 2 guaranteed rolls in the chosen like stats, like 2 guaranteed rolls into a double crit goblet that you craft, it was guaranteed 4 line and 3 line and 3 stats chosen, right? If I could use 1 elixir, for example, and make a flower that was double crit with attack percent guaranteed, that was 4 line, that is much more powerful than the RNG of it being 3 line or 4 line and getting 2 guaranteed rolls. That might be a little bit of a hot take, but that's my like intuition. I think that might actually be better technically, but for the average player who over prioritizes crit, I think the way that they've implemented it is technically better, or it will feel better. So anyways, either way, I'm glad for the elixir change. I will be a little bit like, if you have recognized this was a problem that like everyone realized the elixirs are garbage, so that you needed to change them, shouldn't you give us some of our elixirs back? Shouldn't we get some back? So I know it's a little like, you know, you could argue like, all good gacha players get something good and then they want something better, and like, I know, but like, can I get them back? I spent a lot of elixirs that went into trash. They went into poop. They were garbage, and they almost assuredly wouldn't have been garbage with the change. Like, if you're acknowledging that the way you did things before was garbage, can you not give me them back, or like give me a couple of them back? Be like, hey, we're gonna give half of the elixirs back for all the accounts that use 10 elixirs. You get 5 elixirs back. It'll be like, Mahoya, you're wonderful. But anyways, why no live in Twitch? Why not me? Because I don't feel like going live on Twitch. I cannot simultaneously stream right now without mucking with my set. I mean, to be clear, I could theoretically simultaneously stream with lower bitrate settings, but there's also the problem of the fact that I have to quite literally use different encoding settings, completely different encoding settings for the different platforms on top of that, which requires another piece of software, and the easiest way to do that is technically to have a separate computer doing it, and it's just extremely annoying. So blame Twitch is my point, but also blame the fact that I have worse internet. I will do simultaneous streaming on Twitch eventually, hopefully someday. How's coming along? I don't feel like talking about that right now. Weird is my point, and I don't have enough information to talk about things to any real degree, so therefore weird. I am annoyed about one specific detail, but it's not worth actually talking about it until I know more about said specific detail. But it's basically that I was misled about something last time I was looking, and then I was told, no, it's unlikely that it will be this way. And that does limit my ability to potentially buy a house, which is annoying. So I don't know exactly what I'm going to do right now, but we shall see. But anyways, is the elixir icon staying after you max level it? I'd assume so. I don't know though. And maybe it's only staying after you when it's not leveled. Because I don't know, it's not really important for the icon to be there when it's not max level. I don't know. Anyways, Twitch is much better to get audience, but content has to be consistent schedule to keep things going. Maybe. I don't necessarily think it's better to get audience unless you like building an audience on Twitch. In my experience, is a game of making yourself recognizable to established big streamers, and then having those streamers raid you, right? And like, I can leverage me having my YouTube audience and existing Genshin streamers to like be recognized by certain Genshin streamers, and then try to be streaming when they're ending a stream, and that will allow me. That will allow me to, you know, maybe succeed. But I think like it's kind of hard to actually build an audience on Twitch. But anyways, elixir shaming would be crazy, maybe. Oh yeah, let's check. Speaking of, let's check. What's the vibe? What's the vibe? Sean Yoon, come home. I want El Hatham. Tartag, oiled up. Alright. Lots of people spamming. Varessa, I love you. We're looking at normie chat, guys. Sorry. Networking type stuff? Yeah, pretty much. David is weird. I agree. I don't know why that person's spamming that. I'm just being silly. Okay. So, YouTube chat saying the most beneficial things ever. Everyone's clearly very excited. Hey, one person mentioned Eon's on. Everyone's clearly very excited about the most impactful thing in this patch, which is most likely, my guess, the most impactful thing in Genshin 5.5 is we're getting Bennett 2. I'm quite bullish on Eon's on. We'll talk more about her after. After things are done, but and maybe I'll go more in depth on why I'm as bullish as I am about her, but I'm optimistic. For a lot of reasons, but so the very fact that I'm optimistic about a character release means, you know, I might be wrong. I might be proven wrong because the experience of using her might be not as impactful as I expect. But anyways, most important thing in the stream is Eva. I mean, yeah. As far as like things we don't expect, I could easily see getting announcements on characters we have not seen before. For sure, yeah. Bullish about Eonson, LMAO. I mean, by bullish about Eonson, I'm talking in comparison to other people. Like, I think most people who are aware of the overall state of Genshin are aware that Eonson is very impactful. But I think I'm even more bullish on Eonson than some people who have a high understanding of the meta of Genshin. Right. That's where I'm coming from. What does bullish mean? Like, I don't know. Frick. It's a fair question to have to explain lingo like that. Frick. What does bullish mean? Bullish just means like it just means I'm optimistic. I think it's lingo that comes from like betting on, perfect for Gamba players like us. From like betting odds, where like you're like you're bullish about a sports team winning a game because, you know, you think they're a better team than the other team, kind of thing. Windows is trying to tell me to restart my PC. Windows, can you not notice I'm actively using my PC right now, you twits? Snooze that update. I swear to God, if my stream goes down because Windows is like automatically updating, I will be mad. Anyways. What's the chat saying now? Mulan rerun, that's not happening. Okay, well, okay, to be clear, the binary information, the prediction here, we'll just pretend, just in case. I don't consider this leaks. I consider this an educated guess. We know Varese is coming. They drip marketed her. Eonson is coming. Cloud Retainer. It's been a while since that Cloud Retainer needs a rerun. They've been doing Archon reruns since a while, and Venti is the main one that hasn't been rerun yet. So Venti, and then Shallonen I think is in need of a rerun too. So if they're gonna rerun any 5.0 character, it's probably gonna be Shallonen, right? I think that's the most desirable rerun character probably of any 5.x character so far. Not that they're not gonna rerun Mulan or Kenichi or whatever, but let's be real, they're gonna rerun the more desirable character first. Educated guess indeed. And I'm gonna guess Varessa Cloud Retainer in first half, with Eon Son on their banner, Shallonen Venti second half. Okay, that's my guess. Also, I'm going to guess there's a free Auron for no particular reason, because it's supposed to be a free character patch, right? Which is pretty cool. We like free characters. Especially free characters that are pretty good. I don't have an Auron on this count. Alright, let's go spend our resin, though, by the way. Should also do those. I predict... Oh, yeah. You know what? Oh, actually, they're not going to announce this. Oh, you know what? Okay. I'm going to say, I would always love from... I've always, like, kind of been annoyed how... particularly since Star Rail released, how they like don't reveal that much information in these streams. As far as the banners, like the fact that they don't reveal 4-star banners in Genshin is so infuriating. Especially with how impactful 4 stars are in Genshin, right? It's so annoying. We'll know where the most important character is, to be clear, but the fact that they're not going to reveal like the 4-star banners exactly until like a few days before the patch annoys me so much. It really annoys me. So you know what, Mihoyo? As always, every time I have one of these streams, I'm gonna ask again. Could you change your ways and do something beneficial for us and give us a little bit of extra information early and tell us what the 4-star banners are during this stream for the entire patch? The only time they normally do that is in the Lantern Rite. They do that for the Lantern Rite. They announce the full banners beforehand, before the patch, for the full patch. Do that for all patches. But for no particular reason, I think the first half might be a Gaming Eon Son Farazan banner, which is a pretty nice 4-star banner, I must say. Like Gaming Eon Son Farazan. Oh. Like, not for everyone, because, like, Gaming is just relevant for the people that want to play Gaming, but Gaming is a really good character. And Farazan is only relevant for the people who want to do Animo DPS and things, but Farazan's, with C6 in particular, is a really good character, and one of the key enabler characters, and probably isn't going to go anywhere anytime soon. And then Eon Son is, yeah. So... you know, I hope that banner is real because the point. I hope that banner is real because wishing, you know, as far as my bullishness. I'll maybe explain this more later. Even if you don't want the 4 stars on the banner, or sorry, if you don't want the 5 stars on the banner, assuming like Eon Son is on Varessa or Shanyun. And I know 4 stars are paying to acquire. I've said before, I think the worst aspect of playing Genshin long term is acquiring 4 stars. I understand the pain that comes with this statement. I think it will be worth the risk to go for at least a copy of Eon Son. Okay? Kind of almost universally. It's very rare for that to be the case. Like, I don't even think I would have said that for Chevrus. Why? Because Chevrus is a character that's dependent on what, like, your Pyro, Electro, on-field, and off-field situation is. Right? Where I don't think it's universal. You can't, like, universally say Chevrus is worth the risk. If you had a compelling, smattering Pyro, Electro, DPS's off-field, on-field options, then I think Chevrus was worth the risk. So, that's my take right now. That's my take right now. I think it might be worth the pain and the risk to go for a 4 star and not even care about the 5 star. even if you get some accidental 5 stars, even if you're wasting pity. But also, I say that as a content creator, you're gonna have to weigh the risk for yourself. You'll have 3. Don't get baited on the first day of the banner. You'll have 3 weeks to decide. Utilize those 3 weeks, okay? Anyways, will I place Raiden with her in this team? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, well, will Eon-san be impactful for Worms only? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. But Shiver's team's, the uptime on the Red Shred is 6 seconds after Overload is triggered on enemies. Eon-san doesn't do off-field electro. So definitely don't want to not have, or don't want to lose that. Alright. No, wrong thing. There we go. Go over here. Did the stream already end? It hasn't gone live yet, yo. Primo gems. Okay, classic. That's exactly what I expect this kind of chat to have. There's a verified individual there. Oh my. By the way, I looked into the verified thing earlier. Or not earlier, but like a few weeks ago. And you can only get verified on YouTube if you have over 100k. Like, YouTube would be like, hey, you have over 100k subscribers. Would you like to verify your channel? But I was confused by that because I definitely remember seeing some verified person watch my stream at some point. And they only had like 5k or something, which is weird. I need Primo Gems this patch, lol. And understandable, for Eons. Baressa will come home. Nice. Shalonen, yeah. Dottore, yeah. Nahida. Please, Venti? Are people excited about Venti? That's crazy. I respect it.
The musket is my favorite weapon.
That's crazy, though.
It's both powerful and threatening. Sometimes the latter trait is...
Anyways, zoom in. I don't need to zoom in quite yet, but once the thing goes live, I will zoom in. Also, just a warning, Mahoyo always like has the audio way too loud on those. I don't think my YouTube audio on this is set very loud the last time I checked, but it might be loud anyways. I'm sorry if it murders our ears. You might want to plug your ears in the next 2 minutes. Just saying, okay? It's probably gonna murder my ears too. I'm not gonna be happy about it. Just a heads up. Oh boy. Anyway, so Eon-san though on this team would replace Toma, which loses some defensive utility, to be clear. So it's not a 100% objective improvement, technically. And also it's extremely unnecessary on this account. Like, I can tell you, Eon-san probably buffs Arlecchino more than any other character in this account. And, you know, that's unnecessary. But Arlecchino herself, in general, is also unnecessary in this count. That's always been my goal since Arlecchino released. Oh, that was dumb. Oops. It's always been my goal since Arlecchino released on this account to prove her unnecessary by clearing the game's content, with the exception of that crazy event that happened recently. Oh, I already have buff going. So anyway, there was like, oh yeah, the policy will be the same after Eon-san's release, is to clear Abyss cycles without Arlecchino at all, and then I will still clear Abyss cycles with Arlecchino, but I just want to prove it unnecessary, especially to get her C6, but also that Arlecchino herself was, despite how strong she is, was not the most important character in this account. And Eon-san is going to make that even easier to do. Oh, it didn't deafen me. Crazy. See, look at my audio is. Oops. Press the button. Like, look how low I have the audio set. That was still not quiet. Like, thank God I didn't have it like ah! Sorry. I just had to see how bad it could have been. Sorry. I hate it. I regretted that as soon as I did it. Anyways, Ow.
Illusion shattered. Fire them. Final warning.
Is Eonson that good? I don't want Varessa and Shunyun. Yes. In fairly... Oh, did I just bring that up by accident? Did I not minimize this? My bad. Are they gonna actually start with something immediately, or not? Or are they just gonna be in the waiting screen, but a different waiting screen? Oh. Oh. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna do artifacts in the background. I'm sorry. I screamed in lowercase. Oh yeah, volume. Sorry. New areas. Wow, new animals. I actually haven't seen any of this creature. That's a weird, goofy looking creature. Doing a bull rush. I will lower my game volume in a second, don't worry. Go full screen? Oh yeah, that's true. Wait, how do I want... Okay, wait. Here. Oops. Eon-san? Who dat? Wait, they showed Eon-san first. they know what's up. They know what's up. They know what's up. Collective of plenty. It's more colorful than I thought it would be for some reason. I don't know why that stands out to me. I thought it'd be darker at the volcano for some reason. I thought there'd be like more lava everywhere. Ah, who's that? It's Cow. Gotta go fast, you know. Oh wow, who knew a bull rush ability would be used in a video game to break boulders? Yep. Thus continues the Natlan visual gimmick. Roadrunner indeed, yeah. Animations are indeed quite goofy. Hey, there's the lava. Orange juice. She does indeed run fast. Remnants of Tetnonkel. Okay. I've not seen any of these things yet, so yeah. I don't know why. In my brain, like, I expected the volcano area to be like this shade, right? More universally. I suspect there's going to be a lot of underground areas to the volcano. There has to be, right? So, anyways. Okay, weightlifting, perfect. That's what I've always wanted in Genshin, to be honest. I always felt the need to weightlift. That animation, I will say, doesn't look quite right. Like, they've done a stellar job with animations lately in Genshin. Like, animation power creep, great, right? But I don't think they made that, like, I know the implication is like, oh, Eon-san's really strong, but quite frankly, that animation just looks like she's lifting a piece of rubber or whatever. The weight looks weightless, so. Oh yeah, are they playing the same thing twice? Are they just looping? Yeah, they're just looping. Why are they looping? What? No, I'm joking. Actually, you know what? Here, I'll give them a like. Why? Because you should like my video too. Lol. They're stalling. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, they are indeed. Alright, well, that means... Here, you're still going to hear the audio from that because I can't change my audio here. But you'd rather watch Artifact Gamba than watch the same thing you already watched twice, right? Wow. Content. It's live? What are you talking about? They're looping a thing now. Well, now it's... There we go. There we go.
I'm not late, am I? Nope, it's
Music
just
key.
about to start. Oh, and speaking of... Hello, everyone! Welcome to the Genshin Impact version 5.5 special program. My name is Naomi McDonald, and I voice Yumemizuki Mizuki. As for my co-host, if you've checked out the bulletin board at the Weary Inn, you might have heard of a warrior from the Collective of Plenty who once ate 80 people's worth of food all by herself.
80?
I wonder who it could be.
That would be my character. Hello, everyone. My name is Jane Jackson,
80.
and I'm the voice of Varessa.
Exciting! We get to host the special program together. Although I was
Yeah.
kind of surprised when I got the invite, I have to be honest. I mean, Mizuki's Natland Bathhouse isn't opening in version 5.5.
Well, actually, the theme of today's program is a travel guide, and Mizuki
Okay.
is an experienced traveler, right?
travel guide.
So
All
I
right.
think it's a good match.
Yeah, no, I guess you're actually right.
So, to kick things off, does everyone remember how Ion-san invited the traveler to check out our tribe, the Collective of Plenty? Well, in version 5.5,
She ate 80
travelers
people.
will
No,
get
I
to
don't
do
think that's what they
just
said,
that.
but
Awesome.
same difference.
The character you voice is from there, right? Doesn't that mean you have some inside scoop to share?
Oh, it
I-
would be my pleasure. Let's see.
Interesting graphics.
Let's
Eon-san,
start with the
look,
version trailer.
they're mentioning Eon-san first. They know what's up. Ooh. Okay, that's more the color I was expecting. I'll talk about the fact that she's a thicker character, and they had to make the thicker character be about food. I'll talk about that more later. Hopefully I'll remember that, but I don't feel like getting distracted talking about that right now. I actually don't... I think they might do an okay job with that character. It's actually my hot take. And the justification, I can make a justification for it. But also, I think there might be an overemphasis on the food eating aspect. Maybe. Anyways.
We made it! Welcome to the Collective of Plenty.
What up, my dudes? The name's Aoife, a vet
Wow.
from the Flower Feather Clan.
Nothing
I like
gets
his
the blood
design.
pumping like a contest to
I
see
kind of
which
think he'd look
tribe's
better
as
without a
strong
hat,
as
but
us.
oops, I'm a hat hater. That's fine. Hey, we saw something new.
Real showdown.
And hey, it's the most important... sorry, it's maybe one of the most important characters in the game. Crazy.
The clock.
Crazy.
Anyway, I'm sorry, but I gotta get some food in me.
A Tolly!
Okay.
Get ready to feast!
Great.
More, please.
That was a nice transition, like that little animation. Nice. Eve get Leap before? I don't think so, no. I don't think we ever saw
Catch me if you can.
Aoife's design.
If you can figure out which way to go, of course.
2D platforming event.
I'll check of a mushroom.
Alright,
I'll
or
show you
something
instead.
else.
Here goes nothing.
Oh yeah, it's a Sonic event, Sylveon. There you go.
Hero incoming. Ultimate flying kick.
Yes, she sits down to plunge on enemies. That is her gimmick. Also, I just got a physical goblet with attack percent, crit rate, and ER and a 4-line. Wow. That is a weird looking boss.
Oh no, not good. The volcano is acting up again.
There we go. See, that's the color I was expecting. It's a cool looking boss, actually. I don't look at enemy leaks either, because I prefer being surprised about enemies. I think there's 2 new bosses, I believe, in there. I think. Okay. I want another dark... Oh, yeah, that looks cool. Where is this? Is it in the sky somewhere? Okay. I thought there was going to be an underground, but clearly there's going to be the surface level. Probably still some... maybe there's not underground. Maybe they're surprised that the volcano area is 90% in the sky. But that looked dope as heck. That's a cool screenshot area, I will say. Okay, that looked underground. We're getting underground, sky, and surface? Wow, alright. I'm glad. It's been a while. I think they went too long with an exploration patch in this game.
Really some kind of evil power inside
So-
the sacred flame
And
crystals?
I gotta think this through. What should I do?
I think it's part of the reason
It
I
would
have
be
some.
great if we could get to the bottom of this, but not
Like,
every
if they go too long without an
historical mystery
exploration
can be
patch to
unraveled.
hold my attention, it affects my sentiment on Genshin as a whole to some degree. Oh boy, what the heck is that? He has two of the cringe boss's arms. Interesting. Okay. Sitlali. I see Sitlali there. Sitlali's in the story. Redemption code. Oh, they're not doing annoying but they're I can language. They're not doing annoying codes anymore. Wow. GI 55 Tateo can. Crazy. Wow. Here you go. Oops, that was my personal account. I just posted that in. Oops, whatever. Leaked my personal YouTube account. How dare I? Cool. All right. That makes me excited for the first little start of this. It's nice. I was doxing himself. I don't think I am. I'm not too concerned about people knowing my personal YouTube account.
This version looks so fun. That seems to be the vibe of the
Yeah, it
collective.
has
of Plenty
exploration.
in
Crazy.
general.
So true. The Collective of Plenty is the traveler's final stop in their tribal
Almost
tour
like
of
this
Natlan.
exploration-focused
The
game is
tribe
more fun when
located
there's
near the
exploration
great
content.
volcano of Tolan, which has been looming in the distance
Yeah, more
since
E-play
version
info, please.
5.0. The people of Natlan view the volcano as a sacred mountain.
Ooh, Sacred Mountain. That sounds a bit cool.
Yeah. So for travelers who have played through the Cinder City World Quest, the name might sound familiar. It's the place we were told to take our Saurian companion. So if you're planning to explore the volcano, head to the tribe first and keep going from there.
Whoa, that platform looks like it has bull horns. Kind of like Varessa. Must be one of the main attractions of the tribe.
Varessa or the horns?
Did that volcano just erupt?
Yeah, the volcano is dormant most of the time, but if the ground starts to shake, it could be a sign that an eruption is imminent. But if that happens, you can just find somewhere
The
safe
camera
and watch
shake
the
was like a
volcanic
little
rain.
bit
It's
weirdly
actually
loose
really
there.
beautiful. Oh,
I don't know if that
and
effect is gonna
you'll
land
probably
properly in game, but
encounter
we'll see. We'll
falling
see.
rocks too,
I can
but
see why
the
they wouldn't
tribe
want to make
saurians
it
can
too
help out
aggressive
with
because
that.
it's like
Oh,
disorienting and whatever.
Like the
But
other
shouldn't it be
tribes, the Collective
disorienting?
of Plenty is home to a unique kind of saurian, the Tatankasaur. The little ones may look cute and innocent, but don't be fooled.
You need to
Adult
kill them all.
Tatankasaurs are powerful creatures. They can smash rocks and other objects by sprinting at them. Striking something with their horns triggers their fighting spirit, enabling them to perform
Fighting
a second
spirit?
sprint, which
They
is
give them a week of
faster,
energy?
more powerful, and allows them to
Wow.
briefly dash across water or liquid phlogiston. Tatankasaurs are gentle creatures at heart, but when they get serious, their brute strength is
I don't want to kill any
nothing
more
scoff
cuties. You
at.
don't have a choice.
Take advantage of the indwelling
You don't have a
mechanic during
choice.
exploration, and no obstacle will be able to stand in your way.
They have their own
Sweet.
Mawikavers.
I should also mention, Varessa has a Tatankasaur companion of her own. Her name
The
is
Geo ones, but
Banana.
faster. Yeah, they basically just.
She even has a little bow
I-
on her leg. What's she doing?
A what?
Oh,
She has a
looks
bow
like
on
she's
her leg?
keeping watch over the
Isn't
orchard
that just like
for
the typical
Varessa.
Hoyo thigh
And
strap?
speaking of the orchard, let's look at some of
Um,
Varessa's food favorites.
Okay.
Varessa's family owns the orchard, so it looks like their fresh fruit made the top of the list. Being so close to the volcano makes the Collective of Plenty a great farming area.
Oh yeah, the Saurian.
So
I think the
fruit is even
Saurian
more delicious.
Oh, what about that?
is.
What's the epic feast showdown?
It's
It's mostly just for
actually
that
a
bolt
speed
rush
eating
ability for
contest featuring a
exploration
ton
purposes.
of
I think. I don't think
delicious
people are
food.
gonna use it to like
The
actually
servings
traverse
are
around that much.
Big? How do people even finish something like that?
Come hungry, I guess? Varessa will introduce the traveler to another one of her favorites during her tribal chronicle, a fruit-flavored mushroom.
And we're sure it's not poisonous?
Okay.
Well, just think of it as a regional delicacy.
As
It's supposed to taste really good, but there's actually a legend about these mushrooms in the Collective of Plenty.
A legend, huh?
Yeah, most of the mushrooms are red, but according to the legend, if you see a green one, it must be picked and eaten right away.
Wait, what
Okay.
happened to the regular mushroom?
so we're supposed to
Isn't
eat that.
fungus?
Okay, so this might sound weird, but looks like that's all we can divulge for now. But don't worry, all will be revealed in Varessa's Tribal Chronicle.
All right,
Whether you
I
want to
see. It's
gonna
be focused on food. I
Showdown,
understand.
unravel the mystery of the green
As-
mushrooms, or learn more about Varessa herself, be sure to check it out. Plus, you don't have to progress through the whole Natland story
Yay,
to start her
FOMO
chronicle.
gems.
And if completed within a certain time frame, travelers can earn primo gems and level up materials for Varessa.
FOMO gems.
During
Yay.
the
My
Abyss
favorite thing.
invasion, Varessa was busy defending her tribe, right? The situation
Alright,
was
so
so
anyways,
dangerous back then. I hope she didn't get hurt.
Well, Varessa may seem to move at her own pace, but don't be fooled.
Sorry,
She's a
we're gonna see
fierce
kit information
warrior
now.
of her tribe. As
I'm
long
never
as
gonna
she can
finish
get
what I'm saying,
herself
it's
in
fine.
the zone.
Oh, you mean by eating 100 servings? of-
No. Well, okay, that is one way. But she
It's all
also
food
has a
jokes,
different
man.
method.
It's all food jokes.
So Varessa grew up reading stories about Natland's heroes, and she
I'll just
always
say what
claimed
I'm
the
just gonna
following in their
overtalk over them.
footsteps.
Sorry.
So she made herself
Food
a
jokes
mask
don't
modeled after the one her
food
idol
characterization
created,
doesn't land with me that much because
Whenever she wears the mask, it's
I don't
like she
like
can channel
food
the
that
hero
much.
she always wanted to be.
So like
Aw, that's
it
so
being like a core
sweet.
character gimmick,
All
it's
right,
like
let's take a look at her combat abilities.
from my point of view, it's hard for me to conceive of someone as a real human being if so much of their core character is about food. Like I know it's a really important thing to a lot of people, but it's such not an important thing to me that it's hard for me to like relate to characters that have that as a core aspect.
Ouch!
So
Ouch! Ouch! Headbutt!
wow, yep, she sits on enemies
Volcano
and then she
Blab!
and like
Ultimate flying kick!
I had no idea what her voice sounded like. It kind of just sounds like generic cute anime girl.
Oh my god, the heart effects.
Yep.
She
I like her
falls
animations.
down? That's
Her animation
so
gimmick is fun.
adorable.
Without the mask, Varessa's movements can be a bit uncoordinated, awkward, and clumsy. But once she has the mask on, her demeanor does a complete 180.
Oh yeah, this girl's got wrestling skills.
Definitely. But
Yeah,
the core
like,
of her kit is actually her
I think
plunging attack.
I think
Oh,
she
really?
does
Yeah,
does like
kinda different, right?
actual wrestling
Varessa
moves,
uses
and
the
I think that's the
momentum of her
justification for
charged
her
attack to
doing
leap into
the
air and then
butt
plunge
slam,
toward her enemies.
which
After
is,
unleashing her
you know what,
elemental
it's funny.
skill,
It's
tapping
funny
her
and
normal
like
attack will allow her to
it
quickly
makes more
perform a
sense than
charged
motorcycle.
attack and
So
then attack with greater speed.
Wow.
I like
She
it. I'm
seems
not
a
gonna
lot
lie.
more
I kind of
light,
like it
and
as a
her moves
visual
seem more
gimmick.
forceful.
Forceful
I think it's done
is
well.
right. Varessa gains Night Soul points by hitting enemies with her plunging attack. When her Night Soul points reach maximum level through this method, Varessa can enter a special state and consume Night Soul points to unleash an even stronger plunging attack.
So this must be the hero state you mentioned before. When
Do you
she
guys
wears
want me
the
to
mask and channels her
quiet the
idol.
audio and describe Varessa's kit in a
Wow,
simpler way
yeah,
than they
her
will?
moves definitely look so much more confident now.
That's for sure. The combination of her elemental skill, charged attack, and plunging attack is where her kit really shines.
Yes? Okay.
Plus, when in this state, for a brief period of time after performing a plunging attack,
No, not
special
minimize.
elemental burst.
So she has like unique things like the special elemental burst they're talking about, but the long and short is that Varessa's kit. So the unique thing about how she does plunges is that her plunging is designed around basically she jumps up in the air when you do a charge attack, and
Isn't all about
she's basically made around getting skill resets, kind of like Gomming. So she's kind of like an electro Gomming.
I was gonna say that
The electric Gomming where you don't have to care about. She's not going to be as hard to play as Gomming. She's going to be easier because she'll just get the resets kind of automatically, unlike Gomming's gameplay. But you want to pay attention to like auras and enemies because they won't really care about reactions as much.
but she doesn't do too well in a competition.
So she's basically an electro Gomming who you use her skill or her burst. You get skill resets, press skill, do a charge attack, a special quick charge attack that like hits the enemy. She rushes towards the enemy, jumps up in the air, and then you plunge and go down. So it's E charge attack plunge, E charge attack plunge.
it seems like our travel guide has some information about her.
Electro Gomming, and I like that she has a different model. Like she has a different proportion model, if you didn't notice, which is pretty cool. Will it work with Shunyun burst? Yeah, she'll get buffed by Shunyun, but Shunyun won't necessarily be in her best team, but that's a side effect of more how they balance Mawika technically than anything else. One of her best teams includes Shunyun, at least. Shunyun is a very compelling buffer for her, but not necessarily who you're always going to use with her. Whichever teams are her best teams, because to make her feel like a relevant DPS, they basically just had to make her multipliers really big. And the bigger your multipliers are for plunge DPS, the less relevant the Shunyun buff is. But it's still relevant. So Anyways, sorry. We should listen to Eon's
We can't forget about the most popular pastime in the tribe, exercise. And since Eon-san is a professional trainer,
And without
a lot of
Moika
people
in a
come to her
Chevro's
for
team, Chevro's
nutrition
teams aren't
plans,
technically our
training
best teams,
plans,
I
and
believe.
strength training exercises. I mean, she can do it all.
Yeah, but it's quite the
She can
contrast
kinda do
seeing
it
her
all.
train people who are so much bigger than her. But once you learn about her personality, I feel like you don't even notice her height anymore. She just definitely seems dependable and supportive.
I really like the
Definitely.
new like
So let's
chibi
take a
model
look at how
characters.
all
Like
that
Kachina and
training plays out
Eonson
in
look
combat.
so much better proportioned than old ones. Like they just look like small characters, less than
Quite hit your reps
the
for
weird
today.
alien
Come on,
blobs.
one more set.
To be clear, I still would prefer they probably were just not, you know, but it's more fine. It's much better. It's so much better. It's like a subtle change, but you directly compare them, it's so much better. The point is, Eonson's design is pretty nice looking, that's all. And less awful than
As
in
you
the
can
past.
see, Eon-san is an electro
Polearm.
user.
Polearms only.
But isn't that a barbell?
Hey, a barbell can be an
Same
effective
difference.
weapon, but only in the hands of an experienced in-game
See,
professional.
the
of
weight
course.
just looks
So
wrong.
don't try
It
this
looks
at home,
wrong.
travelers.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave
It
the
looks
barbell
wrong.
fighting to Yan-san.
With her elemental skill, Eon-san gains Night Soul points and dashes forward a certain distance.
Quick.
With her elemental burst, Eon-san unleashes a powerful ground pound and summons her limited edition kinetic energy scale for workouts to the field.
I was
Wait,
getting
what
bitrate
does that
issues, so I was
do?
going to increase the
energy
quality, but
scale follows the active character and boosts their attack based on Eon-san's own
Remove
attack
the chat?
and amount of Night Soul
you want me to
points.
remove the chat?
The
This
more
my
Night Soul
chat?
points she
Okay.
has, the higher the boost.
Ah,
I can
okay.
remove the chat, I
So
guess.
it's better for Yan-san's Night Soul points
I
to
didn't think
remain
about that,
high.
but fair.
Yes, exactly.
Bye.
And that's where the energy scale's other function comes in. The energy scale logs
If someone's
the
a
distance
VOD
the
watcher,
active
you can
character
try to
has
turn on the
moved,
chat overlay
excluding Eon-san
YouTube function.
herself. The more Eon-san's party members
Don't take
move,
us
the more
away.
Night Soul points she gains, which means her attack buff is higher.
Wow. Okay, so it all comes down to the amount of exercise.
Um,
Very fitting for a trainer. So
Uh,
Yan-san probably works best with characters who use movement abilities in combat.
That's
Yes.
true.
not
And
wrong,
because
but
of that, her buff isn't restricted to a specific AoE.
Uh-huh.
So moving around is kind of the point. I'm sure travelers will figure out all sorts of cool team comps.
So nice.
Also, when a nearby party member triggers a Night Soul burst, Eon-san
I gotta
obtains a
nitpick them in
warming
that
up
like
effect
it
through
is
one of her
not the
talents,
end all be all
allowing
to
her
need to
continuously
move
restore
constantly
HP
with
to
her
your current
burst,
active
and that's
character
part of
for
the
a period of
with
time.
Eonson
Oh, I
buff.
like that.
So I think it's a little bit of an incorrect description of her kit
Eon-san's training
to
comes
get
in handy
overly
for
focused on the movement.
exploration as well.
The movement is
In
like
the Night Soul's
important
blessed
for
state,
understanding
Eon-san's movement speed is enhanced.
how
And
good
holding
your
the sprint
uptime
button
is in the
allows her
burst,
to enter the even faster at rush state.
and that means she has higher
That's
synergy with
lightning
movement
fast.
focus units.
Looks like Yan-san's got some serious
And it's important for
athletic
potentially
ability.
evaluating
I
the
really
strength of
like
some of
how
her
all skills
constellations.
suit her profession.
Yeah, I feel like
But
her training philosophy really shines
Eonson
through.
very much has
It takes
potential to still
constant,
be a
dedicated
compelling buffer
practice to truly harness your power,
without
and that's
a bunch of
definitely what
movement in
makes
the team.
Eon-san so effective against her enemies.
Yeah.
But
Oh, speaking of enemies, I see.
that's one of the things that maybe in practice I'll actually end up reversing tune.
Well,
To be fair.
travelers need to defeat this creature
Why is she
to get
4-star?
Veresa's
Because being a
essential
4-star
materials.
support is way
It
better than being a
uses
5-star
scalding
support.
lava and rocks
And
to
Mihoyo
attack its
occasionally
foes.
likes to
So
actually
make
give us
sure
good
you're
4-star
prepared,
characters in Genshin
travelers.
Impact,
This
which is
monster kind of reminds
one of the
me
better
the
things
lava
about
enemies
Genshin,
we faced
despite
before.
the misery
The
of
ones
acquiring
afraid of
4-stars.
pyro attacks.
Oh, you're right. It's like an extreme version of those enemies, and it works in a
So
similar
she's
way.
4-star because
Hit it with
she's a
enough
better
pyro
character as a
attacks and it will
4-star.
change form,
I will
giving you an
defend that
opportunity to
take
strike.
till the day I die.
Now is also
4-star
the perfect
supports are
time
better
to
than
talk about
5-star
an
supports.
improvement to the boss tracking system.
She could have the exact same kit as a 5-star,
Clicking on
and
a
she'd
boss
be a worse
icon on the
character,
map will allow
because
you to more
now you have a
quickly
3-second
navigate to
burst
its
animation.
location.
Oh, nice. Well, that should make farming a lot easier.
All right, I'd say it's about time for our first break.
Oh, wait. We
First
forgot
break?
something important.
Oh,
What?
of course. The event wishes.
Oh,
In the first half of version 5.5, we'll
Wait.
have event wishes from Veressa and
Eonson.
Shenmue.
Okay, I was right.
Eon-san will also
Thank
enjoy
God.
a
Okay,
drop
I almost had a
rate
panic
boost.
attack when the
Plus,
Eonson
a
wasn't
new
shown in that
5-star
screen.
catalyst
I almost had a
limited
panic
notions will
attack.
be featured on the weapon
Okay, so
banner.
everything is
And
exactly
in
as
the second
expected.
half of version 5.5,
Yeah, and
we'll
you're
have
being dicks, and you're
returning
not
event
you're not
wishes for
announcing the
Shallonen
4-stars
and
again, other than
Venti.
Eonson.
All right.
Okay.
Now we can actually take our first break.
That's
See
fine.
you soon.
Surprise! Who knew that would have been the banners? Hello? Go go
乌鲁之邦
Varesa
是一
0326.
个充满力量与
Go
肌肉
go
的地方。
Varesa
那么他们这个部族里
0326.
面的人解决问题的哲学就是力大专飞。那我们在设计这个区域地图的时候啊，就希望大世界、角色和龙都有这
I'm
种
sure
力
that
大
that's
专
an
飞的感觉。
interesting inclusion to have
比方说在探索的时
a
候，
little
碰
clip
到
from
跨
the
越不了的悬崖，
developers
那
on
我觉得
thoughts
跑
for
得够快，就
exploration.
能够
Okay,
顺
I
势
appreciate
起
this
飞。
as a
碰
change
到
to
一定要
the
过的
live
河流，
streams.
我觉
A
得
little bit of
跑得
developer
够快
thoughts.
就可以
That's
水
cool.
上漂，包括碰到一些复杂地形。
I don't know if that I haven't watched the streams recently. This might have been a change in previous streams.
等等等等。
Because normally I don't feel like watching what is mostly an advertisement stream. What's in the wait? What's going on in the background?
哦，我想起来，
Oh, it's just
有一款
Eon Son
知
with
名
an
的
animal.
风味饮料
Okay.
就是用乌鲁之邦
Thought there was
身上
secret
的水果
background
炸出
blur
叫
information.
撞击
That would have been a smart way to leak
啊，其实
Eva
这个
or
充满力
something.
量的撞击啊是关键
Oil leaker
毕
era.
竟我
Have a
觉得
blurred
这个叫
background
做
like
大
Aoife
力
doing
的
something in
说
combat in the background, but they didn't. Missed opportunity, Mahoyo. Missed opportunity. They could have done it. What if they? What man? You know how crazy people would have gone if they had like skirk combat going on that monitor back there?
而火山
Like
既然有具有的
imagine,
野性
imagine
就
skirk
可以很
combat
好地
going
弥
on.
补这一块不过我们开发的同学啊
That
对这个设计的想法还不太同意
But instead, just they had idle things for us. Only pulling on for Eon Son on Shanyun banner? Yeah. So now I gotta officially decide what I'm gonna do for Eon Son.
让
Oh
它
boy.
一会儿沉静一会儿喷发
Make the volcano erupt, yeah.
当然也是有的比如说啊
Little one,
这个
sorry.
小家伙的
I
故
know what
事
they're talking about, little one.
就会
But
在这
yeah.
个版本迎来高潮。我们这个版本有狂野的自然生态，有激情对撞的场景，甚至还有夸张的地方传奇等着大家。也希望大家
Is that a
能够喜
local
欢
legend?
古典
We get to
版
fight
本
a
的游戏
penguin?
内容。
Is it a damage dummy? Probably not. It probably has some gimmick that makes it impossible to use as a damage dummy. I'm sure it does. I've lost any
Hello,
hope for a damage dummy in this
travellers!
game.
Welcome back to the version 5.5 special program.
Welcome
Skip button in the
back.
background. Was there a
Does
skip
everyone
button?
still remember the volcanic eruption we saw earlier? Well, the eruptions are actually getting a lot more intense.
That seems like a bad omen.
Yeah, travelers will need to investigate the volcano to learn more. And to do that, travelers will need to wait for the right moment and head to the very top of a circular isle known as the Skyfire Circlet, which sits right above the volcano.
You know, being
Okay.
so close to the crater really does look very dangerous. But wow, is it stunning.
Once you make it to the top, you can use a
Wait, I should've
special
looked at the
method to
chat when the
enter
banners were
volcano
announced.
and follow a
Or the
mechanical
buttons of the
dragon
chat.
into an
Okay, never mind.
underground ruin.
Where is it? I want to see chat sentiment. A little ruin dragon thing. Where's my chat button? There it is. I found it. HSR could never. I guess that's a take. I guess. Gorgeous. Easy skip. Okay. What are they talking? Skip the region? All right. I mean, if you want to. Beautiful. Okay, well, yeah, I should have brought this up when the banners were announced. I'm sure you would have seen a ton of people be like, "No, Shalonen is not with Eon Son," because people thought there was a real chance of that happening. I said in during my live streams that I do not think anyone should have expected Shalonen and Eon Son to happen, because Varesa, Shanyun, Eon Son was the much more expected combo for various reasons. But yeah, music is good. Yeah, music is always amazing in Hoyoverse games. As I said before. Sometimes Hoyoverse feels like a music company in disguise as a video game company.
Wow, it's so majestic. I thought the inside of a volcano would be nothing but lava and rock, but this place is more like a city.
Why are
There
there
have
lava
long
balls
been
flying up
legends
there?
in that land that speak of a sacred city
There's
and
a hole in the
volcano.
sky.
And that's exactly what this place is. It's the sacred city of Tolan, built by the Dragonborn of ages past.
Wow,
Dragonborn.
the shattered sky looks so
Dovahkiin.
cool, and these mechanisms look so advanced.
Yeah.
Is
Travelers might
Mizuki's
notice
voice so
certain
calming? Mizuki was a
resemblance to
good choice for
secret
honestly
source
the
automatons. And that's because everything you
voice
see
for this
here,
is-
the secret
yeah,
source
Mizuki
serpents,
voice
the
is
dragons
enjoyable for
circling the
narration
sky, the giant structures are all relics from the age of the ancient dragons.
Those flying ones are called secret source dragon idols, right? Wow, we can actually
Oh, so we don't get to fight them?
This dragon technology
I'd rather
is
fight
really
them,
impressive.
but
So
maybe they're better to ride. I don't know.
unfortunately, due to the previous war between dragons and humans, along with years of abyssal corrosion,
God dang it, brain.
the city doesn't operate like it should.
The war between dragons
Train,
and humans. What-
Better train than the
A few
friggin' boat.
clues were
Oh
revealed
god, that
about
reminds me
Japan,
of
but there are more
the
secrets to
absolute
uncover this
nonsense of a
time,
public
and
transportation
travelers will
system
need
that
the
is the
help of a
Fontaine
very
boating system.
special
It's so
saurian along
stupid.
the way.
It's so
Ooh,
dumb.
I'm
Anyways,
guessing
I'm sorry.
That means it's
Like,
time for another adventure with little
most
ones?
dumb fantasy
Absolutely,
concept I've
that's
ever
right.
seen is the Fontaine
Travelers
boat.
might remember
The
that
Fontaine
during the
boat
Cinder
train is
City
so
World
stupid.
Quest in version 5.2, a mysterious dragonborn said venturing to a sacred city was the key to dispelling the Flame
Wow.
Lord's blessing and
More
unraveling
dragon
mysteries
people lore.
surrounding Little One. I know a lot of people can't wait to get to the bottom of that curse and learn more about the so-called Chosen of Dragons. And it looks like exploring this place might give you some answers.
Not just answers, but also rewards. A total
Wow.
of 400 Primo Gems in
FOMO
exploration mission
gems.
rewards are up for
Ooh.
grabs by
Do we all
exploring
love
the new
FOMO gems? Does the
5.5
chat love
regions.
FOMO gems?
These rewards will be available through version 5.6, so don't
They just want
miss
copies,
out.
Tano.
Alright, let's get into the version 5.5 events.
They just want copies, Tano.
Similar to the Sacred Dragon City, our first event gives travelers the chance to learn about
understandable.
Nalaand's past.
Understandable.
Tournament of Glory and Bloom.
Oron's
So it's a
free? Who
competition.
knew?
Yeah. The name of the event is a reference to
Who
the
knew?
Bloomflower Trials.
Show Aoife? Yeah, I hope
Kind
they
of
show something
competition
else
that
more
hasn't
interesting.
been held in
I'm
Nalaand
optimistic
for
they're
a
going to show more
long
interesting
time.
information here at some
Ooh,
point.
mysterious.
But
So why
thus
is it
far,
being
it's been
held
mostly
now
the
after
same
so
structure
much
that I
time?
remember from these streams in the past.
The main reason
When I
is
last
to
watched
help
one,
an
which I
ailing
don't
saurian.
remember which one that was.
Oh, the little Tapetlisaur wearing the hat.
Yeah, he's a brave little saurian who contracted a rare illness during the fight against the Abyss. So the tribal chiefs enlisted the help of a professional saurian
I feel like that big
Vatifa.
scar over
Hey,
Aoife's eye
Kakiku's there too.
means he should have an eye
Of course.
patch.
He's
but
Aoife's assistant
it's fine.
after all, and very capable.
Why is
one at
Lolly
that.
always there? Because she's the best character in Natlan.
According to Aoife, if we want to save this saurian, we need to collect sacred flame crystals, a special resource that can be obtained when tribes
You
fight
can't
against
complain
each
about
other
Lolly
during
being
the
present.
Bloomflower trials.
Oh, I would do anything to help that little
I'm not
guy.
biased.
No, and luckily the 6 tribal chiefs agree. But
Ew.
that's not the only
Ew.
purpose of the
Ew.
tournament. Mawika
Ew.
sees it
No, I'm
as
sorry.
a
I'm
chance
just
for a
joking.
different kind of competition
just think
to
it's funny.
unite her
I'm sorry.
people. And she's even funding the event herself.
Huh.
Did he
So
cry?
if
Oh yeah,
there
have
are
you seen a
6
vision yet?
tribes
That's true.
participating,
I wasn't even looking for a vision on his booty.
How does that work?
Oh, right.
Did we see a
Obviously,
vision
the
yet?
event gameplay.
Take it away.
This event has 2 different kinds of gameplay. The Bloomflower Trials.
You say
and
Aoife is a
Saurian
4-star.
Treasure Seeker.
He does kind
In
of
the
not
Bloomflower
have like
Trials,
some 5-star
travelers will fight
qualities there.
alongside
He
the
does look kind
companions
of
in
4-star,
an
but that's not
intertribal
necessarily a bad
competition
thing.
that puts the
I think that's an
offensive
upside in
and
many ways.
defensive capabilities to the test. For example, this is an offensive battle with Mualani.
Wait, is
In
even
offensive
list?
battles, you need to break through the enemy's defensive barriers to capture their
Yeah,
stronghold.
he does look
Your
4-star.
allies will provide
But I don't
valuable
think that's a
support on the
problem.
battlefield. Use their skills to your advantage.
The most
to complete
impactful
various
character from
stage
Natlan
events
might
and
end up
seize
being
the
a
enemy's
4-star.
main base.
So
And this one with
You know.
Varessa must be a defensive battle.
okay, no, I'm gonna
That's
put the
right.
chat back on
In
because
defensive battles,
I don't
you
think
need to prevent your
we
flag
need the
from being
chat.
destroyed.
I don't,
and
I'm not
work
too
with your
concerned about the
allies
chat
to
overlaying
protect your
something
base.
anymore.
Wow, so it's a true standoff
Is
between the
Cryo or
tribes.
Animo that's on his
Uh-huh.
back? Oh,
In
okay.
this event, when you're competing, you're having fun.
Okay, so what about the Saurian Treasure Seeker?
Basically, travelers need to guide saurians on a treasure hunt by switching the indicated direction at various intersections while collecting
Truly the most
treasure and
important. I'm
avoiding
so glad
hazards
they
along the
always
route,
spend
like hilly
these
troll
streams.
patrols and
Sorry for the
lava
negativity,
eruptions.
but like,
Ooh,
I'm so glad they always spend
Plus, different saurians have
very little time talking about the
choose
character
this
kits
route. Oh, I should also mention,
in favor of
this
let's
event
go
gives
in depth
travelers
about
a
the
chance to
events.
invite Goron to their party.
Like,
Version
how many
5.5
people
also
play
has
Genshin
other
for the
exciting
events, and they
events
spend
in the
half
game.
of these things
First
talking about
one
the
is more
events?
light-hearted
Like, I don't
co-op.
understand.
Travelers can either randomly match with
I
other
don't
players
understand.
or team up with friends.
I'm not saying the events are
Co-op
never
events is always
enjoyable,
so
but
fun.
like,
Yeah. In this event,
anyways.
the goal is to collect as many adventure
Yes, they
coins
show the
as
banners.
possible.
It's Eon-san,
Interact with
Varessa,
items
Shanyun. Eon-san is a
scattered around
4-star.
the challenge arena to
Um,
obtain key resources to secure victory.
and
Oh,
Shalon
so
and
items
Venti,
help you
second
mess
half.
with other players
Which is an
and
interesting
collect
weapon
more
banner.
points?
So actually,
Yeah,
notes
that's
to
right.
talk about after the stream is
Plus,
done.
Everyone has a designated
Um,
character, so make sure to use their skills to your advantage.
We gotta talk about Eon-san.
Whoa, 4
Gotta talk about
mountains.
Varessa. I guess we gotta talk about
Apart.
what my thoughts
I
are
guess
on
if you're gonna
Shanyun
mess with
now.
another player, then you better target the right one.
Oh, definitely.
Maybe
Especially
Xylo
if rewards are on the line.
So
in general, but
this event
Xylo
looks like it
C2.
takes place at the
Venti's
Temple
not
of
worth talking about, I'm
Science.
sorry.
That's right.
Um,
It's called Rhythm Ball Metzli. Mualani invited
And
the
then,
traveler to her tribe for a
so we gotta talk
special
about that
meeting.
weapon banner. The Shilonen Venti weapon banner is an interesting weapon banner.
Sounds
Sorry,
nice and
Venti's weapon is
relaxing.
more relevant than
I feel
Venti.
like Shilonen needs that in her life.
True. In this event, the goal is to strike incoming balls with the
I guess we
paddle
should
to
talk
smash the
about
blocks.
the
The
first half
paddle's
weapon banner
element
too, but
changes
quite
based on
frankly,
the
if you have
paddle's
extra
elemental
wishes,
type. So you can even
I
trigger
think it's
elemental
probably more sensible to
reactions.
go for
All
Eons
you
on
need to do
Constellations
is hit
more
the
than
balls to the beat to defeat
weapon
the
banner,
boss.
but you know.
Well, that doesn't seem too hard.
No, but this
Brick break
next event might be.
Ooh.
Crazy.
So, Unlimited Fighting Championship features
Fighting
5
event.
stages of high difficulty combat challenges.
Oh wait, it's this combat
Each
event
stage
again,
is
but with
divided
new
into
bosses.
2
Oh
halves.
boy.
In the first half, you need to
I
follow the
mean,
directions
I'm fine with them
specified in the
doing
challenge to earn
completely
buffs.
optional hard
You should
combat
give you an
content.
edge in the second half as you face off against formidable
I'm
bosses. Your chosen difficulty
not
determines
confident
the
it's going to be
max
balanced
HP
well in an
bosses.
enjoyable way for at the highest difficulty for most players, but I'm fine with having it as an option.
Is that even possible to defeat?
Yeah,
Well,
let's get some
just say
Aoife content,
the
please.
highest difficulty doesn't take
Um,
the word challenge lightly.
Okay, well, this next event has to do with artifacts. So within the event
Artifacts?
period, you can earn double the artifact drops. So if you need to do some
Oh yeah, this is the
artifact
first time they're
farming,
doing this,
don't
aren't
miss
they?
out. Travelers can
Double
also
artifact
look forward to a
drops.
new
Crazy.
artifact domain and 2 new artifact sets in version 5.5.
Ooh, nice. Double drops are
Did
here
they not?
just
Did
in
they not
time.
announce the
Yep.
artifact
And
sets yet?
plus,
Oh, yeah, there we
I
go.
heard the Long Night's Oath set tells the story of
Hmm.
Lightkeepers who fought against the Abyss and not
Oh, you can't see my
Light
mouse for some reason.
keepers.
Oh, there we go.
Wow. Not quite seems
I
so
wonder what that
mysterious.
looks like. I wonder
Lord
what
keepers,
character
get
that's
your
for.
pens ready.
Absolutely. So be sure to check out the story behind the artifact set if you're interested. All right, moving on to Repertoire of Myriad Melodies.
Ooh, are we
Did
getting
they
a
not
rhythm
announce the
game
art?
update?
Mahoyo,
Absolutely.
what?
Certain Natland
Oh, they're adding music.
OSTs
Nice.
will
Okay.
now
I wanted them to add
be available in the
music.
game.
Cool.
Um,
I'm sure people have been waiting for that.
Future updates will continue.
Double
to add
drops
more
show
music.
3
In
artifacts.
addition, Natland and
That's
Venti
true.
inspired score
But that's
themes will be
because
added
it's
to the
double
Treasure
drops of 20
Myriad
resin
Melodies
doubling.
shop.
So it's just
So
this.
check them
It's just
out if you're
yeah. It's
interested.
just whatever. It's the
Plus,
same as the
in the new
Leyland events
update,
for
you can
red
now play
artifacts.
the rhythm game in the Serenity Pod.
Nice.
Version 5.5 is also adding
What was
new
it saying?
permanent envisaged echoes challenges for Venti and Dia.
Oh yeah, the art. I guess I should
Complete
talk
them
about the
to earn their
artifacts.
corresponding echoes.
Ooh, Dia's flames are so cool.
Mahoyo, I hate.
Venti's
Why
echoes
do
look
you
like
not
feathers
announce the
and
artifacts in
civilians.
your stream announcement?
So check them out if you're
Oh, they
interested.
exist, but we're not
and
going
good
to tell
luck
you
with
what they
challenges.
are.
Travelers can also look forward to
Why?
some Genius Invocation TCG updates, including new character and action cards.
Am I allowed to be negative
Don't
about
miss
that?
out, Genius
Like, what's the
Invocation
purpose
fans.
of hiding what the artifacts do?
Next up on the agenda is...
Our break for the 3rd redemption code. See you on the other side.
I've heard people are quite
travelers.
positive on the feelings about the TCG current state. So they, from what I'm aware, they're doing a good job keeping up the TCG.
Today's goal is to get
Ah.
moving and burn fat. Just
Okay.
follow Coach Yansan. Are we ready?
If I had a
Let's
camera
go.
up, I would absolutely do these
Gotta warm up
exercises.
those muscles, so let's get our bodies moving.
Coach Eon's on
Now,
0326.
on to jump rope. Here we go. Keep pushing.
I don't have a jump rope, so I guess I
Next
wouldn't
up
be able
is
to do that.
high knees. Let's go.
Don't be another fat
You
joke, please.
got it,
I hope
Coach.
not.
Now, increase the speed.
I think it's more food
Sprint it
jokes
out.
than fat jokes. I don't think they made a fat joke yet. They just made a
Looking good.
food joke,
Now, into a wide squat.
which is a difference. Also,
You're amazing, Coach.
is
Keep it up. You can do it.
does Eon-san not have an English voice?
Hang in there. We're gonna alternate punches and knee drives.
Because I feel like Eon-san is supposed to be the one speaking here normally, right? And Varessa is speaking here.
Keep that core tight. Yes, Coach.
Do they not have an English VA for Eon-san ready?
Stretch it out.
Maybe it wouldn't surprise me if they had to
Cool
replace her
down
VA.
time.
That's Varessa talking, I'm pretty sure, right? Oh, that was Eon-san speaking? Okay.
All right. That's it for today's session.
Oh, that is
See you
Eon-san
tomorrow.
speaking. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
Miss out.
They sounded the same to me. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying enough attention. They sound very
Welcome
similar to me.
back.
Woo. Let's
My
jump
bad.
right into some system
My bad.
optimizations.
They sounded
First,
almost exactly the same.
Sanctifying Elixir, which travelers can use to generate artifacts, now has a guarantee.
Ooh, what kind of guarantee?
So starting in 5.5, for artifacts defined with Sanctifying Elixir, as you raise them to maximum level, at least 2 substat enhancements along the way are guaranteed to be applied to your targeted substats. Hopefully, this improves the leveling experience.
Yeah, definitely sounds like it'll be easier to get the artifact you're aiming for. This next update should also be useful. In version 5.5, the treasure compass will now be able to detect more treasure locations,
Wow,
including the
exploration,
new kind of
quality of
in
life.
the Collective of Plenty region.
Oh, nice.
Actually, a nice change. Yeah.
So that should make it easier to farm those primo gems.
Exactly.
How did I
Plus,
get-
in addition
what
to
happened?
the boss tracking update we mentioned
Sorry,
earlier,
somehow
there will
in
also
the
be
game I went
updates to
and
the mail system.
passively
so be
walked
sure to
over
check out
behind the corner
developers'
over here. I don't know
discussion
why
for
I did
further
that.
details.
It was
And
accidental.
also
It's my
have
default
a
state of being
piece of
apparently. I just go
gaming
hide
news
in the
to share.
corner.
So, Genshin Impact is teaming up with Seagate to release an external
Ah.
SSD. Let's take a closer look at the collab.
I've definitely not seen this yet. This is not the announcement I was referring to. I was referring to Eon Sun, but I'm. It's like. Yeah, why Sino indeed? Could you just rerun Staff of Scarlet Sands, please? Limited edition external SSD.
And with that, we've made it all the way through our version.
Please tell me there's an
5.5
additional
countdown.
announcement that's
Oh,
other than
which
an
means it's time for us
SSD.
to sign off.
It's the most
Guys,
random
it's
thing in
been
this
so
stream.
fun. We hope you've enjoyed it. We've really enjoyed seeing all of this new
I,
stuff that's about to come out. I'm really
Didn't see
excited
until
for the
yesterday
updates
that
to
I
come
may or may not have
content,
gotten an email
particularly
from
the
Seagate
updates
about said
that's
SSD.
awesome.
Definitely.
And it was like, I'm not supposed to talk about it
which
until
character
today when it was
outlet
announced. And I
goes.
was just like, what?
I was thinking if
Why is this
Marissa
being
has
announced
one,
during the
it's
live
gotta be
stream?
food themed,
Yeah.
right? It's going to be
Absolutely.
like mini
So I knew that
donuts
was going to happen,
or-
technically.
Tacos?
Yeah,
But-
tacos just like flying out of the back of her.
It's just
I mean,
random.
sounds
It's just
good.
so random.
Drop though, you know.
No, I'm sure she'll still eat them.
So,
3-second
anyways.
rule.
Well, I am super excited for
But-
everyone to get the chance to meet Veressa
Yeah, I don't know.
and have
Anyways.
fun with her in game.
If there's
learn
a
little bit more
a
about
Seagate
her.
SSD partnership
just
or
can't
sponsorship
wait.
happening in a future
And,
video, you know
I'm
why.
still learning a little bit about just
That isn't
secret
set in
city
stone.
of
I haven't
Dublin, learning
agreed to
more
anything
about
yet,
that. Just
but
super
I don't know. I'd be
interesting
fine
to
with
just
having a
explore this
sponsorship
whole
with that
different
SSD.
world
I'm
of
gonna talk to them. I'm gonna talk to the
So
Seagate person that
excited.
contacted me because
Well, it's
I have a
time
video
for us to say
idea that would
goodbye.
work
Goodbye,
to
travelers.
be sponsored by
See you in
Seagate.
game.
Bye, guys.
Okay,
Bye.
this was. They announced like nothing new that was unexpected other than an SSD. I was definitely hoping they were going to. Okay. So Genshin streams are the same as always. What's the chat say before we leave this? Moon Sisters. Okay. So we didn't see what Aoife's element was. No additional teaser other than just Aoife exists. L. This was like one of the most normal Genshin. I woke up early for this because I was hoping it would be a slightly different stream, and it wasn't that different. It's fine. Oh boy. Who's that fool? I don't know. Some dumb negative person. Aoife's Animo after zooming in. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Interesting. Animo, huh? An Animo Natlan. Oh, gotta turn on the audio. An Animo Natlan unit is interesting. Black. There we go. Because there is context for, like, you know, using an Animo unit for the fact that they could give 4-piece. That's not scroll. They can give 4-piece scroll buff. To whatever element they swirled, including Animo damage bonus, right? And notably, there's not a lot of methods of getting a lot of Animo damage bonus in this game, right? Like, I honestly do feel that Lanyang could have been a stronger character if she was Natlan, right? If she could use 4-piece scroll. Because sometimes maybe you could do double Animo with Lanyang and another Animo unit. Mizuki would have been a stronger character if she was a Natlan unit, because you could have, she has her weird thing with buffing swirl damage, right? So like Mizuki could have been on the Natlan set, buffing Animo and swirl damage, and you could have like buffed. I don't know, it wouldn't have done that much. I don't know. I don't think it's weird. It's like relevant in niche situations. They obviously, generally speaking, if they're your only animo support in a team, it's not going to be super relevant over VV. But the fact that it's going to be another source of getting animo damage bonus, and there's not a lot of sources of giving damage bonus to animo units, is a good thing. Is my point, I guess. Aoife's kit is really going to have to do something more than just be a scroll user, though. I will say. I hope he has more to his kit than just scroll user. But it's also worth mentioning that scroll buff works from off field, right? So if he gets off field swirls, he will give the off field buff, refresh the buff off field, and like so an off field swirl DPS could be something that could help Mizuki's existence, for example, right? Like if he's configured to be an off field swirl DPS, the scroll buff doesn't do that much for him, but it would do something for other units, and that could justify Mizuki's existence a little bit more, right? Off-field swirl DPS, as long as he's doing a lot of swirls and Mizuki's buffing his swirls. I don't know, right? A hard drive is $139 at 1 terabyte. Is it really? It's $139 for a terabyte? Hey, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Luca, sorry. You're exactly right. I mean, look. What do you expect from the price of an SSD with Sino? It has to be a bad joke of a price. I want to... Here, let's go... Let's go on... I'm not going to show this until I know it's not showing any information of mine for sure, but... actually, here, I'm going to open... No, I think that's fine. I don't think it's going to show anything... It has my old zip code in when I lived in Washington on my saved in my Amazon here, so if that's showing, that's fine. Because I don't live there anymore. You can have my old zip code. Actually, it's still probably not ideal to have because it helps people track down, but I'm pretty sure it's also out of view. So anyway, okay, fine. Give me a second. Let's just Google 1 terabyte external SSD. And to be clear, you're buying merch, right? Like here's Google Shopping. Is this a terabyte? It doesn't actually say a terabyte. I typed in a terabyte on the Google search, and they don't actually say a terabyte in the listing, which is kind of cringe. It's worth mentioning, yeah. So like,
This are nice. Let's take it easy.
if it's a premium quality drive, like there's variation in like how much you can pay to get a terabyte of external storage, right? Assuming the actual internal memory is higher quality memory, like something of the tier of this or this, and then it being a $30 upcharge, I guess that's fine. The $30 upcharge for some RGB lights and some Genshin Impact theming for a merch charge is fine, right?
Take a deep breath, as if you're about to blow up like
But you
a
can definitely get way better deals for more storage,
listen to it.
I will say. Like, I don't know if this WD31 is... It is. This is a $50 external drive for a terabyte. So, and it's also worth mentioning that, here, let me show you the magic of something that a lot of people don't consider. M.2 NVMe. Okay, these are actually more expensive than I thought too. Okay, the reason I thought this would be cheaper is because I recently bought one a few months ago for like $30, but that was from Micro Center. It was, I think, on sale. But either way, maybe a better example is like a 2 terabyte one. There we go. Here we go. So like, here's a 2 terabyte. I don't know how good this specific drive is, but just as an example of, you know, $90 ish, and let alone the fact that people sell a lot of these used. There's a well-known like market for used computer hardware. Used SSDs are potentially a good deal, but new SSDs will say $100. And then what about an M.2 NVMe USB adapter? Oh, look. For about $30 redos, and this is for a not cheap Windows. I'm not doing a Windows update. Stop. Look, for about $30, and this is for a not cheaper one. So the price of the Sino thing, you can get a double the storage and something that's probably smaller. Like, it doesn't have RGB. You're paying for the merch. You're definitely paying for the merch. So, anyways, to be clear, I wouldn't have a problem being sponsored by them. Like, as long as they don't require me to say something like, this is a good deal. I think it's obvious what that product is. And it's just a product. Anyways, so, it's $100 for a picture of Sino. Was it just his splash art too? Was it even custom art? Wasn't it just his splash art? Like, I think the RGB lights and the decoration on the side was more relevant than the art of the Sino. If it was just his splash art. But what if, okay, but if it had a speaker on it, what if it had a speaker on it and like when you plugged it in, Sino made a pun? Like, it had like, what if it had like 300 Sino puns recorded on it? And when you plug it in, Sino has a pun that is said out loud. Would that be worth it? I think that would justify it. It'd be cringe and I would hate it. I would end up hating it. But it also would make it worth it. Like, it would justify it. I don't think it does that, to be clear. I'm just hypothesizing of ways you can make that product justifiable and worth the funniness of it. Yeah, you can get a normal SSD and put Sino stickers on it. Indeed, you can. And you can even probably find an RGB SSD and put Sino stickers on it. But anyways, I don't think that's a particularly good deal. But if you love your Genshin merch, you know, don't let me stop you. If I happen to have a video sponsored by it, as long as they don't make me say something like it's a good deal, and they just are, and it's just like, hey, here's a Sino SSD, it exists, I'd be fine with being sponsored by it. I don't think it's like, I highly doubt it's a bad product. It's just an external SSD that's overpriced because of merch pricing, which is typical for that kind of thing, so it's fine. How do we feel about 5.5? The stream itself was kind of whatever. So, oops, that's, I don't know, where's that? I gotta get my notes. So, first thing to talk about real quick, because I think let's get this out of the way. Overall feelings. I look forward to 5.5 because, one, it's been a while since we had an exploration patch. I think releasing Mawiko without, and then the next patch after without exploration was a bit of an L on Mihoyo's part. And I think, even though like I don't 100% play Genshin for exploration, having exploration in a patch gives me something to do. That if exploration happens every other patch, right, in some form, it's much less easy, I feel like, to spiral into some negativity more. Like, this is not to say, like, I've been, like, that's my, I'm not trying to excuse myself being negative in some form. But I do think it's I think it's a factor. And I think other people might share that to some degree, right? Where you end up feeling a bit more burnt out in the game when they don't add as much exploration content, right? The reason I normally don't consciously feel that way is because, like, I always have felt like, yeah, I have plenty of exploration I could still do, except for the exploration I could do on my main account is not exploration I really want to do, right? Like, the only exploration I've done all the exploration in the game to enough of an extent, other than, like, I think this area is the main area I intend to do, but I have annoyances with this area too. But anyways, so yeah, like, new exploration content is like a nice default to just have something to do in the game that isn't, you know, yapping. And that's nice, I guess. So that's my feeling. Not that I have zero exploration content, but it's nice to have exploration content when exploration is one of the big selling points of the game, I guess. You bought a 1 terabyte external SSD a year ago, 10 years ago for $80. Yeah, that seems accurate. Oh boy, $130. To be clear, it wouldn't surprise me if part of the reason it's priced like that is tariffs. But I also don't know if that was US or what the pricing is in other regions. I don't know. The tariffs probably have an effect on something like that product. I don't know. Anyways, it's hard to determine whether or not tariffs have an effect on a product like that specifically because, again, like, I guarantee you Mihoyo probably takes 25% of the profit or 25% margin or something. Like, maybe it's not that quite high, but it's probably some large chunk of money that, like, that's why you see these branded products be so much more expensive, right? You're paying for the merch. So, you're paying for having merch branding on top of a useful product. So, it is what it is. Anyways, so yeah, 5.5 exploration, yay, sweet, sick. And the exploration from what they showed, it looks pretty cool. I think it might be one of the better areas added in the game. I don't think I was as big of a fan as this area as some people were. I didn't hate it, but I think it fell flat mostly because of the bird. I didn't like how annoying the bird was to use. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's the ley lines too. It's true. The ley lines being the ley lines going here and then where does it go after that? I don't remember. I don't know. Yeah. Anywho's. The bird scream Paul Chaska, that is kind of what it felt like, which is ugh. Yeah, so anyways, I didn't appreciate that much. But it's an overall still interesting region. Like this region felt very distinct. The integration of the main quest in particular, like, is what made this area feel like a real area. I didn't hate it, but definitely not my favorite area in the game. So, I don't know. I'll probably try to get the last 2% eventually. Cardi dropped. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Eva's Animo? Nice. Yeah, I mentioned that a little bit earlier, so I don't know. We don't have real info about his kid, so there's not much to hypothesize about other than that. Hey, that means we can have an Animo user on scroll, presumably. So hopefully they are at least an off-field swirl DPS. Is my feeling. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're gonna be good, but we'll see. Being a 4-star does not doom a character, which we'll talk about with Eon's on. Wasn't he Dendro? I don't know. Someone said that he's Animo. Like that. Someone said the vision was visible. So I don't know. I'm just trusting what other people saw right now, I guess. I haven't looked at it myself, so maybe it could be wrong. But anyways, I didn't hate this area. I think it was an interesting area. I like what they did with some of the stuff here. My point with that is, like, I don't know exactly how the new area is going to be, but based on what they showed, it seems like it's pretty cool. It's much more stuff, I think, than I expected from the volcano area, which is good. Definitely don't think it's going to solve the problem of Natlan being this weird wart. Like, it's no wonder they don't let you zoom out any farther than this in the Genshin map, because if they let you zoom out in the Genshin map, you'd see how goofy it looks with all the weird gaps and everything. It already still looks kind of goofy, but like look how much dead. Like, you can just draw a line straight over to Natlan here. There's just this much dead space, and anyways, it's fine. But like, I kind of wish they would fill out some of this here, so this was like an actual coastline we could walk along. I think that could help the world feel a lot better, right? Make there be coastline in the ocean here. Like, why is there nothing here? Like, right? Why is there nothing just right here? It's just kind of weird to me, right? I don't understand why they don't do it. I understand why they don't do it like here in case they're saving this for an area to add or something. But like, this is all just ocean, right? And there's just like the desert just goes to ocean here. So why can't we just like go walk on the coastline? I don't know. Anyways, I think it just make the world feel better. But maybe they're just leaving room for themselves to add things in the future. Like maybe Blackcliff Forge is over here or whatever. Like, I get it. But it feels like they're never going to address the ugliness of the map factor to some extent. Like, like this hole here. Like, ew. It's, like, just fill it in with water, please. It's fine. Just make it look less uggo. I don't know. Anyways, it's fine. It's a nitpick. It's fine. Why am I talking about that? I don't know. Let's talk about things that are positive, other than the exploration. An animal scroll user replace Farazon, you think? Okay. Actually, I feel like I've definitely had thoughts relatively recently where I was like, I wish I had an animal scroll user, but I can't remember right in this moment. I'm just gonna blame the fact that I haven't had that much sleep. I I feel like I have had some thoughts in the past that there are some limited contexts where having an Animo Scroll user could be relevant as a buffer option. It's very possible that they just might be budget Farazan though. Like that's what Aoife might be. Aoife might end up just being budget Farazan until you get Farazan C6, right? That's what they might be. A buff to DPS Farazan, that's true. That's true. Buff to DPS Farazan. But other than DPS Farazan, just the like how relevant is it for Xiao, for example? To have a scroll buff for Animo damage bonus. From Aoife. Xiao's best team, I think, is generally speaking, most people would agree, is Farazan C6, Shan Yun, Farina, right? So, if there's a scroll buffer released, I think it's very possible that scroll buffer is usable as better than Farazan in that team before Farazan C6. But it also depends what, like, Aoife's constellations look like and what their kit looks like that isn't just scroll buff, right? So, I think it depends. In the worst case scenario, I think they are a budget Farazan, is my overall take. In the best case scenario, they could be have an interesting kit on top of that, right? And have their own relevant teams and situations where they might uniquely be better. But I suspect Aoife's ultimately going to be a fairly niche character, is my guess. That's my guess. If he's an Animo 4-star scroll user, is the main intention for his design. Yeah, so let's talk about the artifacts real quick. So the artifacts that they made, the artifacts that they made are... Sorry, I'm just trying to decide which I want to farm. Describe them. One of them is a plunge artifact set, which is mostly intended for Varessa. Yes, it is better for Xiao. You've probably heard about that. If you're caught up with any kind of the YouTube space, I suppose, or content creator Genshin space because of Ziox existing. Possible always also be a healer. That's true, yeah. So that could be interesting. The fact like he might be an alternative to, if he's a team-wide healer, he could be an alternative to Shan Yun for Xiao teams to enable Farina. So like an Animo scroll user that is team-wide healer for as a 4-star team-wide healer for Farina like Aoife context, could be a pretty nice thing to have as a damage buffer plus healer. That's kind of all his kit would have to be, plus like off-field Animo swirls. That's all his kit would have to be to have compelling uses, right? So, yeah. Better than his signature set? Yep. Yarp. Oops. To be clear, I'm of the opinion that... That's the wrong thing. Wait, is that... No, that's not the right one. I'm of the opinion that the plunge set for Xiao is not better enough to justify going and refarming it. If you're someone in the situation that Ziox is in, where you have spent so much resin for this, trying to perfect your Xiao build, it would take you far too much resin to justify the improvement, right? It is not that significant of an improvement, right? And I also never, also for the like 5% improvement metric that I did was based on other people doing calcs. I'm assuming those calcs were probably based on mostly the Farazan Shan Yun team. I think without Shan Yun flat damage buff going on, it might not be better, because all the attack percent you get from this doesn't scale with Shan Yun buff, but Shan Yun buff does give you additional value with a bunch of extra damage bonus. So I think outside of the Shan Yun Farazan context, which is also like a single target context, it's not necessarily better, right? So in AoE context, it's probably only equivalent at best, right? So Point being, I really don't think it's that much of a Shao upgrade, actually. It's a Shao upgrade in potentially his best team in single target context, I believe. Right? But one of Shao's strengths is AoE damage dealing. So if it's not better in an AoE situation, and it's not better in non-Shan Yun teams, is it actually his best artifact set? Yeah. And if you never farm Vermilion, then it's just a nice new option to have. In my opinion. So, and I like that there's a plunge artifact set in the game. For anyone that doesn't know what it does, by the way, it gives 100% plunge damage bonus. So the 2-piece is 25% plunge bonus, which I like. I'm glad there's a 2-piece plunge damage bonus for 25%. And the 4-piece gives an additional 75% plunge damage bonus. But the trigger condition for getting the full 75% requires like using skill, some conjunction of skill and charge attack hits to actually keep up the buff, which is primarily seemingly designed in a way to make Veressa be the one to keep the plunge buff up. Which, by the way, I don't think the artifact set is incredibly better for Veressa either, because Veressa can work on the Natlan Obsidian Codex set, but the fact of the matter is she's like Chaska, where she's a crit rate ascending character, so it depends on your artifact situation a little bit. If you end up, it's not going to be that hard, just like we see with Chaska, it's not going to be that hard to overcap crit rate on this set on her. And if you are, that pushes you towards the plunge set, potentially for Veressa more. So it's a nice option to have for Veressa, but I also don't think you should stress out about having Veressa on the new set. Aoife has a gun in his pocket, so it's possible he's a catalyst. I don't think there's a strong correlation to gun and catalyst in this game. One of the gun users in the game is a claymore, and one of the gun users in the game is a sword unit, and one of the gun users in the game is a polearm. So, I'm not saying it can't be catalyst, but like, you know, just saying I don't know if there's a strong correlation to gun and catalyst. Chaska's bow, yeah, exactly. They're just maybe he's catalyst a gun user because they haven't done a catalyst gun user yet. Claymore gun, Navia. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, plunge artifact set. So the plunge set, 100% plunge damage bonus. One of the funny things is when the beta was first going, they didn't change the artifact sets at all during the beta. They could technically still do that. The beta's still going, and the update's not out yet. Crazy. But they probably won't change it. The only thing that happened during the beta is that they changed Veressa's kit very slightly. And technically it was a buff for Veressa, but it was only an extremely minor buff for Veressa with the plunge artifact set. It was basically functionally, it was an extremely minor buff, like the minorest of changes you ever have seen in this game with the plunge artifact set. And it seems like they primarily did that because it changed the relative value of this on Veressa compared to the new artifacts, such that it basically was a nerf to her kit because it made 4-piece Obsidian Codex worse on her. And that's basically what they did in the beta. But that does not mean 4-piece Obsidian Codex is bad on her. For other characters, for the plunge artifact set, because you might be imagining, well, okay, Cloud Retainer enables plunge DPSing for every melee DPS in the game, basically. So how relevant is plunge artifact set for other units? It depends. I don't feel like going through that list right now because I don't think it's that relevant. I think it's worth more talking about that when the set actually comes out. I'll look into it more, is my point. I think it's relatively situational on whether or not it would actually be an upgrade. And the reason for that is because the plunge set, if it's hard to maintain stacks like of the full 100% damage bonus on the characters, is a little bit iffy to recommend. And part of the problem is that most of the time if you're doing Shan Yun teams, you're doing Farina Shan Yun teams. And Farina enables 4-piece Marshal Hunter. So if you're doing plunge DPS, I don't freaking know. What's a Candace? Plunge DPS Candace, right? What's the value of the plunge set for her versus like 4-piece MH? Well, the 2-piece does something, which is nice, and it gives a whack ton of damage bonus. But also, Candace is not a crit ascending character, and it might be really nice for just convenience of building to just use 4-piece MH, right? So, and I don't know if Candace will maintain full stacks either. I think actually Candace might be one of the characters that can maintain full stacks because of her skill cooldown. So, point being, the plunge artifact set is not like, oh my, now anytime you're doing plunge memes, you should use the plunge DPS set. It's, why? We're not gonna think about that. Right, so, I know this happened probably just because I swapped weapons around, but like, that's a look. This is a look and a half. Anyways, useless blue stick. Oh well. Anyways, so yeah, the plunge artifacts are kind of whatever. Basically, it's kind of my point. I think anyone who really likes Veressa probably is going to end up farming them, particularly because of the fact that you might end up having other characters that really want your Obsidian Codex artifacts. Because like I can tell you right now, assuming I get Veressa, and I'll talk about my polling plan, which is the fact that my polling plan is I haven't decided. My polling plan for Eon's on. But like if we look at, I think I put someone on. Maybe not. I could have sworn I equipped someone with artifacts that was meant to be a loadout for Veressa, but oh well. I'll just look at my inventory manually. So, you know, I have this available, which is sweet. I can put that on Veressa, or this if I need the ER. There's reason. Thankfully, she is finally a Natlan unit, a Natlan main on-field DPS unit that has some potential synergy with energy recharge. That doesn't mean she has ER needs necessarily, because her whole kit is built like around resetting her skill, and I think she can very much be played without extra energy recharge. But she has some synergy with extra energy potentially, and she generates a ton of particles herself, I believe. Although she does have RNG particle generation, which is kind of annoying. But she has a secondary burst that you can use after her main burst that is additional damage, basically additional form of damage output, such that I think she has an interesting relationship with ER, but it's not in a way that's like, oh, you need to build extra ER on her. So anyway, something like this could be compelling on her. I'm not sure though. Point being, hey, I have that as options. Hey, I got a couple different feather options, and like, hey, I got some attack time bees. Yeah, you'll do, by the way, main stats for Veressa: attack, electro, crit. That's it. Builder attack, electro, crit, either on 4-piece plunge set or 4-piece Obsidian Codex. If you don't have 4-piece Obsidian Codex for whatever reason, because they're on other characters, and you are working on farming the new set for a permanent build for Veressa, do 2-piece, it'll be fine. Anyways, hey, I got 2 options for attack time pieces, sweet. And hey, I got an electro onset. Oh, there we have filtering. Hey, I have an electro onset goblet, sick. And then I have 1 crit damage circlet. Oops. Sorry, I have 2 crit damage circlets, but one's a Mualani circlet. So right now, my point with this is I have a problem with like, what if I want to play Chaska and Veressa at the same time? What if I want to play Kanich and Chaska at the same time? Or sorry, Kanich and Veressa at the same time. What if you want to play Muiga and Veressa at the same time? I think this is the true value of the plunge set on Veressa, is the fact that there's a lot of players that might be in a situation where they want their best artifacts on Muiga, on Obsidian Codex, and then they're going to farm the new plunge set for Veressa so that they can have a build on the character, and they don't have to change artifacts around, and they don't have to worry about, do they have enough Obsidian Codex artifacts for multiple characters. On my account, I can tell you, I'm not playing Chaska, Kinich. I never play Muiga on field. And if I do play Muiga on field, I'm fine with using Scroll. I don't have any real qualms with playing Muiga. If I was going to play Muiga on field, I have no qualms with using this build on her. It's perfectly fine. It's extremely usable. I would have no complaints. On my account. But like, So for me, it's like the only context where I'd really care is if I wanted to play Chask on one side and Vressa on the other side. And I don't think that's going to happen very often, because if I tend to play one strong character in the Abyss, this is my personal playstyle preference. If I'm playing a strong team on one side, I'm almost always doing something more unconventional on the other side of the Abyss, right? Like, I don't know, say DPS Lanyon, right? And that means I don't really think the plunge set is going to be relevant for me, assuming I get Vressa. So that's my overall take on the plunge set, even for Vressa, as it makes sense. But, you know, depending on what your Natlan character situation is and what your main DPSs you use the most in Abyss is, will determine how relevant I think farming the new set for Vressa is. The other artifact set is presumably basically a Skirk artifact set, although the artifact set has some weird conditions. So it's 2-piece cryo damage bonus, and then the 4-piece gives 60% normal attack bonus, damage bonus, and 60% burst damage bonus, but it's conditionally either or, wherein like if you do normal attack damage, you lose the burst damage bonus. And also there's the condition of having to have 0 energy, which muddies things too. So the point is, it's a really specific 4-piece trigger condition that is probably not going to be super useful on existing units in the game, generally speaking. And the weird conditional nature of the damage bonus, like a 60% damage bonus for burst damage bonus or 60% damage bonus for normal attack damage, is a pretty significant amount of damage bonus. But the trigger condition is such that it's probably meant for only Skirk, based on the design of the artifacts. That's an assumption. We don't know Skirk's kit. Yes, there's been some rumors. They're not worth taking too much stake in. We'll see. But chances are, I suspect, based on the design of the artifacts, it seems to be a wink, wink, hint, hint. So maybe that's the reason you farm that domain. But we don't know exactly what Skirk's kit looks like to see what the difference in that artifact set is between other artifacts. So it's not like we know it's going to be 80% better than other artifacts. It's not necessarily that useful on other characters right now. I think there's a good chance, based on some other rumors we saw, although we'll probably find out if we're getting these hypothetical characters. There is hypothetically, supposedly, this could easily not be true. Take it with a pile of salt. Pretend this is nothing other than theoretically anyone that could have. This could have been anyone just having a random thought of this would be a cool character that would exist in the game. Freeze Chevreuse. Free Chevreuse. What if they release a free Chevreuse that does team-wide healing so that you can pair her with Farina? So, you know, you would be locked to Cryo Hydro teammates. Get a big buff specifically to incentivize that. Give benefit to having the freeze reaction when enemies cannot be frozen, bosses. And what if they did off-field damage dealing with their burst at the same time? I mention that because if that hypothetical character exists that does burst damage bonus, and that does not this burst damage, but that is primarily a burst damage dealer, but also does, you know, Chevreuse buffing on top of damage dealing, the artifact set might be meant for them as well as Skirk. Like last year, remember, they did, in the equivalent patch last year, they released 4-piece Whimsy. Or not the equivalent patch necessarily, but similar time frame in the year. They released 4-piece, that's not Whimsy. They released 4-piece Whimsy, and that was for 2 different characters, right? But then there's also the burn set, and they released for only 1 character, basically. Although the burn set is weird in that you could use it on any character with, not any character, but a lot of characters with just burning happening in the team. So point being, I think it's possible the cryo set is actually meant for multiple characters, is all I want to emphasize. But you probably shouldn't assume it's going to be relevant on a given character until we actually see that character's kit. But if you're a Skirk enjoyer, I think it's relatively a safe bet that maybe you could start farming it. If you think you're going to want a dedicated set for Skirk, because it's very much likely to be her best artifact set. But we'll see what her kit looks like. So, it says works off field in the Skirk set. Yeah, exactly. That's my point. That's my point, is that they could have, that set is designed in a way that it easily could be meant for multiple different characters. Originally, my thinking was like, oh, that means that Skirk is going to have off-field and on-field utility, right? That's what I thought. That's what I thought the artifact set said, basically. Is that, oh, it told us, it was a wink wink, hint hint. Skirk is going to do either a normal attack on-field playstyle, or she has an off-field playstyle. And that still might be the case. But it's also possible they designed it that way just because it's for multiple characters, right? Like Whimsy set. Maybe they just designed it in a way so it works on multiple characters. We don't know. But I think the safe bet right now is that it works on Skirk in some form or another, and it's probably her best artifact set by a not insignificant margin, I would guess. If I was willing to bet, based on the fact that cryo DPSs don't necessarily have the most relevant sets, and I'm assuming she's not going to be able to use the Natlan artifact sets, to be clear, like the 40% crit rate set, because she's not going to have one of the overpowered crit rate sets available to her as a default. Like maybe with Farina, to be clear, she can use 4-piece MH. Like that's the most likely competing set for Skirk, because presuming that Skirk is a normal attack focused DPS, if you're pairing her with Farina, 4-piece MH, 2-piece will actually do something for her, which is nice, and then giving her some free crit might be relevant. But again, we don't know what her kit looks like. She might give herself 80% free crit rate, right? I don't know. So who knows, right? How relevant this is. But assuming she doesn't give herself a crap ton of free crit rate, in Farina teams, I'd say it's very likely this will be her second best set. Based on how the cryo set is designed. But then with an invested build, 60% burst, 60% normal attack damage bonus, 60% damage bonus on top of the cryo damage bonus 2-piece set should be enough to make the new set better than MH on her as a universal option, right? So I suspect most people pulling Skirk will probably want the new artifact set. But yeah, that's enough yap I think about the artifact set. They're not that interesting. I don't think they're super worthwhile to farm. That's a universal recommendation, which is very typical design for not 0.0 version artifact sets, to say the least. So I am mostly whelmed by the artifact sets, is my point. And that's kind of where they're at. But we can analyze them more in the future. I don't want my Skirk getting married with Farina. Yeah, I don't think most people would. So, yeah. Would Eva be useful as an animal scroll polearm in your polearms only account? Oh, that's interesting, yeah. I didn't consider that factor. Yes, that is a context where I think, like, Eon-san will help Xiao be more usable on that account, but Xiao is still not going to be a good character compared to the other options I have for strong teams and polearms only. Like, I will probably work on Xiao and try to give Xiao a serious shot with Eon-san release, because he's going to be actually doing semi-competent damage, I think, with Eon-san on polearms only. If, and again, yes, he's supposedly a catalyst user, supposedly. If he's a polearm user, though, big if, that could be useful because it would be another option for actually buffing Xiao. And it could, again, make Xiao teams actually real, but that'd be the only real use, I think, honestly. Or just being a VV unit, of course, but yeah. Anywho's, he moves a lot. Yeah, we'll talk about... Is an Eva catalyst? I literally just said big if, and I literally said before big if that supposedly he's catalyst, so I don't know what else I was supposed to tell you. Maybe you joined the moment after I said that, I don't know. Big Aoife. Yeah, big Aoife, indeed. So I don't know. We'll see what his kit looks like. Presumably he's in the next patch. I'm guessing as a 4-star next patch. So we'll see. We'll see. I like 4 stars in this game. I tend to like the 4 stars more than 5 stars. So, you know, as far as like Natlan characters that I've released this year, so far, my favorite characters they've released is Eonzon, Oron, and Sitlali, I think, and Lanyan. So, like, I like Mualani. I don't strongly dislike Kenitra Chaska. I dislike some aspects of the kit, and I like other aspects. Shalon and I like, but like, is not my favorite. I've had a yap about how I think she could have been designed to be a more interesting unit than she was. I don't think they had to just make her Kazuha too, and that's what annoys me slightly. So yeah, I don't know. I have 4-star bias is my point. So it's very likely I might end up liking Eva, but I don't know. Anyways, point is 3 out of the 4 characters I really like this year are 4 stars. So, anyways, I have no idea where people are getting these catalysts. They're probably just looking at whatever you know where, if you know where to look. Last thing about artifacts, the elixir change. I mentioned that briefly. I think this is a good change to the game. We're going to see a not insignificant... Is this from this week or next week? That's from this week. All right. Or last week. We're going to see a not insignificant increase in... Like the chances... Having 2 guaranteed crit rolls so crazily increases the chances of getting like high crit value artifacts. So expect the community to be awash with people flexing artifacts that they feel are really lucky, but ultimately aren't nearly as lucky anymore because it's much harder to get like a 40 CV artifact that isn't an elixir piece than it is on elixirs, right? It's basically what that change is going to mean. So there's going to be a lot of people that flex artifacts in the future that are just like, yeah, but it's an elixir piece. It's not like it was that unlikely, right? So only 3 lucky rolls? No, only 2. Like getting a 40 CV piece is going to be a matter of getting... you have to have a little bit of higher roll value too to get a 40 CV piece, to be clear. So it's not a 1 in 4 chance, but it's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of like a 1 in 6 chance, I'm guessing. When you like, if you on any given double crit piece you make with elixirs in the future, it's probably like a 1 in 6 chance it's a 40 crit value piece, right? Which is a lot higher than at a baseline for a normal double crit piece. No, it's not guaranteed to be 4-line. If it is, if they are guaranteeing it's going to be 4-line and they didn't announce that, that significantly changes that factor as well. And it's actually up to what is the chance of a 40 CV if they actually did make it a 4-line guaranteed, that'd be incredible. I'd be extremely happy about that. If it's 4-line guaranteed but they haven't announced that, so I'm just assuming it's not. They did show in the dev discussion post a 4-line piece. They showed a piece that had 5 upgrades. I don't know. I'm down with the cope hope that elixirs are going to be guaranteed 4-liners. I'm down with the cope hope, but I'm not going to expect it. If it is, that's incredible, but I'm not going to expect it. But I'm down with hoping for that. They did technically showcase. It's kind of interesting though, because they did showcase, like they purposely in the dev. Let me see if I can find the dev discussion post. Genshin 5.5 dev discussion. No, not that. There we go. Found it. Flap. So what I'm talking about here is they specifically... Yeah, this is their example artifact they showed. Where, Sanctifying Elixir will guarantee rolling 2 times. And I don't think they've clarified... I think what their wording is... Artifacts are enhanced level 20. Their defined minor affixes will be enhanced at least 2 times. But my assumption has been that this example is you chose crit damage and ER on a crit rate piece, and they seem to kind of have shown like the near worst case scenario, kind of, where it guarantees rolling twice in the stats you choose, and it only rolled twice. But they chose to show a 4-liner because there was 3 additional rolls. So maybe just for like the fact that it's more complicated to communicate changes, they chose not to communicate that it's guaranteed 4-liners. So that's where the copium mentality might be coming from. But all that it would take to validate that is the moment the patch drops, you see someone post a 3-liner that they get from elixirs, right? So, it's not guaranteed to be the first 2 rolls, is it? I think that's where they trick you. What do you mean? It says when fully leveled up. I don't know when the rolls are happening. I don't know. Does that matter, Tangai? Does it matter when the rolls are happening? It doesn't change the odds of things at all. If the first roll is guaranteed to go into crit or ER, or the last roll is, it doesn't matter. It might change your experience when leveling it up one by one, technically. But actually, arguably, it's better. Yeah, arguably, it's better for it to happen in the last true rolls. I think it's arguably better for the last true rolls to be guaranteed to the chosen rolls because of XP cost. Because theoretically, if you're using the elixirs, you want the random rolls first, because the random rolls is what determines you're keeping the artifact or not, right? So if you get 3 flat HP rolls as your random rolls, and then potentially get 2 ER rolls, right? That means you might throw away this circlet, right? Like if you get 3 flat HP rolls, you can know that it isn't an upgrade compared to your existing artifact potentially, and that saves you the XP. So I don't know. I don't know when the guaranteed rolls happen.
Get into position like this.
I would argue that's better for them to happen at the end for XP efficiency. Yeah, so at level 12 if it's worth it to level further. But it also doesn't really matter that much, and it wouldn't surprise me if it was guaranteed as the level 4 and level 8 rolls. So, anyways, it doesn't matter that much. On a statistical level, it doesn't change the odds of getting a particular quality artifact. It just changes your decision-making process, potentially. So anyways, I don't think it's guaranteed to be 4-line, but it's possible because of the fact that they made that change and they didn't announce it. I don't know. There's possible aspects of this that they made. There's information we don't know about how they implemented the system, right? Like, I don't know, for example, whether or not they haven't clarified, for example, even if I'm assuming it isn't always going to do 1 roll into crit damage and 1 roll into ER. It's just saying it rolls these stats 2 times, right? The verbiage is their defined affixes will be enhanced at least 2 times, which implies to be that what's possible is you could get 2 crit damage rolls and no ER rolls, or you could get 2 ER rolls and no crit damage if you choose crit damage ER here, right? Which I'm assuming they're going to do it that way, because that would be better. I would be kind of annoyed if they did it the way of like you're guaranteed 1 roll into each. Like some people would prefer maybe 1 roll each on a making balanced builds level. That would maybe be better, but particularly the context of circlets makes me think that's not a preferable context. And also I don't like it because, and again, in the context of like crit damage ER, sometimes my ideal artifact I could maybe get from an elixir would be a piece that would roll like 2 or 3 times into ER, right? Like if I'm choosing to make a circlet from my hybrid Raiden, I would choose probably crit damage, crit rate substat, and then ER, and my preference would actually be getting at least 2 ER rolls. So I would prefer the possibility to get 2 ER rolls, and many people would prefer the possibility of getting no ER rolls and all crit rolls, right? So if they make it that it's guaranteed 1 roll into each, like this, that's going to annoy me. But again, that's not their verbiage. Their verbiage is just enhanced 2 times. So my assumption is it's RNG, and you can get no ER rolls, you can get no crit rolls, right? In this example. But we'll see. All this guarantees is elevating the worst artifacts to a higher minimum. It doesn't increase the chance of getting 40 CV at all. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Why do you think, like, it has removed 2 of the substat rolls you need to, like, if you have two lines that are double crit in your substats, and it's a 50% chance you get crit rolls at a baseline, we'll ignore the variable roll values in between for simplicity, and just assume that to get a 40 CV piece, you need 4 crit rate rolls, right? 4 crit rate or crit damage rolls. And you have 2 guaranteed. That means to get a 40 CV piece, or close to 40 CV, because there's variable roll value, you need 2 rolls. You need to win 2 50-50s instead of 4.
Relaxing days like this are nice.
No, you still roll them, but if you get lucky, the guarantee doesn't apply. The guarantee only applies if you get unlucky. Why are you assuming that works that way? And also, I'm pretty sure even if it works that way that you're implying, that's just like that doesn't actually change the odds, I don't think. I don't think it changes the end result that you're guaranteed getting the 2 rolls. Either way, the fact that you're guaranteed getting 2 rolls functionally removes RNG. It removes 2 of the RNG rolls, always. If it always removes 2 of the RNG rolls, then functionally you have 2 chances of 50-50s that you need to worry about. I don't know. It's a weird statistical problem. I might be wrong there. But I'm pretty sure it doesn't really... I don't know. I don't think it's a correct statement to say you have the same chance of getting a 40 CB artifact. That doesn't make sense to me. Unless I'm completely misunderstanding things. Like, statistics math is weird sometimes. And it's easy to make intuitive guesses that are completely wrong sometimes. But I'm quite confident I'm not wrong here. But I don't know. Yes, you still need luck to get a high roll. I know the stupid variable roll values exist. That's why I presuppositioned with saying you need... We're assuming ignoring the stupid roll variation. I know. That's why it's not actually a 1 in 4 chance to get a 40 CV, but it's somewhere along the lines of like a 1 in 6 chance. When specifically under the condition of when you craft a double crit piece, to be clear, you're crafting a double crit piece, not a circlet, a double crit substat piece with elixirs. It's probably like a 1 in 6-ish chance. And that's me trying to just make a vague estimation, not an exact number, a vague estimation factoring in variable roll values and the fact that 4 lines are possible. So, anyways. But yeah, you only have to hit 2 50-50s out of 3. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't think my intuition is wrong there, but I don't know, maybe I'm derping. I don't know. Anyways, the elixir change is a good thing. That's the point. And it makes them much more relevant to use rather than like a total crapshoot before. Because that's kind of what they felt like. Is like, they felt like, yeah, they're valuable to have as an option, but also they almost weren't even worth stressing about that much because they were so RNG that it was just like, you have high hopes, but you still get let down. Is what they felt like more often than not. They gave me a couple good artifacts, but they also gave me a couple poopy poopies. Only 2 codes are working from the stream? Really? Okay, well, I don't think I can do anything about that. So, anyways. I never finished writing my resin. I teleported away. Oops. We shall see. But I suspect a lot of people are going to get a lot of their best artifacts from the elixir change. Is kind of all it is. All 3 work? Okay. 1 code had the number swapped. Oh, that was probably... Oh, like it was probably the ones I typed out. My bad. I probably did a typo because I was typing them in while I did. So let me see. I think I put them in my clipboard. Yeah. Oops, my bad. The last one I did had the 6 and 2 in the wrong spot, which hopefully, if you probably could have figured out what the error was if you looked at it yourself and saw that, you know, it was supposed to be 0326. The date the patches lie. I wonder why they did those numbers. But anyways, so oops, my bad. Yeah, thank you for posting that, Harshil. And Phantos. So anyways, Thirth code. Thirth is a perfect word. I like it. Look, there's no problem. Look, if we lived in a different... we could easily live in a different reality where saying Thirth was completely correct. Right? There's nothing really fundamentally wrong with it other than, like, you were told it's supposed to be third and therefore Thirth is wrong. But, like, let's be real. Is it that hard to understand what someone means when they said Thirth? You understand what Thirth means, especially when it's in written form. And it's funny, too, so it's perfect. Anyways, yeah. It's going first, second, third, and then fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. There's an alternate reality where it goes first, second, third, fourth, fifth. And there's no functional difference between those 2 realities other than you say a word slightly differently. Anyways. Capitalization doesn't matter for the codes. So, anyways, let's talk about character kits. Actually, sorry, before we talk about character kits, I'm going to talk about Vressa again. I've mentioned the food theming, and how I think the food theming, assuming it's done right, is fine. One, again, what I've seen so far has not been like fat jokes. It's just been food jokes. And food jokes is fine. And like I said, as a core characterization thing, it doesn't really make a character land for me because I don't like food. I would so extremely gladly, and I already do this kind of in some form technically, but I would so very gladly welcome the opportunity to like entirely not have to think about food. Like the theoretical ideal would be like if I could take a pill that had all my daily nutrients in it, and like didn't still get like the problem with doing that is you'll still get like hungry at like normal times, so you have to like deal with that psychological aspect. But anyways, I don't like food, so it's not like I don't understand that other people like food. I understand that other people like food, and that can be a characterization of why of a character. But my problem is when it's just like the only thing about the character, like which tends to be a flaw in like anime or story writing, or like in particularly gacha games where a character has like one gimmick about their characterization, and that's like their character gimmick, right? And then the only other thing about their characterization is that like she's a cute anime girl, and oh, she does wrestling moves, but then oh, her characterization doesn't talk about wrestling at all. She just talks about food. That's where I think the characterization would fail for me, right? That's what I'm talking about. Is there a reason for not liking food? No, I don't. Not that is worth talking about. It's not L. But did the person that posted the Eon Sun code put an L instead of an I? I did not before. Here, good lord, everyone's having problems with this code.
Into position like this. Move like that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is correct.
That's it.
Oh boy, Eon Sun is an I. Lan Sun, yeah. Coach Lanyan. I'm pretty sure that is correct. But anyways, I would gladly photosynthesize over eating food. Well, actually, no. Photosynthesizing sounds more inconvenient because I think I'd have to be in the sun, and that sounds annoying in its own right. The problem is the time involved is an annoyance for me. Anyways, and having to think about food is an annoyance. But yeah, I tend to only eat when I like get noticeably hungry. Oftentimes, like when I have my 7-hour stream yesterday, I was hungry by the end of that stream. But only because of the fact that before I did my 7-hour stream, the only thing I ate was a granola bar. So I was hungry by the end of that. But if I had like a little bit more food before doing that 7-hour stream, I probably wouldn't have gotten hungry by the end of that stream. And from my understanding, that's an extremely foreign concept to a lot of people. To a lot of people, like apparently they just think about food constantly, which is extremely foreign to me. So I don't know. It's one of those like weird differences you don't realize until you see people talking about it completely differently, right? And like yeah, so my relationship to food and how compelling of a character trait it is different. Is my point. My dude, sustain yourself. I'm fine. I'm pretty sure I'm much healthier than the average American. Just saying. Is that a little bit of a narcissistic take? Maybe. I'm not saying I'm perfectly healthy. I should probably have more calorie intake than I do for my height, based on that generic, like, you know, recommendation. But I definitely don't think I'm unhealthy. It's not a high bar, exactly. You don't crave for certain food? No, I'm not saying I don't crave. And I snack on things. But like, I don't know. If I have a crave, I can tell you like my lack of desire for food is like if I have a craving for food, I can be at the store, have a craving for food, but if I see the price tag, even and it's not like I'm like poor or anything, but if I see the price tag and it's like arbitrarily more than I feel like spending, like let's say I have a crave like strawberries for example is like a craving food that I will have. If I'm going to Walmart and I go buy the strawberries, I'll be like, I would love some strawberries. Strawberries are crack. They're crack food, okay? Right? I'm 6'1". Yes, I am 6'1". I'm actually 6'1". I am not like, oh, I'm over 6 feet tall. No, I am 6'1". Anyways, I know there's the meme of people saying they're 6'1" and they're not actually 6'1". I am the meme height. Anyways, strawberries, right? But like strawberries expensive. What's 6'1" in metric? Like 2-ish meters, but I don't know exactly because technically a meter is like, I don't know, we're getting real distracted about personal questions rather than talking about the video game. 6 foot 1 inch is 1.852 meters. There you go. 1.8542 meters. 1.85 meters. There you go.
Relaxing days like this are nice. Let's take it easy.
185 centimeters. Yeah. I'm 2 meters tall. That's 6'5". Yeah, I was. That's why I wasn't sure exactly. Anyways, minimize that. Yeah, strawberries like, you know, crack food. I'm tempted to buy strawberries, but then I go look at the price of strawberries and it's like 2 pounds of strawberries is like $10. And I can eat 2 pounds of strawberries in a day. So like, so my brain, as soon as I see that, I'm like, okay, do I want to pay $10 for a 1-day snack? And then I'll usually pass. Sometimes I'll buy strawberries. But my brain, I just do those like quick computations of like, how many days worth of food or snack is this? How many dollars per day is it? Those are calculations you can do in half a second. And then I'm just like, $10 for a snack for a day is like, 2 pounds is a ton of strawberries, not for me. Yeah, sorry. Look, to be clear, I don't think I would normally eat 2 pounds of strawberries in a day. That's a little bit of an exaggeration, I think. Normally, it would probably take me 2 days, I think, to go through 2 pounds of strawberries. I do not think that is an excessive estimate. I think that is normal for me if I was going to buy it. And I definitely could eat 2 pounds of strawberries in a day, but that would usually mean I don't eat that much other food, other than a few other like things. So, anyways, fruits are expensive, basically, and even for something I like strawberries a lot, it's very easy for me to push past the desire to consume them, is my point. And then I'm saying that mostly to say is like on a characterization level, I don't think the food gimmick of breast is a selling point to me. But now that I'm starting with my criticism of that, basically saying I don't like food gimmick as the priority gimmick for a characterization. But it can be fine if there's other characterization. We'll see what a characterization is actually like in game. But I'm also going to defend the food gimmick a little bit here. And you might be confused by that. And the reason being is because let's use numbers again. Let me look this up. Calorie intake for professional athletes versus calorie into. I hate Google's AI bullcrap. We're gonna have to find articles that aren't Google's AI bullcrap. But calorie intake recommendation for. I mean, it's different for males and females, and it's different for like different size of bodies and things. So like, you know, take these numbers with a pile of salt. But anyways,
Take a deep breath.
is WebMD better than WebMD has to be better than Google AI crap, right?
And then,
Surely.
poof. It's now
Anyways, so I want to mention this because I think the estimate for professional athletes is really varied. We'd have to like look at actual studies to get different kinds of estimates, because I think there's probably discourse on this. Google's AI overview says 3,000 to potentially 10,000 or more per day. We can look at some different articles, but so normal human, so a child is like 1,000 calorie intake per day, and calories, by the way, is a unit of energy measurement. Technically it's kcals, because a calorie is specifically how much energy is needed to heat one. If I recall, it's the amount of energy needed to heat 1 to raise the temperature. Stop telling me to Windows update. To raise the temperature of 1 cubic centimeter of water by 1 degree Celsius or Kelvin, same thing. Put a swear word in your Google search and it skips the AI. Does it really? Okay, but now it gives me a Quora result. And that's like just as bad. Like, to be clear, Quora can be good. It depends on the person that's answering. But like, you know, anyways. So, average intake anyways, you can see, depends on age and estimate and whatever. You can see for the human female is from 1500 to 2200, and a human male is from 1600 to 2800. And professional athletes, I think that the search results I had before were actually better, potentially. Adding a swear word in there screwed up the search results. No, go away, Google AI. So let's look at this one. Sure, we'll look at the NPR result. Okay, that's interesting. This U-Health. My understanding was that some professional athletes like are in like the 5,000 plus range. To have calorie. Oh, this just says athletes in general. I wanted professional athletes specifically, not athletes. Professional athletes is a different context from athletes. But like, yes, if you are a lot more physically active, yes, you want more. The general thing is, yes, if you are a lot more physically active, you want a lot more calorie intake. Okay, let's be more specific with our search. Calorie intake for professional football players. Yeah, this is the stat I think where I was kind of remembering. NFL players that have upwards of 7,000 calories per day. Yeah, and it's going to vary by sport, how physically active it is, whatever. Like, the point being is that when you're really physically active, and particularly if you're a professional athlete, endurance athlete, carbohydrate loading, 3,000 to 8,000 per day. So I don't know where wrestling is. My point is I think there's a justification. I think there's an actual basis in reality justification for Varesa eating a lot and also being a relatively fit person still. Right? Is because why not go for wrestlers? Because I don't think it's that important because this is a fantasy video game. I don't think looking into specifics of wrestling calories is that important. I'm just making a generalization of being active, being professionally active in particular, and from what I understand, she's said to be a professional athlete, right? Necessitates much more calorie intake. And is there a justification for Sitlali's alcohol problem? Yeah, depression. Anyway, so point is, that's my defense of it. You know, I don't think it's just like, because some people are like, you know, oh, of course Hoyle makes a slightly chubby character, and then they just have to make her obsessed with food. But I think you can justify it on a level of like, well, professional athletes need to have more calorie intake. So I think it's a more justifiable character gimmick on a story level when the character is also a professional athlete. Like, I think that's a decent justification for it. That's all I'm really saying, is there is that connection. So I think it's fine. But it also depends on if it crosses the line into being a bit excessive, right? Because it's very likely they're going to go anime logic and it's going to cross the line into being a bit excessive and silly. So I reserve the right to take my acceptance of the gimmick back and hate the gimmick later down the line. I don't think she's chubby. No, I don't really think she is either. I think she is best described as thick. And probably only with 2 C's, not 3. Anyways, thick with 2 C's and no more. That's my description of her. Like, she looks like a pretty fit individual, quite frankly. Just a little bit bigger. And that's what a lot of people like, I'd say. But anyways, there's a lot of people who like even bigger. Anyways, different body preferences exist in the game. It's cool that Genshin is getting different sized models. I like that. It's a little bit sad that they then immediately showed Aoife, who is like default twink model. He's the me model. No. Anyways, it's fine. We like twinks. Most people like twinks, and they hide the twinkness. If Mahoya wants to hide the twinkness, they just put a bunch of clothing on the character. Anyways, so anyway, let's talk about the actual character kit. What am I doing, by the way? I'm doing like nothing in this video game. I think I'm done with my dailies for today, honestly. Yeah. Anyways, animations are just, you know, visual gimmick mostly. Being that her moves are like wrestling moves of like jump. I think the intention with like the butt pound wrestling move is like when wrestlers are going on like the sides of the wrestling ring, I guess. I don't know what the terms. I don't watch wrestling if it's not obvious. Don't watch wrestling. Like I've been told that those are wrestling moves. So you know what? I think that's kind of a funny visual gimmick. The ropes, yeah. Like jumping out of the ropes and like doing a butt slam is apparently a wrestling move. Now, obviously, this is a fantasy video game where she magically jumps herself in the air, and that's fine, right? So I think it's a perfectly fine and funny visual gimmick. It's a video game. We can have funny gimmicks. Sitting on enemies to crush them is funny. I'm sure there's going to be a contingent of people that make fun of that on a sexualization level. But I think it's perfectly justified on the wrestling gimmick. Again. So, I don't know. I think it's fine. As far as visual gimmicks in Genshin go, I don't think it's the most offensive one.
Let's ride. Rev the engines.
Just saying. And it's fine to have the motorcycle too. It's a video game. But I think this is a more offensive thing. Just saying. Anywho's. I dislike the presence of the motorcycle more than I dislike the idea of butt plunger. Butt plunger. Buy now for $39.99. The best way to unclog your toilet. Anyways, Sean Yoon. Yeah, I'll talk about Sean Yoon a little bit. Sorry, I got distracted making a stupid plunger joke. Anyways, my brain. This is my brain at 8:52 a.m. I need to go take a nap so I can record videos. I got a busy day today. Not getting sleep today is not ideal. Oh well, I blame the lunar eclipse. I should show my lunar... No. Don't get distracted. I want to show some of my photos. I do want to show some of my photos. They're not that incredible. I'm not a professional photographer, and I don't have equipment that makes taking photos of lunar eclipses very easy. But I still got some nice photos. But anyways, we can't get distracted with me showing photos. And I also haven't, like, edited many of them. They're just raw photos right now. But anywho's, I posted one of the photos in my Discord in the off-topic channel if you want to see it. Whimsy. Oh, they didn't even announce that in the stream. Whimsy is in Strongbox. I forgot about that. Whimsy and the Burning set is in Strongbox, and the Navia artifacts, which is probably pretty important to Navia peoples. Yes, all the Fontaine artifacts are officially in the Strongbox next patch. Unless Mahoyo decided to reverse that from what's in the beta currently. Which is good. So yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I might try to get Navia. I'll probably try to Strongbox because all I need for my Navia, I think, to get her on that is, yeah, I have a compelling circlet. I have a compelling goblet. This is a more than compelling enough onset goblet in conjunction with a crit rate weapon in particular. So all I really need, I think, is just, you know, a flower and feather that are compelling. I had a flower and feather before that were like good enough to make it technically a side grade to a 2-piece build, but definitely not really an upgrade. And the amount of crit rate I had on my 4-piece build was low enough that I was frustrated using Navia, so I ended up throwing those artifacts away and switching to a 2-piece build, because it was basically the same damage but more consistent. So I just need to get a flower and feather, which means that's a perfect opportunity for the ideal Strongbox. Strongbox for a little bit, get an okay Flower and Feather, and then I'll have a permanent 4-piece Navia build, which is cool. I'm not gonna like farm forever for her. I don't play her enough to care about having that incredible build, but just a permanent build that I know she's on a build that I can use her is what I would want. So I like that is in the strong box. But yeah, so Varessa's kit, she's going to be a very competent like the side effect of them releasing stronger on-field units and like releasing Moika is if they want to do any on-field unit for like an Electro DPS, like they could release a unit that like does a bunch of Electro application on-field, except whoops, they already did that. They already made on-field Fischl. So like and releasing on-field Fischl 2 is kind of pointless. So instead they go with the visual gimmick as well as, okay, how do they make the kit relevant other than just a visual level? Well, they just gave her pretty high multipliers. So she's basically a unit that in her best team, she's going to get around like 100k DPS. In her slightly worse teams, it'll still be like in the 80-90k range from what I've seen. That is well beyond the margin of competent, in my opinion. Is there a particular reason to pull Varessa though for a mechanical utility? Not really. I don't think there's that much mechanical utility to her. She's a catalyst that gives her, I think, a little bit more relevance for like ability to like apply additional electro for shield breaking or whatever. She is solidly in the category of characters that is easily strong enough and easy enough to build. If you like her, you want to play her, you'll be satisfied. You'll be able to get her to do pretty good damage pretty easily. The way to make her do damage, her team building is basically okay. Because her element barely matters. Like, because Electro doesn't have any big scaling reactions like Vaporize, Melt. Because she's a big multiplier Electro damage dealer, the relative value you get from like aggravates is extremely low. This isn't to say that like using her in an aggravate team will be unusable or anything, but there is not going to be an aggravate team that is her best team, or close to her best team, right? But you'll be able to play like Dendro teams with her in situations where you might say want Dendro because there's a shield that a shielded enemy that Dendro is particularly good at getting through, right? So there's not zero reason to play Dendro with her. But her best team format is basically just going to be, well, she's an attack scaling DPS with big multipliers. So put whatever buffers with her. Eon-san is on her banner. You will basically always play Eon-san with her. So that basically every one of her teams is going to be Eon-san. I think very, very few people are ever going to play Varessa without Eon-san. Yeah, her AoE should be fine for triggering Hyperblooms. And then from there, you have whatever other buffer options. So you have Farina, universal damage bonus, Hydro, you get some electric charge damage is something. And then you need a healer if you're doing Farina, of course. Eon-san does have a little bit of healing on her passive. Even with C2 Farina, Eon-san is not healing enough to give compelling damage bonus, so you will need to put another healer with Farina. So you can do, for example, Shanyun, Farina, Eon-san, Varessa, right? That will be one of her stronger teams. But you can also follow other team formats, because it's just like putting any unit that can buff electro damage. So doing Shalonen, Bennett, Eon-san, Varessa should be pretty good as well. Doing Shalonen, Kazuha, Eon-san is probably going to be fine too. Just like that works with Nuvulat, that'll probably work pretty well with Varessa. It shouldn't be her best team, to be clear. Because there's other options to make make teams with her that'll do more damage. But yeah. And technically her best team is going to be a Shevers team. So technically Varessa's Shevers team. But this is not going to be universal for every account though. Because I think whether or not you have C6 Shevers is a difference maker to whether or not technically Shevers teams are her best team option. But more notably, Moika and how much damage Moika can do in a Shevers team is a big part of the reason why sorry, I got distracted by a phone notification, is a big part of the reason why Chevrolet's teams are her best team technically, because it's like it's Veressa, Eonson, Muika, Chevrolet, right? Is her best team, particularly if you have Chevrolet C6. It's like 100k DPS, and it's a decent bit margin higher than her other team options. And part of the reason for that is because she's a big multiplier unit. You gain less relative value for her with like Shan Yun than you do for like how Xiao gains from Shan Yun, right? This is the problem with the balance of Muika's kit, specifically with the balance of how they made her burst damage work, the initial hit damage, right? If you're just doing something like I do, where I'm just pressing E on Muika and refusing to press her burst, well, that changes things a little bit, and I don't think it's technically her best team anymore, I think. Although I haven't done calcs to try to see what the DPS is if you don't use Muika's burst. Normally, if you're using Muika in a Chevrolet's team, though, people will probably use her burst. And you'll be able to do Chevrolet's teams, though, as a compelling format, because Chevrolet's teams are kind of all about just buffing raw damage multipliers. So Chevrolet's teams with Veressa should be kind of similar to Chevrolet's teams with, like, Chlorine, right? And Eonson will help a lot. So just do Chevrolet, Eonson, off-field Pyro. You're kind of good. So like Pyro Traveler should be a compelling unit to be in a Chevrolet Veressa team. I don't think many people with the same exact build with Muika versus Veressa are going to feel like the team is struggling with Pyro Traveler versus Muika, right? So, you know, if you don't want to do Muika as your support for Veressa, you definitely don't have to, in my opinion. But Muika can be the difference maker in whether or not it is her best team a lot, or not, because that is the case for freaking half the units in the game right now. Thanks, Muika, for doing that. As the asterisk on every single character, if there is potential Muika synergy, if Muika can be the off-field support where off-field Pyro is relevant, and her burst damage does what it does, it means that oftentimes that becomes a character's best team. Oops. I wonder if they effed up on the balance of this character. Is what it is. See, this is why I'm protesting this character's burst and not using her burst. But anyway, Veressa will be completely usable. Other options for buffing is going to be, you know, anima units. I mentioned like Kazuo before, but like doing Lanyon on Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers will be a perfectly cromulent option, right? Let's say, like a fairly budget, compelling option. And again, this is doing Eonson and Bennett in the same team, I know. Like, I think a large amount of people, part of the selling point of Eonson, and we haven't talked about her yet, is going to be the fact that Eonson can be used on a separate team from Bennett. I think that is more valuable than using them both together, but using them both together is also still compelling. And so, you know, as a 4-star budget option for just buffing Veressa and making her deal compelling damage, Eonson, Bennett, Lanyon on TDDS, right? Crazy. You're the only person I've ever heard say cromulent. I don't know where I start. It's a word I use on occasion. It's not a new word for me. I don't know. It's a fun word. It's a funny, stupid, fancy word. I don't know. It's a funny sounding word, cromulent. And it's a word you can understand by context, even if you hadn't heard it before, usually. So, yeah. Anyways. Sino rerun in 5.7. I don't think anyone knows with any reliability when Sino's being reran. I don't think the SSD partnership particularly indicates a rerun. Is it possible? Sure. But I also think it's possible Sino gets doomed to a Chronicle banner. He is a very Chronicle banner boy. The only thing that might save him from being not Chronicle banner is Staff of Scarlet Sands is a weapon banner they might want to use to help sell weapon banners. And quite frankly, that's my take on Hu Tao. The reason Hu Tao was not in Liyue weapon banner is because Homa sells weapon banners. And I think that might be the context Sino is in. Where they rerun Sino to make a weapon banner good. Anyways. Sino rerun on SSD. Man, imagine how many people would buy the SSD if it got you like a copy of Sino. I'd do it. I'd buy the SSD if it got you a copy of Sino. I feel like that's such like an obvious thing the gacha game should do. Like, do merch products that are overpriced merch products that come with a digital code. It costs MiHoYo nothing to give Sino for free. And like at this point in the game, they're not making money on Sino. Like, let's be real. How much money is MiHoYo making on Sino? They'd probably make that's like such an obvious thing to do, is it not? There's no way. They would make so much more money on Sino if they like gave you a Sino code to redeem in Genshin. Right? Like if you could pay $130 for an overpriced SSD with Sino art on it and RGB lights, but it came with a code for Sino in game, that means like you can rationalize it on like, okay, I'm paying for a $60 SSD with fancy lights and art, and then paying $60 extra for Sino in game. They would make more money on Sino existing at that point than they are probably do from the average amount of money they make from Weapon Banner. I feel like that's such an obvious thing to do that it's surprising I haven't seen any instance of a gacha company doing that I'm aware of. But I'm guessing people could buy the SSD and only sell the code. Okay, people still had to buy the SSD. MiHoYo has to do the partnership with these companies, right? And MiHoYo is taking a percentage of the margin. MiHoYo is making money from the SSD sales. So if there's only one code per actual SSD sold, they're making money on each Sino, right? Like every Sino they give for free is whatever. And like as far as like getting, is it being trivial to like enable like a cheap way to get C6s? One, I don't think that'd be that problematic. But two, they could just limit it to one per account only. They usually do that for codes anyways, right? So that's such an obvious thing I feel like they should do, is do merch things with products like an SSD that are overpriced, but do it with a code for a character that isn't going to make them much money anyways. Like there's so many characters in the game that they could do that for. Like imagine if they did that for Tarte, Klee, Albedo, or even I think Benji's in that category too, or Yoimiya, right? All these characters they don't really make them meaningful money when they rerun these characters, right? Like that's obvious. They would make more money doing a free version, like a free character that you get when buying a physical product. And that would feel so much less bad than like gambaing in game. I don't know. I feel like it could be a PR win and a win for MiHoYo. It feels like a win-win thing. Like why aren't they doing that on the business level? That's my question. It's like I can't think of the business downside of doing that. It seems good. Like I think people would have a positive reaction to it, and I think it could be a good business decision. Why don't they do it? Is it just because it would invalidate the psychological brain rot of only being able to acquire characters through Gamba? And as soon as you break the barrier of allowing people to acquire characters without Gamba, it breaks the illusion that people have that they need to engage with the Gamba. That might be why. Maybe some law? No, I doubt it. Anyone bringing up, oh, there's laws with gacha? No. Like, MiHoYo saying they will do things, like, they will do things in game means yes. If they're saying that, like, yes, that might be the reason that they don't do it technically, is because it says Farina is only acquirable on Gamba banner. And there is no other way to get this character in this mess here other than Gamba banner. The only thing that, yes, they might be risking a lawsuit if they backpedal. There's no law that says they can't change their mind and do something different. Right? Technically, they announced that they weren't going to run characters on Chronicle banner until they had 2 rerun banners. And then they're like, oopsie, we take that back. We're going to rerun Shenhe on Chronicle banner. Because Shenhe didn't have 2 banner reruns before Chronicle banner. Like they changed what they said they were gonna do. They changed their terms. And like, yes, people could like add a lawsuit. You could sue Mahoy over like breaching trust or something. You probably wouldn't succeed because Mahoy would legally probably be like, well, this decision was beneficial to the players, so therefore this lawsuit is unfounded. Right? And same thing for like making it you get a copy of Sino with an SSD purchase. If someone's suing them because of the fact that they release a SSD 2 years after Sino's release, that allows you to get a copy of Sino slightly cheaper than wasting your money in game, then Mahoyo can just be like, well, this was beneficial to the player base. Here's numbers. Like, I don't think it would be a lawsuit they would lose, is my point. And I don't think there's laws that say they can't do something differently. If there was, they probably wouldn't have done the thing with Shenhe Chronicle Banner. Anyways. Maybe they're afraid people would wait for the Freenet SSD instead of gambling. Well, then if there's people that are going to wait for the Freenet SSD instead of gambling, right? Those were people that probably weren't actually going to spend money in the first place. Because they're people that are willing... If they're people that are willing to wait years for the Freenet SSD to release, and they probably never would release it for an SSD, because again, I was saying for like the less common loved characters that people don't really spend money on, or it's very rare and much less total money that they actually get from what supports their business is not Albedo sales. I'm pretty sure Mahoyo could not subsist their company on Albedo sales. Let's be real, right? So giving a free Albedo, free, but still making money through it through merch partnership could be, I don't know. Anyway. It makes business sense, but I think the only reason they don't is because people get more tricked into the gambit brain rot is the simple way to term it. Not the legal term, but the simple way to term it, I feel like. Anyways. Collab will always have a code, so you might get 1.6k primos from the SSD. Maybe, I don't know. 1.6k primos is garbage compared to the value of something like a free Sino. But anyways. Can you give me some advice? You explain your conundrum in the above message. I don't know what your above message was, sorry. Oh, I found it. You have a guarantee capturing radiance. You're planning to get both Cloud Retainer and Shalonen, but I did a YOLO multi and Rio's banner and got him like an absolute buffoon. I mean, I would take this as a lesson why you don't do YOLO pulls if you're planning on getting 2 upcoming characters. And if you didn't know that both Cloud Retainer and Shalonen were rerunning, you could have looked up that information. This is the reason you should probably try to pay attention to information about upcoming banners. Usually, lately, it's been quite reliable. The information, as soon as the next version drops, we usually quite quickly get information about what the next banners are with decent reliability. So if you didn't know that Cloud Retainer and Shalonen were both likely to rerun this patch, take it as a lesson learned. I've had to learn those lessons too. But you're a really casual player. You're 5 stars of Yelan, Mawika, Tiching, and Chi-Chi, and Risley now. Who do you think would be more fun gameplay-wise between Shalonen and Cloud Retainer? Cloud Retainer's a lot worse character without Farina. She's not unusable without Farina. For example, you could do Cloud Retainer with Xiao without Farina. But Xiao's best team with Cloud Retainer still includes Farina. And you could do Veressa with Cloud Retainer. But you still probably, if you're doing Cloud Retainer, want to use Farina with those characters, right? Generally speaking. So I would probably recommend Shalonen. Particularly the uniqueness of like how convenient Shalonen's wall climbing is. Like, to be clear, Shalonen's exploration ability with her jump is really useful. I really like Shalonen as Shalonen's skill as an exploration ability. But I think this is actually more useful and unique than what is just a slightly more generic traversal ability in the scope of other exploration abilities that exist now since Natlan. And her generic universal buffing utility, especially since you don't have Kazuha, and being a healer, yeah, I don't know. It's a little unfortunate you didn't do a yellow temple on Farina banner. If you had done a yellow temple on Farina banner, I would have said Cloud Retainer much more compelling for doing plunge enabling. Because I think having Farina and Cloud Retainer and having that combo available for doing plunge DPSing on mini units in the game, if you're someone who likes the idea of doing, you know, plunge Sitlolly, I don't know, right? Well, technically you can kind of do plunge Sitlolly without Cloud Retainer, but it's a little bit more. Also, plunge Sitlolly isn't my favorite as far as an example of a plunge DPSing, but point being, her being a plunge enabler, you could argue, depending on the kind of player you are, if you like doing different ways of enabling characters to do compelling damage on field, like, you know, Cloud Retainer is a more important enabler, but she's an enabler in conjunction with Farina. It's unfortunately not as simple to say that she just enables on her own, right? Because not having the universal damage buffer that is Farina and the Hydra application makes it a lot more iffy. Not never, but a lot more iffy. So
Perfect weather for a nap.
that's my overall take, I think. R1 over C1 for Shallonen? Generally speaking, yeah, that would be my recommendation. Unless you have a really specific team that Shallonen C2 is so valuable for, and you want Shallonen C1 because of like the slight interruption resistance value is nice. It's not infinite interruption resistance, don't overvalue the interruption resistance. But it's also some additional exploration utility, minor exploration utility, but still additional. It's something that I think a lot of players would value. So, but almost always I would recommend, yeah, Shallonen weapon on a damage value for the team, R1 over C1.
Perfect weather for a nap.
But also if you're doing Shallonen signature weapon, it means you're not doing Fab on Shallonen. It's not 100% gain. You are losing some value from not having a Fab on the team, which is relevant, but yeah. Oh yeah, giving it free now. Yeah, giving Auron for free is really good. I like that. For me, I got 4 copies of Auron during Chaska banner, which was pretty decent luck. I think I did like 100-ish pulls. So getting 5 copies of Auron on Chaska banner was quite lucky. And then I got an extra copy from Standard banner, so that's actually going to be C6 for me, which is cool. A little bit of a attack buff, but yeah. And I think a lot of people don't have Auron at all, so I think Auron is a really nice one to give for free, for sure. But yeah. So for other banner things, I'm going to talk about Eon's on last because she's complicated to talk about. Yeah, the value of Shunyun, I think we kind of just talked about Shunyun in that question. The value of Shunyun, I think, is still tied to Farina. Overall. There's contexts where you can use it without Farina, but not a lot of them. So it's hard to recommend. Veressa is solidly in the category of character if you like her for whatever reason, you should be able to get good enjoyment out of her, in my opinion, without much difficulty. There's enough buffer options in the game that I think even her worst teams should be still very usable. And Shunyun, for anyone that doesn't have Shunyun currently, if you don't have Farina, so this is particularly like if you're in a contest where you don't have Farina and you don't like Veressa, but you want to get Eons on, it's going to feel a little bit bad. But I think enough people have Farina and maybe don't have Shunyun that if you don't care about Veressa, getting an accidental Shunyun might be just like more valuable than you expect. Just on a generic healer that can do exploration value and enable fun teams. Because I think too many people like think Shunyun is like just a Shao buffer kind of thing, instead of Shunyun being like the fun plunge enabler that she is. But yeah, if you don't have Farina, that muddies the value of that. So yeah, is C2 Shunyun good? It'll get you a lot bigger plunge damage numbers on screen for sure. So it's very good for dopamine. As far as support constellations go, I don't think it necessarily will result in crazy DPS increases, but and I think it's generally speaking solidly in the category of a very unnecessary buff, but it's going to significantly result in a higher number on screen from her plunge buff. So yeah, oh, you already have C1 Shunyun? Yeah, so I'll talk about a little bit what I'm not I don't dislike Veresa, but I'll talk about my polling plan for Eonson. It's like, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. That's all. Oh, by the way, my formerly weapons only account is in a situation of I'm probably not gonna have Farina, and I don't think the account gets that crazy value from Veresa, and Shan Yun on an account without Farina is not as valuable, right? So I don't know what I'm gonna do on that account. I'm probably just gonna wish on Veresa banner, but I'm just gonna go for a C0 Eons on that account. So, anyways, Chalonin then though you can't look. If Mihoyo was running all 4 banners at the same time, and you could get Eonson on all those banners, that'd be wonderful. That'd be wonderful. That'd be wonderful, Tengai. But Eonson is more relevant than Chalonin. So, yeah. Like Eonson is a pretty important character for that account to have as an option. At C0 at least. And it's worth the risk to go for. At this point I'm at 40 pity, so hopefully the ideal for formerly weapons only is to spend like 20-30 wishes, not go into pity, get a copy of Eonson or 3, would be nice to get C2, and then go to pity on Chalonin banner and get Chalonin. That would be the ideal on that account as far as resource efficiency goes. But anyways, isn't Shan Yun better than Veresa for that account? For who? Like if I want to do Gaming, maybe. Like maybe if I'm wishing a bunch on Shan Yun, if Gaming is with Shan Yun, with Eonson, Farazon, maybe on that account, yeah, getting the ability to do Gaming, Shan Yun, Eonson, Bennett is a compelling. Wait. You're not getting vaporizes or melts there. Never mind. Ignore. Gaming Rosaria? I don't have still on the account, right? Gaming Rosaria Eonson? Shan Yun? Like, I think point is, Gaming is a context where, like, Sitlolly context in particular, I think, with some units, it's a context where Shan Yun can be a relevant unit. So, like, Gaming Bennett or Gaming Eonson, Sitlolly, Shan Yun is probably relevant.
Going into a trance is risky for most people.
Not that you need Shan Yun for Gaming for any particular reason, but it is relevant. So, anyways, I don't know. I'll probably wish for Cloud Retainer on that account, I guess, because I just don't like Veresa would just be like a better version of Raiden on that account. Is basically all Veresa is. And that would feel kind of bad, quite frankly. Not that there's not upsides to having a better version of Raiden, but it would feel kind of bad. So I don't know. And Shan Yun could be interesting. It could be interesting to mess around with Shan Yun on an account without Farina. So if I get an accidental 5-star, or I have to go to a 5-star pity to get Eons on that account, maybe that's fine. Anyways. So I guess that's my overall vibe then. Shan Yun is still a more interesting unit for what she enables, I guess. If you don't care about Veresa, you want Eonson, Shan Yun is a more interesting unit for what she enables. Worst case scenario, this is not universally so because there's like Sunfire combo shenanigans, but generally speaking, I'd say she's just like a better version of Jean. With even if you don't do plunging things, right? Kind of. I think she's actually a little bit more annoying to build than Jean, to be honest. Yeah, worst case scenario, you can do Shan Yun DPS, is true. And it seems like supposedly Farazon's going to rerun on our banner, and Gaming. Like, it's a pretty valuable banner in general, potentially. We don't know that Gaming and Farazon on the banner for sure, but it seems likely. So I don't know. Like, I think Shan Yun is the go-to, even on an account that doesn't have Farina. And if you don't have Shan Yun already, and you have Farina, even more so, unless you like Veresa. If you want to play Veresa, want to do on-field DPS Veresa teams, then go for Veresa, obviously. Pull the character you like over the character you might be indifferent towards. But I also think if you're feeling bad because of the fact that, like, oh, dang it, I was really hoping Chalonin was going to rerun with Eonson, so I could get Chalonin either duplicates or Shallonen C0 with Eons on. One, hopefully you have the resources if you're going for C0 Shallonen. That's a more complicated question. As far as like, do you skip going for Eons on in favor of getting C0 Shallonen? Kind of in my opinion, no. But Eons on, it depends on future impact. It depends on how often they rerun Eons on, in my opinion. I would love to be optimistic and assume Mihoyo is going to release a really relevant Bennett alternative. And that means every other patch, at least, we're going to see Eons on banner. But it's also Mihoyo. There's certainly been relevant 4-stars where they just don't rerun the character. You know, and they seem to have a reverse tune with Chevreuse, where they're rerunning Chevreuse much more often lately. But Chevreuse for a while was in this doomed state. Where is Chevreuse? Chevreuse was in this doomed state of seeming like she was only going to rerun with Raiden, which was awful. Like, they released Chlorinde, and Chlorinde's trial had Chevreuse, and they didn't rerun Chevreuse with Chlorinde. What? But they seem to have reverse course in that because they've now rerun Chevreuse more. They rerun Chevreuse with the Arlecchino Chlorinde rerun banner, which was good. We'll see. I don't think she's going to be a Charlotte case because, like, quite frankly, I think the reason they don't rerun Charlotte is because Charlotte was not that relevant of a character to rerun very often. I don't hate Charlotte, but she doesn't have the most useful kit in the game. Them running Charlotte on a banner does actively make banners worse to wish on. Right. So, I think they're going to rerun Eons on more often because putting a good 4-star with relevant constellations is going to be a way to get people to wish on banners. That's kind of all it fundamentally is. Charlotte, we love you, but you suck. So, I don't know, right? Like, I think a lot of people are going to have to make hard decisions, is my point. I might record a video saying that I do think it is worth the risk to go for a copy of Eons on. Unless you are playing on an account where you're not really feeling like you're struggling because you don't have an alternative Bennett for the other side of Abyss, right? If you're always playing on an account where you're doing Arlecchino and Bennett together, and you're always doing Farina and Neuvillette the other side of Abyss for like the vast majority of your gameplay experience in Abyss, you're probably relatively safe to skip Bennett to skip Eons on, right? If that's your main contest, because like Eons on doesn't really do much for Farina Neuvillette team, and Eons on might be nice to have for Arlecchino, but it's not like you need to have Eons on and Bennett for Arlecchino or anything, right? So it depends on your account state and your characters you have. But if your account is in a state where you've encountered situations where you're like you want to do like multiple units that like want a Bennett-esque character, want an attack buffer to make them feel like they do competent damage. You know, you want to do Raiden on one side and you want to do Arlecchino on the other side, right? Just as an example, one example of many. Eonson is probably a character you want to hopefully at least get C0 of. I think on the fact that the average amount of pulls it should take you to get a C0 Eonson being 35 pulls. Hopefully you don't have 70 pity built up already, like I do. Hopefully you haven't made that mistake of having 70 pity built up. Oops. It's Lanyan's fault. It's fine. It was worth it. I adore you, Lanyan, but objectively an incorrect decision to wish as much as I did for Lanyan. 200 pulls. 200 pulls for 2 copies. Lanyan, you're like the most expensive character in this account right now, I think. Oh god. Anyways, it took 150 pulls for C1 Lanyan. I just this character hurt so much. That's why she needs the crown, honestly. Correct. Not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'll wait to crown the other ability until I get the suns naturally. You're not wrong. Not wrong. Anyways, I was planning to do that anyways. That's why I have the talents for it. Anyways, what was I saying? I think Eon San for many players is worth the risk to go for. Whether or not she's worth it versus like a C0 Shalonen is a hard question though, and depends on the state of your account. With my account on 4 melee weapons only, right, where the two main on-field DPS build-arounds I have are Arlecchino and Raiden, and I have a really good Raiden build. So I can do like Raiden Shivers teams or Arlecchino Shivers teams, and then different kind of team on the other side. And like I don't have a C4 Xiangling, I don't have Constellations Gaming Farazan if they rerun too. Like I do think it's worth the risk on that account. In that context, right, to go for a copy of Eon San, because it would kind of hurt to not have the option if I need it. Is she good with Risley? I might go over it a little bit here, the context in which I think Eon San is relevant. More like how relevant. Maybe I can do a tier list. Maybe that's the easiest way, because I think a tier list format might work for this. For my takes. Because, like I said, I'm a little bit more bullish than someone like Zajeff. I think Zajeff has much more of a meta-oriented where, like, he would say there is no reason to pull Eon San for Sethos. And I would agree that there's probably not a reason to pull Eon San for Sethos, but there is still synergy there that is not worth disregarding, right? Even if you don't want to do it. So, anyways. Maybe I can do a quick tier list of, like, you probably, if you have Eon San, you will probably always play Eon San with this character, which isn't that many characters. If you have Eon San with these characters, you will have significant reasons to play Eon San with these characters.
Pretty normal, right?
And then below there is synergy, but, or actually below that tier is like, you will, if you have Eon San at certain constellations, there is very compelling reasons to play Eon San with these characters. And then below that tier is, there is some characters that, like, particularly in the context of, like, you need Bennett on the other side of Abyss. Do you have an Eon San is your best Bennett alternative, even if the synergy is more questionable? You still might have reason to play Eon San with these characters. And then there's some characters that are just like, no, why would you play Eon San with this character? Like Nuvilet, there's not much reason to play Nuvilet with Eon San. I mean, scroll buff. So there's not zero reason to play Eon San with Nuvilet, technically. Like, oh god, okay. I hate that I just had this realization. So like, you can do Auron. I was gonna say Auron is better for Nuvilet than Eon San. But if you're doing like off-field Muika, if you're doing Farina, Nuvilet, Muika off-field, and then Eon San, you could have Eon San buff, and Eon San's Night Soul consumption would give you consistent Muika burst in a Nuvilet team. So Muika's off-field vaporizing in a Nuvilet team, and the fact that we can get a burst vape with Eon San buff up. Oh god, is Eon San, Farina, Muika... sorry, yeah, is Eon San, Farina, Muika, Nuvilet gonna become Nuvilet's best team? I swear to god that better not happen. I don't think it is, because like having one Red Shredder is relevant. I really hope that isn't the case. Why Eon San Nuvi? Eon San Scroll, Eon San buff for Muika. Muika gets vapes off field, and Muika gets a attack buffed, vaporize on her burst hit, and Eon San with Muika in a Nuvilet team enables consistently getting your burst back. So, like, I was gonna say no, there's not much reason to do Eon Son with Neuvillette, but Eon Son Mawika Neuvillette means there is context where it is relevant, I think. Like, that's better than doing Auron in the same exact team. If you're not doing Mawika, to be clear, obviously the synergy goes away. But, because the attack buff is not relevant, and it's just there for the, she's just there for the scroll buff, and then she's just a worse version of Auron, right? There's no healer for Farina. Neuvillette has Neuvillette HP fluctuation is significant enough that it's fine. Also, Neuvillette prototype Amber exists. When I played Neuvillette, I always use it in prototype Amber, and that helps too. So, I don't know. In my experience, when I played a C0 Farina with Neuvillette, without any other healer, particularly with prototype Amber, it was perfectly cromulent. Yeah, another cromulent usage. So, anyways, I kind of hate that idea. I kind of hate that. I kind of really hate the idea of doing Scroll Eon Son with Mawika, Neuvillette, Farina, but like, it kind of might be pretty good. Eon Son heals a bit? Yeah, a little bit, which will do something as far as like giving a little bit of fanfare. Like, Eon Son giving fanfare on her own is not significant, but a little bit of extra fanfare in conjunction with Neuvillette fanfare generation is something, yeah. Notably Eon Son might help proc Farina A4 in that context. But anyways, on its own, it's not giving that much fanfare. So when I calculated it, the like best case scenario for Eon Son fanfare generation, like on a healing build, was like 12 fanfare. It was like 12 fanfare from like, was that one? I don't actually, shoot, I don't remember. I didn't note it down. I can't remember if that was one healing instance or not. It must have been one healing instance. But actually, it would be only like 3 fanfare on Neuvillette, yeah. So, yeah, it's basically like Eon Son will give 12 fanfare with Neuvillette. But if Eon Son healing procs an overheal, so it depends on when it happens, like relative to when you use, like, because when you absorb the Neuvillette balls, right, that's when you heal. So if you get an Eon Son healing proc after you absorb the Neuvillette balls, then that will proc Farina A4, which means you'll get functionally additional healing out of, and additional fanfare out of Eon Son's healing passive. So there's ways to min-max things, basically. But that would be some weird min-maxing, because Eon Son's heal can happen every 2.8 seconds. And you would need to have that heal timing happen, like, right after Neuvillette heals, because immediately after he absorbs the balls, he starts charge attack beaming and draining his HP, right? So, anyways. No, Eon Son is not a universal buffer, but there's a heckin' lot of attack DPSs in this game, so, you know. And in most gameplay, characters are moving a little bit, right? Alright, so are we done yapping about banners quick before I get too distracted talking about it? Yeah, I think I'm mostly done talking about banners. Oh, weapon banner real quick. Shan Yun Varesa weapon banner. If you want a Varesa weapon, one, I think it's kind of because Widzith is pretty good. I think Lost Prayers is probably a pretty good weapon still. Like, Varesa weapon, to be clear, is an excessively large increase for Varesa damage. It's like a 30-ish% or more damage increase for Varesa versus, I think, Flowing Purity. I think it's like 20% better than Widzith. I think with the best Widzith, if you're always getting, I believe, the damage percent buff on Widzith, so like just assuming like Widzith uptime, you have the damage bonus going, right? So you have the best Widzith buff, ignoring the downtime, ignoring the RNG of Widzith. I believe it's still like 10% better than Widzith, which is usually not the case. Usually Widzith is like, when it's in the ideal cases, when you have the best buff possible, Widzith tends to be like a little bit better than a signature weapon as far as like the damage numbers you see on screen, which has always been a nice balance. That's what like Widzith is for Yai, for example. Like Hogwarts is definitely better on average. I don't like not even. I don't. It's not even like correct to say necessary on average. Maybe with Yai's kit because you can min max things with our burst theoretically with it. But yeah, they specifically seem to have overtuned Varessa's signature weapon a little bit to make sure it's basically always significantly better than Widzith. So in practice, it's like probably 20% better than basically every other weapon in the game for her. But Varessa can still do completely competent damage. I want to emphasize, just because it's a big damage to increase does not mean you need to go for it. Varessa has plenty good baseline multipliers that Flowing Purity Widzith build should be perfectly fine. I don't think you're going to struggle to clear with a competent build with a Widzith build, right? Anyways, Flowing Purity existing for Varessa. Wait, actually, slight problem. Can Eon-san clear this bond on her own? Well, in Chever's teams, you have Eon-san and Chever's healing. That should clear the bond. In non-Chever's teams, it might be a bit more iffy, because you might be only using Eon-san. Because if you're doing like Eon-san and like a shielder, like if you're doing an Eon-san Bennett, well, no, then you have Bennett. Well, Bennett's a little bit weird for Bond of Light clearing. I don't know. Anyways, this is a very compelling weapon for her, point being. But there's the asterisk on clearing the Bond of Life, and I haven't done the calculation for how annoying it is to clear the bond, because you have to clear the bond to get the damage bonus. Or the second part of the damage bonus. You still get some benefit. So, anyways. What does Varessa's signature do? A ton of crit damage. That's it. That's all you need to know. It's just a crap ton of crit damage, and it's the trigger condition for the crit damage is pretty specific. In that like there's very, very few other characters that can maintain the crit damage buff. So I think there might be a small number of people that are like, oh, what if you want to do plunge sucrose? Should you get Varessa's signature weapon for plunge sucrose? Probably not. I'm not saying it'll be a bad weapon for plunge sucrose, but it's not going to give you the full crit damage buff for sucrose as it will on Varessa, because the trigger condition is pretty specific. Skyward Atlas should be a decent weapon for Varessa, yeah. But anyways, go check out like videos from like Zajef. I'm sure he's going to have a pre-release analysis video on Varessa coming out soon, or whatever other creator. TGS has probably already made videos that should be... Varessa's kit hasn't changed meaningfully. So any video TGS made that has calcs in it probably should include weapon calcs. Other weapons are relevant on her, but her signature weapon is a pretty big DPS increase for her. And my point with this is, Shanyun weapon is an interesting context for Varessa, specifically because high base attack and it refunds energy, and there is some utility to having energy refunding on Varessa with her special burst, and it gives plunging damage bonus. So like, either 5-star weapon is a competent weapon for Varessa, right? So if you really like Varessa, it's not a bad weapon banner, I think, most likely. But also, if you're going to have extra wishes to spend, I think it probably makes more sense to go for Eon-san constellations over Varessa weapon, right? That's my thinking right now. So, quite frankly, I think Varessa weapon is, in this circumstance, unless you have a lot of wishes saved, Varessa weapon is whale territory because of the fact that it's more relevant, in my opinion, to go for Eon-san constellations if you have extra wishes and then happen to get extra like Varessa copies. And I don't know exactly how significant of a damage increase her constellations are, to be clear. I don't think they're that crazy of an increase for her, but getting a Varessa damage increase as getting Varessa dupes or getting like Shanyun copies in conjunction with getting Eon-san copies, in my mind, seems more valuable than going on weapon banner. But, you know, depends on your weapon options available. Maybe it'll be more tempting for you depending on your situation on your account. So Jeff mentioned should take a shot. Sorry. I think Zajev makes good analysis content, and I like his formatting for his pre-release videos. So, Zyax is already yapping about the new artifacts. Is he? See, this is how you. Just saying. I know Zyax acknowledges that Zyax is a cool guy, but like, Zyax stop telling me to Windows update. Frick off, you stupid operating system. My God. I clearly need to do the Windows update just so it stops notifying me. My God. I mean, a successful cringe strategy. Good job, Microsoft. You won. You won. You pissed me off another little update. Anyways, like, the fact that Zyax is only now yapping about the artifacts after they were announced, but they weren't actually announced, yo. If you're technically gonna make sure you you're gonna do what MiHoYo tell you to do, you shouldn't technically be talking about the artifacts yet, Mr. Zyax. I'm sorry, I'm just being a little butthole because it annoys me that particularly the larger creators who definitely look at pre-release like kit information and artifacts before they're announced, because the beta information is out there, it's publicly available. Like, come on, dude. You're technically talking about it before they're officially announced. Technically. Like, if you're gonna talk about them now, talk about them when they're first announced. Just saying. I don't think there's any functional difference in talking about the artifacts now versus talking about when we first learned exactly what they are. Other than emphasizing it's in beta, it might change. Right? So anyways, I get why he's talking about it. I'm not confused why he's talking about it. I'm just saying he could have started talking about them when we actually learned about them. Not, oh, now they're officially announced, now I can talk about them, but they're not officially announced. All MiHoYo announced was images of artifacts. They didn't announce what they did. They're just like, ooh, look at these. Look, PNGs. MiHoYo announced PNGs. They didn't actually announce what they did, technically. So, anyways. There's a frame in the live stream where it shows the artifact bonus. Oh, does it? Okay. Well, then this is an exception. Okay, so I'm sorry. That's his excuse this time then, because there's a frame in the live stream that shows the artifact bonus for once. It's so stupid. Like, why don't they just... What? Like, they're gonna have a separate post. MiHoYo's gonna have a separate post, like, next week or, like, a couple days before the patch is live, being like, announcing the new artifacts. I just, ugh. It annoys me. I'm sorry. Anyways, I'm being butthole. It's fine. It's fine. It just really annoys me that they do that. Like, why do you feel the need to hide all this information, MiHoYo? It's kind of cringe. Let's be real. So anyways, wishing situation is weird. Eon-san. I don't really feel like making a tier list, I don't think, actually. But I think what I mentioned before about the tier list, like, structuring of, like, the category of characters is something that's an important structure to think about that is relevant. Eon-san's kit, though, is basically... Yes, she gives an attack buff. Her total attack buff is less than Bennett. Like, a fully invested Bennett with an Aquila Favonia. And like how much attack buff Bennett is giving also depends on like if he's enabling pyro resonance. You know, there's no bless factor, of course, right? But ignoring the artifact set, just like a fully invested level 13 Bennett with Aquila Favonia or Miss Splitter, both of those are the highest base attack weapons in the game. You can get the most buff from him. He's buffing attack by about 1200. And Eon-san at C0 buffs attack by 690 with a Crown Burst. So it's a C0 versus a, C5 Bennett with a Crown Burst. And Bennett with a 5-star weapon. Like, Bennett with a specific 5-star weapon, I'd say is kind of a constellation of its own with Bennett. If you put him on a Sapwood Blade, the free accessible high base attack weapon, relevant for Bennett, then that drops down to about 1,000. So I'd say the better comparison then for a more universal approach, because it's easily possible you just don't have Aquila Favonia, right? And there's I think there's not that many people that pulled Miss Splitter for Bennett, right? Eon-san's energy generation is higher than Bennett also because of Fav. Like there's like a surprising amount of nuance to the Bennett versus Eon-san constellation that I want to emphasize in my point here. That is that goes past just the how much they attack buff conversation. But anyways, just the attack buff alone to compare. Like, so let's say a Sapwood Blade Bennett, so 4-star weapon Bennett versus a Fav Eonson. And Eonson buff's the same without Fav. It's just Fav is her signature weapon because she has some energy needs, and team energy is good. So yeah. Anyways, a Fav Eonson versus a Sapwood Blade Bennett. A C0 Eonson is buffing attack by 690. And then she's either using Scroll, if there's no other Scroll user, so she can give 40% Scroll damage bonus, which is pretty significant as a factor. Being able to use a damage set, a set that gives 40% damage bonus for whatever electro reaction you trigger with Eonson is pretty significant. Not necessarily every team is going to be easy to do setups that are going to give you Scroll buff, and maybe there are other units that you will have Scroll, right, on. That means you could put Eonson on something else. So sometimes Eonson's best artifact set is going to be Noblesse as well, right? Eonson will not give Pyro Resonance, so that's a factor as far as how much attack buff you're getting. But anyways, the flat buff built into their kit, 690 flat attack versus about 1,000 from a fully invested Bennett, like a Crown Bennett at C5 with a 4-star weapon. So that at a baseline might be like, oh, okay, that's just a lot worse, right? But the ability to use Scroll and the Fab Particles, and also not having Bennett Circle Impact, still makes that quite good. like that's C0 Eonson. Here, let's show Mawika's best team. Blap. Okay. This is Mawika's best team. For like DPS Mawika. Is a C0 Eonson or a C0 Shalonen better here for team damage? Here, let me just do a survey. I know there's a lot of my viewers that will know the answer to this question. And to be clear, this is not going to be universally the case. I've just spoiled the answer. Oops. My bad. Which is better in this team? C0 Shalonen? C0 Eonson. And this is not technically universally the case even for Mawika because different enemies. Yes, I'm spoiling the answer, but it's fine. And answer without knowing the answer. Answer what your intuitive feeling is. Answer your intuitive feeling of is Shalonen or Eonson C0 versus C0. So C0 4-star versus a C0 5-star. Which is better? What was I saying? Shouldn't you replace Bennett instead? Nope. You would think that's an option, to be clear, and that's maybe what you would want to do if you need Bennett for another team, right? That's the more important factor. The more important factor is if you need Bennett for another team, yes, you should use Eonson as a replacement for Bennett. But yeah, anyways. What's your intuition? Should C0 Shalonen or C0 Eonson be better in this team context? It's 4-star over 5-star. Yeah. Like intuition, I think most people would think Shalonen is better here, right? C0 Shalonen versus C0 Eonson. And I will explain the reason for this. You're going to see this be discussed in any competent guide for Eonson should discuss this context. Because it's important to understand, I feel like, in the context where Eonson is relevant to be used. Because sometimes you will be able to play Eonson and Bennett together, right? Because you might be playing a Mualani team or a Nuvilet team on the other side of Abyss, right? You don't always have to play attack buffering reliant teams, right? It just depends on your account. So, yeah. Okay, it looks like 60% of people are saying C0 Shalonen should be better, which is incorrect. I can see the intuition, I think, is correct. And if we remove Silali, this changes. And if we also change into a context where an enemy has more than the baseline 10% resistance that all enemies have at default. So all enemies at default have like default 10% resistance to elemental damage types. If they have more than 10% resistance, that changes this a little bit.
Leave me alone.
But basically,
Never mind. Let's go.
all Shilonen does in her base kit. So Eon-san versus Shilonen, right? Eon-san can use the same artifacts that Shilonen set can. She can use Scroll. She can give the Scroll damage bonus. She could use Instructors. She could use Noblesse too, obviously. But like, and we're talking C0 versus C0, not having signature weapon. So the only buff that Shilonen provides in her kit for Mawika is 30% red shred, 36% red shred, right? And when enemies, and Silali already provides 20% red shred, right? She already provides 20% red shred. And the value you get from red shred past the initial 10% is significantly reduced. We're going to mention Zajeff again because I think his explanation of this that I saw was a pretty apt and simple explanation. That basically because of the fact that past your first 10% resistance, because enemies have default 10% resistance to elements, reducing red shred, the way that red shred works in the damage formula, any red shred past the first 10% basically has half value, is the simple way to think about it. So the way you can conceive it is that anything past 10% red shred is kind of functionally half that red shred. So Lolly giving 20% red shred when an enemy has 10% resistance to pyro damage is functionally 15% red shred is how you can think about it. So if we add Shilonen, adding 36% red shred on top of that, right? That means you have a total of 51%, we'll just say 50% red shred, is functionally about 30% red shred because the extra 40% past the initial 10% is halved. Like it's 30%, functionally 30% red shred, right? Thinking about it that way, right? The value of stacking red shred, you don't gain additional value from stacking red shred. In the same way that you gain value from stacking attack. When you stack attack, you'll get the same value. The amount of attack you have will scale with the attack multiplier on the character, right? You do not get reduced value by having additional attack, right? You do get reduced value by having additional red shred. So that's the problem. The problem is that Silali already gives the most important baseline red shred, that the additional red shred that Shilonen provides, because of the fact that nothing else in her kit provides that much of damage value other than the artifact set, which Eon-san can also use, means that a 690 attack buff, and also this Silali's Night Soul generation plus Eon-san Night Soul generation is more than enough to give Mawika max fighting spirit. So like the extra fighting spirit that Shilonen can give is not relevant in this context either. So the 690 flat attack buff is enough to make Eon-san better than Shilonen. At C0, right? Attack diminishing returns. There is no such thing as attack diminishing returns. There is different relative value returns. Like, there is still the factor of, like, you want to have diversified sets of damage bonus, because having 8 billion attack, but having 0 damage bonus is not good build balancing. But you're still getting a decent balance of, like, damage bonus and whatever, right? Like, the amount of damage bonus you're getting, like, it's just the fact that red shred versus the attack buff that Eon-san gives, because that's the difference functionally. That is functionally the difference between a C0 Eon-san and Shilonen in this team. A C0 Eon-san versus a C0 Shilonen. Not factoring a Shilonen signature weapon. It's red shred has a reduced value. The difference between those two kits is one gives an attack buff and one gives red shred. And the red shred has reduced value because we already have Silali red shred. There actually is diminishing returns because of how the red shred formula works. Attack will still give you the same set value. It's just that the relative value increase compared to like other stats might be lower, right? But that's not diminishing returns. That's just relative to other different stats. It's maybe more relevant to spec into other forms of bonus. But there's enough forms of getting damage bonus in this team and whatever, and damage bonus in Muika's kit and yada yada. The point is, the way the math works out is that C0 Eonson can beat Shallonen. That's where it's at. If you have Shallonen's signature weapon, I'm pretty sure Shallonen's signature weapon makes Shallonen beat out a C0 Eonson. Although I think it's also then possible that a C2 Eonson beats out a signature weapon Shallonen, although I'm not 100% sure on that, because damage bonus versus the attack percent buff is like, yeah. So yada yada, a lot of yapping. Point is, in this like Sitlolly Bennett core with like a pyro DPS, so this should be the same case with like Gaming, for example. Like, you can make the argument that this is Gaming's best team as well, with Gaming instead of Muika here. Eonson, I believe, should be better for Gaming than Shallonen. A C2 R1 Shallonen should be better than Eonson. Better, actually, I don't know. Is C2 R1 Shallonen better than C6 Eonson? Because C6 Eonson for this team would be giving consistent 28% damage bonus. Or is it 28% or 25%? I don't know. Close enough. Same thing. I don't know. C2 R0 versus C6 Eonson, I'm pretty sure C6 Eonson is better. I'm like 90% certain a C6 Eonson versus a C2 Shallonen here is better. But a C2 R1 Shallonen versus a C6 R1, sorry, a C6 Eonson versus a C2 R1 Shallonen is a little bit more iffy. A little bit more iffy. No more Shangyun for Gaming. Shangyun is still good with Gaming. I think a lot of people are doing Bennett's at Lolly Shangyun Gaming, so, you know. And Shallonen is still a very relevant character. This does not mean you never use Shallonen anymore. In fact, I think it's very valuable that this is the case. The fact that a C0 Eonson could potentially beat out Shallonen. Because, well, that means, guess what? You're comfortably able to put Shallonen on the other side of Abyss, right? This means you're comfortably able to, like, do, say, Eonson here, and then you could do Shallonen in your Nuvilat team, right? Because maybe right now your situation in your account is you're feeling like, ah, crap. I want to use Shallonen both for Muika and my Nuvilat team. Well, guess what? Now you can use Shallonen in your Nuvilat team more freely, right? And I use this to illustrate as an example of why it's probably worth it for a lot of players to go for a C0 Eonson, right? Like, the 690 flat buff that she gives at C0 might not seem like much because of the fact that Bennett exists, and Bennett is a stupid, dumb character balance-wise. Like, Eonson is a far more balanced character, with much more nuance to the situations where she makes sense in, versus Bennett's ridiculous universal utility. But a 690 flat attack buff is still pretty significant. Significant enough that she can beat out a character in some context that is also very good, right? And again, it's the conjunction of the different things happening in the team, yada yada, right? A C2 Eonson, by the way. So C2 Eonson is, in my opinion, her most notable constellation, probably for most players, for the most situations at least, because C4 Eonson and C6 Eonson are relevant, but they're more dependent on specific teams because they're dependent. The exact value is dependent on one. C6 extends Eonson's buff duration from 12 seconds to 15 seconds, and then also gives an additional 25% damage bonus. But the 25% damage bonus only lasts 3 seconds and is triggered based on overflowing Night Soul, and she gains Night Soul by a movement. So basically C4, C6 Eonson, the extra damage bonus you get from it, is only relevant in the teams that are moving enough to consistently get overcapped Night Soul on Eonson, and that is a much more situational context compared to just the value of Eonson's buff in general. And I'll talk more about her Night Soul consumption and how her buff works as far as the uptime of her buff in a little bit. But Eonson C2 though is just 30% attack buff while her burst is active, I believe is the phrase. I'd have to go double check, but it's basically just, in any team where Eonson can make sense, it's 30% attack buff for your on-fielder. For a character like Muika with her signature weapon, so this is like the most you can possibly get from it, is going to be 30%. Let's do the math quick to give you like the range. So 0.3 times the base attack of 1099 is 329 attack, right? So that takes, so for Mawika, a C2 Eon Son takes Eon Son's buff from a 690 attack buff up to, with the Mawika signature weapon, to be clear, right? To 1019. Oh, that's suddenly a Bennett worth of attack buff with a C5 Bennett with a 4-star weapon. Still slightly less than Bennett buff with whatever, right? So in practice, to be clear, that's the highest end case, right? The safe assumption, like I've been using, is assuming that Eon Son buff on average is going to be like a 250 attack buff. Let's take, I don't, what the heck is your base attack? 5-star weapon, 874. Yeah, this is like more the expectation, I'd say. 874 times 0.3. This is a 260 attack buff for Dia. It's not saying that Dia's a weird character as far as attack buffs on her, because her split damage scaling between HP and attack scaling damage means she gets a little bit reduced value from attack buffing compared to other units. And I think that's the strength of her kit, actually. But anyway, someone like, how about Arlecchino? 950. Yeah, Arlecchino's a little bit higher. So Arlecchino 950 times 0.3, 285, right? So all the recent attack scaling DPSs tend to have, I'd say, a bit higher baseline scaling. Let's check a level 80 Chaska. We can also put a 4-star weapon on her. So 931 with a 5-star weapon. Shoot, I don't have a 4-star weapon leveled to 90. Ah, frick. I can just do the math myself. It's fine. We can just subtract. The craftable weapon for her, the Fontaine craftable, is 565 base attack, right? Or is it 510? I think it's 510. Shoot. I think it's 510. So we'll do 510 plus 931 minus 608. So she has 323 base attack at level 80 plus 510, so that'd be 830 base attack. So 833 times 0.3 is 249.9, right? So the safe assumption is C2 Eon Son is going to give you 250 attack equivalent, right? Which again, like it's pretty significant. It's a very like C2 Eon Son is the difference maker in how much more compelling Eon Son is at replacing Bennett, is my overall vibe, right? 5 to 65 is Chainbreaker. Isn't that the Natlan craftable? I'm pretty sure. Well, I guess with Mawika, oh, I don't know. Maybe the Fontaine craftable has, if the Fontaine craftable has issues with your ability to clear the Bond of Life requirement with some Chaska teams, then I guess the Natlan craftable is fine. But I'm pretty sure the Fontaine craftable has the ability to be better. But anyways, it's fine. Point being, right, for most characters people are playing, they're higher base attack characters, 5 stars, whatever, that Eon Son's attack buff is from C2 is going to be around the neighborhood of a 250 attack buff, so 250 flat attack after the multiplying. If you want a worst case scenario, I think Charlotte is one of the to be clear, DPS Charlotte is not good. I'm probably gonna have a DPS Charlotte video maybe this weekend. Not a good DPS unit, okay? Shit, but I'm using her as an example of one of the lowest base attacks in the game. Let's assume you're doing DPS Charlotte with Eons on for whatever reason. We'll use Lost Prayers, 761. So this is on the much lower end. 761 times 0.3 is still 230, right? Like it's pretty consistently around 250 or more flat attack. And one of the notable things here is I think some people might be overly baited for C5 Eon Son, because Eon Son's buff does scale on talent level, like Bennett. And so like C5 Bennett increases the scaling. C5 Bennett or C5 Eon Son increases the scaling of Eon Son's buff, but it goes up from a 690 attack buff to 810. So that's 120 more flat attack. But that is half of the value. That attack is like half of the value that C2 Eon Son is going to give you, right? C5 Eon Son is not bad, but it's a lot more expensive to get C5 Eon Son, and I wouldn't over prioritize trying to get C5 Eon Son. I'm trying to use that to emphasize that C2 Eon's on, I think, is the important difference maker for how compelling she is as a Bennett replacement. And if we're talking a C0 Eon's on versus your already heavily invested Bennett, especially a Bennett with a 5-star weapon, in the vast majority of team situations, you're going to find Eon's on at C0 is a worse character to use than Bennett, right? If you're replacing Bennett so in this team so that you can use Bennett for your Arlecchino team on the other side of Abyss, right? In that context, he's going to be significantly better, right? But C2 helps bridge that gap significantly, right? Because it makes her buff more attack, and she has like the scroll benefit going for her, and she has the fact that she generates more energy particles going for her because Fav is her signature weapon, especially. Yada yada. That's kind of it, right? Someone incredible bow damage percent can snapshot for some reason. That's interesting. Viewer pulls next will be fun next banner pulling for 4 stars. Yeah, I know, right? I don't know if I can stomach pulling for 4 stars on 100 different viewer accounts. Be like, hey, can you just give me C0 Eons? And I'd be like, oh man, I don't know, man. I don't know. Anyways, so let's I don't think I need to do any other math comparison there. So yeah, Bennett versus Eon's on depends on the given team, depends on what constellation you have for Eon's on. Depends on the relevance of scroll buff in a given team. Yada yada. Point is that there's no universal answer to Eon's on over Bennett. Even at C6 Eon's on, but the higher constellation you go on Eon's on, the less you will notice the difference between Eon's on versus Bennett, and the more chance there is that Eon's on could be better than Bennett, right? Especially in the context of Eon's on's buff does not require sitting in a circle. It is not circle impact, which is going to be of significant enough benefit to a lot of people that's going to be a compelling enough choice on its own to use Eon's on over Bennett, right? Like, even if it's a small damage loss, it might in practice result in faster clear times in different Abyss situations just because you need to like run outside of the circle to deal with an enemy that runs 5 miles away from you, right? So yeah, that's their overall vibe as far as Eon's on versus Bennett, and Eon's on potentially with Bennett replacing someone like Shalonen. Yeah. How bad circle impact is, in my experience, really just depends on if you have other circles that are interfacing on top of Bennett's circle, but it depends on enemy situation. Yada yada. So yeah. Anyways, it's interesting, is my point. And it's very, very nice. And like this past patch, right? If you haven't followed my live streams, when I've been playing combat in Abyss and whatever, I'm constantly being like, I'm using this character, and I'm like, oh, I wanted to use this team on the other side, and I was like, wait, I'm using Bennett in the other team. I can't really do this team. I was gonna do Melt Ganyu on the second side and Arlecchino on the first side, but I have to make some kind of sacrifice with one of those units, right? And it's not like, oh, yes, I can make Arlecchino work without Bennett, but like, you know, your damage goes down a lot if you don't have a Bennett to your buff. So that context, I think, is the biggest selling point for Eon's on. To me, but there's also just other contexts where I'm just like, does Eon's on work with Ganyu? And that's where we need to talk about the movement gimmick. So what Mihoyo described it as is like, movement converts to damage buff. This is not correct. What movement does for Eon's on, what movement does in Eon's on teams, again, C6 and C4 muddle this a little bit, because C4 converts to, it means extra movement is overflow Night Soul, which it means fun. But anyways, what movement converts to is not how much attack buff you get, because the attack buff you get on Eon's on is based on how much your baseline attack is, because her buff is just based on a percentage of her attack. Oh, by the way, with her C5, she is harder to get her attack buff with C5 versus pre-C5. You need 2,556 attack total, which is quite easy to get with a fab build. You need 2,556 attack total to get max buff on Eon's on pre-C5. After C5, you need 3,000 attack with a crown burst. And 3,000 attack in the worst case scenario, like if you don't have any other attack buffing going on the team, is quite hard to do on a fab build, I will say. But if you want for reference, do you know who do I have? Oh, I have it on Toma, I think. For reference, my Eon's on build, I'm probably normally going to use her on scroll. 2 attack rolls there, 4 attack rolls there, and then triple attack percent with 1 flat attack roll. With a level 90 Eon's on, this build with 6 attack percent rolls will have 2,930 attack, if I recall. It'll be a little bit other than 2,900. So that means I'll be missing out on like 20 flat attack, I believe. Which means if I get C5 Eon's on, instead of getting 120 additional attack buff, I'm only getting like 90, right? But that's assuming I don't have any other attack buffs going on the team. As soon as I have like a Noblesse buff going on the team, or if I'm using Eon's on a Chevreuse team with Chevreuse attack buff, or Pyro Resonance, this build is immediately enough. My point with this is to illustrate that like you could have, like, my goal was to have a universal build on Eon's on that I basically never have to change outside of situations where I'm min-maxing on purpose. But generally speaking, I think my preference is going to be leaving Eon's on scroll and putting like a different unit on instructors or noblesse rather than changing her to instructors or noblesse. But you can also put Eon's on her instructors or noblesse. Were you accounting for the 20% attack buff from her A1 passive? Yes, I was. Yes, I was. That is with the 20% attack buff from her passive. So, which by the way, to get her passive, you have to do E normal attack, because E normal attack does her special little plunge ability. So you do E and then she like rushes at the enemy, jumps up and does a little plunge quite fast. So her rotations are basically going to be E normal attack Q, or maybe E Q normal attack. But I think normally it's going to be E Q normal attack. Yeah. So, anyways, point being, that build that I have, I'm perfectly fine with not quite hitting 3k attack. There is theoretically some worst case scenarios where I have no other attack buffing for Eon's on in the team, no Pyro Resonance, no other attack buff, no Noblesse, whatever, where Eon's on will not be giving the full buff if I have C5 Eon's on. I'm just mentioning that because she does become more annoying to build with C5. And that means I think a lot of players won't actually necessarily have a build in some team context to take advantage of C5. Which is to say, don't get baited by C5. Again, C5's relative value compared to like having just C2 is not that significant necessarily. It's not nothing, but it requires a better build to take advantage of it, and that means it's not just, oh, this is better, right? I was assuming Fav. Because Fav is wonderful. So, anyways, damn lucky. Yeah, I mean, the reason I was able to do that is because this was an off piece, if you didn't notice. This is why you keep off pieces with crit rate ER and other relevant stats. I had like, I think 4 or 5 different off pieces that were 4 lines with crit rate ER attack that I had never leveled up. They were just waiting for this day to be leveled up. Where I was like, well, I got this for Eon's on. I got this. I got this. I got this. I can do an off-piece flower, or sorry, off-piece feather or an off-piece flower. And I had a bunch of off-piece feathers to be leveled up that were like perfect Fav Eon's on pieces. And bam. But pre-C5 Eon's on, by the way, you basically don't need to care about attack percent substats at all if you're doing triple attack percent. If you're doing a Fav Eon's on pre-C5, you could do attack percent timepiece, attack percent goblet, basically always. And then you could do a crit rate circlet in order to make sure you have enough crit rate to trigger Fav. If you don't want to be, because you know, this is 40% crit rate for Eon's on in substats, which is a lot harder than just like putting a crit rate circlet on, right? And then you just, you know, have ER, but if you do a crit rate circlet, you probably want a little bit of, I don't know exactly how much attack percent substats you need, but it's very doable is my point, to do a Fab build, attack percent timepiece, attack percent goblet, crit rate circlet, and then get some attack percent substats on flower, feather, and circlet in conjunction with some ER. That's the easy build path. Fav, attack, crit rate. with a little bit of ER and crit rate substats. In some worst case scenarios, Eon Son's ER needs are not going to be super low. So you can see with a level 90 Fav, my Eon Son will have 194 ER. This should be enough energy with scroll energy refund. I would be surprised if I find a team that this is not enough energy on. The worst case calcs that I did, Eon Son had about 200% energy recharge needs. But that was a very worst case calc that I don't think is that realistic. I think most teams, Eon Son being an electro character with electro resonance being a thing, is going to vary, quite frankly, from like basically 0 energy needs. Like literally she needs like 2 ER rolls, and if you're using an ER weapon on her, like either the torch or Fav, you need no energy, or up to like this much potentially. So that's the annoying part, is if you like can get a universal build. Hence why I aimed for a build like this. I want to not have to change her build that often. This is my goal. But anyways, why was he on the shovel before? Oh, because Yunjin was on. Yeah, okay. So, anyways, Eon Son's movement thing. Back to that. Sorry. How about go ER attack? That's an option. Yeah. Again, it just depends on like the Fav crit rate factor is the main thing people are gonna have to work around a little bit. I've always been someone who tends towards trying to enable Fav with substats rather than trying to enable Fav through crit rate circlet. Because I've always been, not always, but most of my game time in Genshin, I've understood, you know, keeping things like artifacts that are crit rate ER is the ideal Fav substat. So I generally have not found it that hard to be able to trigger Fav weapons consistently, with just subsets alone. But I'm also on an account that has lots of options for like R5 Favs, and many players might end up needing to bias more towards crit rate in their stats to trigger Fav somewhat consistently than I do, because they only have like an R1 Fav, right? But for what it's worth, I know Eon Son does get at least 3 instances of damage when she does her attack in single target. So, and she might actually do more, which means it should be relatively easy to trigger Fav consistently on her without having to build a ton of extra crit rate. So, yeah. Anywho's, new event weapon is the budget option for her. It's not incredible. If you have Skyward Spine for Eon Son, Skyward Spine is basically, technically it gives slightly less attack, but the fact that it gives like the base attack value on this relative to the attack percent this gives in the passive, and this gives it 1 extra ER roll in the substat, makes Skyward Spine, in my opinion, just better than the Torch. So if you have Skyward Spine over the Torch, just use Skyward Spine, in my opinion. Although resource efficiency is still technically cheaper to level up the 4-star weapon, so you know. But anyways, Eon Son buff lasts 10 seconds, and this attack buff only lasts, Eon Son buff lasts 12 seconds, or with C6 Eon Son lasts 15 seconds. And this attack buff lasts 40% lasts only 10 seconds after using a skill. So the downtime on this attack percent buff makes me not like it on Eon Son, in my opinion. It's the budget option. It's an alternative to Fav if you don't have Fav available for whatever reason, either because it's on another unit or you just don't have it. That's my opinion. So, would you go for C2 Eon Son or stop at C0 and save for Shalonen weapon with elegy? I would go for C2 Eon Son over going for elegy with Shalonen weapon. To be clear, Shalonen weapon elegy banner is a good weapon banner. Shalonen weapon is a meaningful difference maker to how much buffing it feels like Shalonen does in a team. But the number one downside of getting like supportive weapons like Shalonen weapon or elegy is that you're not just gaining when you're putting those on a team, you're also generally losing Fav. Like, if I choose to put elegy on Farazon instead of Fav, I'm losing Fav. I'm losing the energy particles. Like, despite the fact that I have found that, yes, I get a significant increase in damage from Farazon's personal damage and from my Lanyon's personal damage when I'm putting elegy on Farazon in my DPS Lanyon team, I found Fav gives equivalent and more consistent clears than elegy. And that's without even me having an attack timepiece that actually lets me get more damage on Farazan on a Fab build, right? Because I have less energy needs with a Fab build on Farazan herself, so I could technically get more damage even out of my Fab build. So like it's an unfavorable comparison to Fav, and it's still, in my opinion, just as a circumstance of it's better than Elegy, right? Despite it being a circumstance where like the Elegy buff for like Lanyan is quite significant because Lanyan gets damage value from the EM and the attack percent, and Farazan gets value from the attack percent and the EM. Like, and Farina in the team even sometimes vaporizes and gets value from the EM. Like, it's a very favorable team composition for Elegy being really good over Fav. And Fav is still equivalent or better. Like, that was a little bit of an eye-opening circumstance for me recently. Where it's just like, wow. I feel like Elegy should be making more of a difference than it is. So that's the weird nuance with these strong supported weapons. Like, this is a nice weapon to have as an option, but Fav is OP. Like, they're really OP. So it's only the context where you have like the builds and team situations wherein the energy is not relevant that these weapons beat out Fav. But like, yeah, the Elegy in particular is basically any unit that you're using Elegy on is a unit that could use Fabbo. So you have to like evaluate it from a context of, does the energy matter? So, you know, take it from someone who has had it, who messes around with it. I have not found a ton of utility from Elegy. It's kind of glued to Auron because I have found in most of the Auron teams I've used, I have not needed to use Fab on him. So I definitely like having it on Aura. I think it makes Auron a more compelling unit for sure. I have not messed with it too much on official, mostly because I don't have official build. My official build, if I put Elegy on, looks kind of sad. So, like my official build is kind of carried by the crit stats from Skyward Harp just a little bit, but it is a relevant weapon on official. So here's my official build with Skyward.
I created another
86,
universe and
190.
found paradise.
It's not like this is unusable by any means. It's still a good visual build with Elegy. It's just, and Elegy can actively result in better clears potentially on official versus Skyward Harp, because the buffing for other units could actively be better than the increase in personal damage for official that Skyward Harp does. So I should do this more often. I should experiment with this more often. I think this is a context where this should be better. But it annoys my monkey brain. It annoys my monkey brain. That's all. Blap. Oop, no, that was incorrect. Anyways. So yeah, Elegy is a strong weapon. But is it worth going for over C2 Eons on? Right. C2 Eons on should also take. Actually, no. I guess if you're already assuming you're starting from a C0 Eons on baseline, the average cost of getting C2 Eons on is going to be about the same amount of wishes as it takes to get to pity, close-ish to the same amount of wishes it takes to get to pity on Weapon Banner. But Weapon Banner is not going to guarantee you get the weapon you want. It's going to guarantee a 5-star weapon. You can get screwed over by the 25% chance to get a standard banner weapon still too, right? Like, don't forget about that. So I think it makes a lot more sense to go for a C2 Eons on, is my point, over the signature weapon, or over Elegy, over signature weapon for Shalonen, because there's not really a situation where you would find you're not sacrificing anything by getting C2 Eons on, right? Unlike where the signature weapons, you're sacrificing the ability to use Fav. So yeah, that's it. That's my argument. Fav existing makes signature weapons for support weapons more questionable of value. So yeah, it's my highest damage on this account. I have no idea. I actually have no idea. It's probably was at some damage number. It might have been in the recent event from Arlecchino. It wouldn't surprise me. If this is higher than Polearms Only, I'm going to have to break the limit on Polearms Only again. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that was set in the recent event. I don't go for screenshot damage. I've now tried. I can probably get better than that, but I don't care. So 2.19 million apparently. If polearms only is lower than that, then someone reminded me in the future that I gotta try to break that limit with polearms only. I need to make sure polearms only stays higher than my main account. I guess we should go check while I yap about Eon-san for a bit. Oops, wrong button. So, yeah, you keep on distracting me with good questions. Good questions are good, but so the Eon-san movement thing, you don't need to have movement to get value from Eon-san buff. But the way that her buff works is that it gives you, so she's a Natlan character, she has Night Soul, right? She has a maximum of 54 Night Soul. And when you do EQ, you max out her Night Soul. And she drains a certain amount of Night Soul at about functionally 5 per second. The reason I say functionally 5 per second is technically she drains 6 Night Soul per second, but apparently she has a baseline gain rate of she's always getting 1 Night Soul per second, even if you're just standing still with her characters. Her passive says it tracks movement, any kind of movement happening, and that's converted to extra Night Soul that she gets every 1 second. But she apparently gets at minimum 1 Night Soul per second. So that means that if you're standing still, the worst case scenario, she's draining 5 Night Soul per second. And this means with 54 Night Soul, she pretty linearly, runs out of Night Soul. 54, divided by 5 is after 10.8 seconds. So which is about when her buff is done. Her 12-second buff duration, the max duration, unless you have C6 and it's 15 seconds, but the 12-second duration, it runs out by the end. But she has to be over 40 Night Soul to have, so the way her attack buff works, like how much attack buff you can get. So with pre-C5, you can get a maximum of 690 attack buff, right? And the way that attack buff works is when you're over 40 Night Soul, that attack buff is just based on her attack. Yeah, there we go. Good. Polearms only has 3.1 million. Perfect. We gotta stay that way. I wonder how high Eonsa would let me take it on this account. That's an interesting question. Like a melt. It had to be a melt with Arlecchino with Eon-san and Shenhe probably. Eon-san, Shenhe. Oh god, it'd be some cringe setup with like Shao on VV, Eon-san, Shenhe, Arlecchino, I think is the theoretical highest damage number. I'm not gonna do that until I feel really motivated. Anyways, does Stagger also regenerate Night Soul? It should, yeah. Dodging regenerates Night Soul. So, and the conversion, by the way, seems to be 1 meter of movement is 1 Night Soul point. So a dodge is like, I believe somewhere around 5 Night Soul. But that's assuming like a dodge is not canceled. So, I don't know. It's kind of like how much Night Soul generation you're getting in a given team is weird. This is something that like is really annoying to like assume on paper without characters that aren't actively moving a lot. For a unit like Arlecchino, it's actually fairly easy to assume we're going to be able to consistently have enough movement to keep up over 40 Night Soul. But anyways, let me finish the quick yap. So when you're over 40 Night Soul, her attack buff is just based on a percentage of her attack. When you fall below 40 Night Soul, you still get an attack buff, but her attack buff is based on a percentage of her attack multiplied by whatever her current Night Soul amount is. Which, yes, that's real convoluted. So let me go look at what the multiplier for that is at level 10 quick. 1 second. Oh, that's annoying. I can't view it. Give me a second. For some reason, Project Amber has been broken on my phone for a while. If I open it up through Safari. That's fine. I'll go to Hakushin. Alright, so yeah, the conversion is 0.5% attack per Night Soul point. So when she's over 40% Night Soul, it's 27% of her attack. So that's where the 25-56 attack that you need for maxing out her buff comes from. But when you have below 40% Night Soul, so So this is so if you're standing still and you're having 5 second functionally 5 per second drain, this would mean it takes 3 seconds to fall below 40% Night Soul, right? So let's assume the worst case scenario where somehow, which this should basically never happen because you're never perfectly standing still. Supposedly the movement tracking for Eonson tracks like how characters move with their animations, so it should theoretically convert to more than this. Like, this worst case scenario shouldn't happen, but I think it's worthwhile to analyze this from a worst case scenario, because once you understand this worst case scenario, it lets you understand that even when you're not moving a bunch, Eonson is still giving buffing value, right? That's why we're doing this. So standing still scenario of like 5 per second Night Soul drain takes 3 seconds to fall below 40 Night Soul. So that means like 9 out of your 12 second buff, you are below 40 Night Soul. And that would be this other conversion, the not straight attack conversion, instead the attack multiplied by her remaining Night Soul. So that means we can do. I have there, by the way, there's someone that gave me a Google or a spreadsheet that had all this breakdown that I shared in my Discord at some point. I don't remember where I saved it, but I could try to find that. If I do a dedicated Eonson stream again, or a dedicated Eonson video, I'll probably show it. Why are you talking about Tobacco Springs? Anyways, sorry. So 0.5% attack times Night Soul amount. And this is, by the way, this context where you have below 40 Night Soul is the potential selling point for building extra attack on her, and it's also the selling point for potentially using non-fab weapons to have higher attack on her. So if you have, say, a Skyward Spine build, you could fairly easily have over 3k attack on Eonson, like in the neighborhood of, I'd say 3200 is probably doable, right? So, having extra attack can functionally like delay how long it takes to lose a meaningful amount of your buff. So that's the weird factor, is if you're using Eonson in a team where you're not gaining much Night Soul because you don't move around that much with your characters, it's a stand still and whack on the boss type of team, then that is a context where there might be a reason to build Eonson on extra attack, and might be a reason to do Eonson like a non-fab build. There's like theoretical min-max potential for like building Eonson for like 4,000 attack with a Calamity Queller, Shenhe's signature weapon. And that could actually technically be relevant. Is a weird option thing that you can do. Point being, this nuance of having low movement is a reason to build extra attack on Eonson without having C5. So I'll do that calculation quick. But let's assume the worst case scenario, though. Let's assume you're right on the line of a pre-C5 Eonson. You have 2600 attack.
I feel like there's something I forgot to do.
And you fall below 40 Night Soul. So 2600 attack times the 0.5%. So that's 0.005. That means it's 13 attack per Night Soul point. So if you have, so as soon as you fall to 40 Night Soul, if you have 40 Night Soul, it's 13 times 40. That is 520, right? So as soon as if you have a 2600 attack, you fall below 40 Night Soul, immediately you go from a 690 attack buff to a 520 attack buff. But you don't lose your buff entirely. And then from there, if you're still losing 5 Night Soul per second, that means you're losing 5 times 13 per second. That means you're losing 65 per second. So that means you go from like 690 to 520, right? And then every second after, you go to 455, then you go to 390, then you go to 325, then you go to 260, etc., right? And then you eventually just run out of the buff. But this is just the buff from her burst, right? C2 Eonson. Let me double check the phrasing on that. Yeah, so C2 Eonson is just a permanent 30% attack buff for your on-field character while her burst is active. There's no restriction on her 30% attack buff with C2 with Night Soul point. So like 5 seconds after you go below 40 Night Soul and you only have 20 Night Soul left, you're only getting 260 from her burst attack buff, but you're still getting, like, say, that 300 attack from Eons on C2. And this is, again, another reason why I think Eons on C2 is relevant. Which means your total attack buff there is, like, 560, and you have all the damage bonus buffs and whatever happening, too, right? So 560 versus the full 690 plus 300, so 990. So you've lost less than it seems like, right? If you have C2. Like, the relative value of how bad it is to go below 40 Night Soul is less bad with C2, essentially. So, what's the good stopping point for Eons on Constellations? I mean, C2, I think, is a healthy stopping point. My goal on Polearms only is to get C2. Anything past C2 Eons on is of questionable relevance on this account, because of the characters I have. Because C4 and C6 Eons on, C6 Eons on can be relevant in situations without extra movement because of just the duration lasting longer. But mostly C4, C6 Eons on, anything past C2 Eons on is more relevant in more situations, specifically if you have a meaningful amount of movement where you can consistently overcap in particular. So C6 Eons on and C2 Eons on are probably her most notable constellations, basically. C1 is energy refunding, which is nice, I guess. The C6 damage bonus only lasts 3 seconds, but it's on overflow, Nero. So that's like, and to get overflow, you're gonna have to have enough movement to be consistent. You're gonna have to be moving constantly enough in your rotation to consistently generate enough Night Soul to overflow from Eons on C4, such that you will trigger Eons on C6 damage bonus. But you don't need to overflow in order to get the duration extension. So C6 can still be beneficial without extra movement. It's just, it depends. So like the very it depends factors with past C2 Eons on means like, I think it's very, very sensible to just stop at C2, right? Is my point. Because the value of anything past C2 is much more very it depends. C2 is quite significant, and I think like C2 Eons on is significant enough that in my mind it's worth risking getting a 5-star for, being that C2 Eons on is going to take an average of 90 pulls to get approximately, which means that you're risking a 5-star. If you're deciding to go for C2 Eons on, that means on average you're deciding to risk getting a 5-star, right? Maybe more, depending on what your pity is, depending on how the game trolls you. And if it's really painful, again, getting 4 stars is painful too. It's RNG hell sometimes. So like, I know it's gonna suck. It's gonna suck for a lot of people. It might suck for me a lot. But we gotta go on statistical averages and as far as trying to weigh risks. Moving around is what's being done a lot anyways. No, yeah, generally speaking, that is the assumption. Like Arlecchino, for example, has a circumstance. Let's go find, there's some crabs over here. So Arlecchino has like some snapping with her normal attacks, right? That basically allows for a attack combo if you're doing Eons on Arlecchino, where you're gonna do something like dash backwards. Do you see what's happening here? So instead of doing like, so Eons on Arlecchino combo is gonna be to try to maintain Night Soul, to make sure you don't, it should not be hard with Arlecchino, for example, is the point. It should not be hard with Arlecchino to stay above 40 Night Soul. Is it technically 42? I think it might technically be 42. I might have said 40 before. It's fine. 40 was the simple way to do it, but it's close enough. It didn't really matter. The point is to illustrate like the draining of the attack buff and whatever. Yeah, the fact that like Arlecchino has her snapping means you can do a dash cancel, but you normally do dash cancels anyways, right? And you specifically want to run away from the enemy, in order to then do a normal attack that will snap towards, right? Because Arlecchino, I was out of range. Arlecchino snaps forwards, right? That's movement. So you get the backwards movement, and then you get the forwards movement, for converting to Night Soul, which should easily keep up Night Soul on Eons on. But if you don't do that, right, and you're just brain offing Arlecchino, you still might be moving a little bit, right? But it depends on how the enemy's moving and like if the enemy prevents you from moving, right? Because this is not me moving forward, right? This is just your normal Arlecchino combo. So then I got stopped by a rock, right? just doing this and being stopped by the enemy's hitbox, that's more questionable, right? But even in that context where you're just standing still and attacking, you should still be generating some Nightsoul, from my understanding. But that's why I wanted to illustrate that worst case scenario of like, yeah, okay, you start at 690, after a couple seconds you drop to 520, and then you're losing about 60 per second. Minus 60, minus 60, minus 60, minus 60, minus 60, minus 60, minus 60. It takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 seconds. Like, you basically don't actually run out of the buff. You're still getting a buff through the full uptime, even in like the worst case scenario for Aeon's On. So movement does not convert to extra buff on Aeon's On. Movement converts to keeping buff up longer. Right? That's the way to think about Aeon's On. I think there's a lot of people who are going to assume incorrectly that you need movement to have Aeon's On be usable. And it's not you need movement to have Aeon's On be usable. It's you want movement to keep up the buff longer. And keeping up the buff longer is usually preferable. But with how much more important that like front-loaded damage is in Genshin for like getting clear times in like Abyss, it's not that big of a deal to have some loss of the attack buff towards the end of the rotation, right? So if you have enough, and this is why I'm bullish on Aeon's On, it's because I think most teams will move enough that like if you are losing the attack buff, I don't think the attack buff is going to start being lost until like 7 seconds after, 6-7 seconds after, and you're still going to have some attack buff after that, especially with the C2 Aeon's On, right? Where you don't have to worry about any decay from the C2, just the non-C2 attack buff. So yeah, someone like Kaniche, by the way, yeah, Kaniche is a relevant character. I think most Kaniche players are probably going to lean towards playing Aeon's On with him, because Kaniche with Bennett gameplay is something, in my opinion. It's we. That's what I would say. When next account review stream? Next week or a week or two from now. Yeah, Bennett doesn't suck for Kaniche, but like Bennett is good with Kaniche, but having to work around going into the circle and the inconsistency with how like Bennett tick rate as you swoop into the circle with Kaniche makes it weird in my experience, and I think most Kaniche players understand that, and they're gonna They're going to embrace Aeon's On instead of Bennett with Kaniche, especially because Aeon's On can use scroll. 40% Dender damage bonus. Yeah. I think Kaniche's best team is technically basically going to become Aeon's On, particularly assuming some Aeon's On constellations. Without Aeon's On C2, Bennett is still probably better on paper. And maybe even with Aeon's On C2, Bennett is still technically better on paper for Kaniche. But in practice, I think most people will find an Aeon's On C2 is better than Bennett, I assume. So, technically, I think Kaniche's best team is probably going to be like Aeon's On, Kaniche, for most people, functionally. Emily, and then probably Moeka on Deepwood is technically best, because it's the Moeka effect. Yay! We love this character's balance. But the alternative is doing whatever other off-field pyro, and you can technically, theoretically, maybe kind of get away with not off-field pyro. No, you should just do off-field pyro. So your options are Xiangling, Xiangling not having to deal with circle impact. I like the idea of doing a Xiangling with Aeon's On, but anyways, Xiangling, like funnel Fab energy from Xiangling from Aeon's On to Bennett. Or, God, brain. Funnel Fab energy from Aeon's On to Xiangling in a Kaniche team, and you're no longer cursed by circle impact, and then the circle impact of the weird circle impact of Xiangling rotating around Kaniche and you rotating around the enemy and having to like counter rotate to have that work properly. Instead, you won't have to worry about Bennett. So like, I think Xiangling will be less awful to use with Kaniche too, by being free from Bennett. So anyways, you have Xiangling, you have Pyro Traveler, you have Dia, you have Toma still as your different off-field pyro options for helping keep up the burning and whatever. And you'll still be able to do like Farina Virgin variants too, of course, instead of Aeon's On. Although I guess Farina Burgeon variants are a little bit more iffy. So I guess no, you don't do Farina Burgeon with Eon Son because the healing situation is screwed. So I guess you do with Farina Burgeon like Toma, with Kinich Burgeon with Eon Son. You do like Eon Son, Kinich, Toma, Singcho, or Yelan maybe. Yeah. Dia is not that good. Dia can give 20% attack, interruption resistance, pyro resonance. Wait, no, sorry. You would lose pyro resonance with Eon Son. That's part of the downside. That's part of the reason, like, on paper, Bennett could still be better than Eon Son, right? It's pyro resonance, I think. In the calcs I've seen. But again, in practice, I suspect most people will prefer Eon Son and find Eon Son to be better. But I don't know. Dia for providing interruption resistance, tenacity buff. Like, why do you think Dia is a bad character? It is a slot in there. Like, do you think Pyro Traveler is contributing that much additional value in that team context versus Dia? I think many people would find Dia to be a better option than Pyro Traveler. So, you know. Pyro Resonance or Emily. Emily is very strong. If you have her, you probably use her with Kinich. So, anyways. I've been going for 4 hours, good lord. But I'm mostly done, I think, at this point. Hopefully my tired brain breakdown of Eon Son makes sense for helping you understand. If I want to do a really quick burn through of characters I think Eon Son is more or less relevant for on-fielders. Actually, not just on-fielders, just damage dealers in general. Amber, probably no. Oh, actually, one thing that reminds me of, not Amber though. One problem with Bennett, if you have a C6 Bennett, is C6 Bennett, if you want to do like physical Muika shenanigans, for example, you don't have an attack buffer. Or if you want to do like DPS Lynette, because if there's rare situations where C6 Bennett interferes, well, now we have an attack buffer that won't interfere with your infusions, right? So if I want to do physical Muika and have attack buffer, sweet. I got Eon Son for physical Muika. And notably, for physical, Eon Son is Electro, so she provides half of Superconduct. Anyways, you know, anyone who's like, oh, I might get Eula for some reason. The C6 Bennett Eula, even though Eula players tend not to play Bennett anyways with her. Well, hey, if you're really concerned about attack buffer with Eula, you can activate your C6 Bennett, is my point, in my opinion. If you are in that contingent of people that is still somehow paranoid about C6 Bennett and don't understand all the upsides to it because you haven't tried to use it, activate your C6 Bennett. Eon Son will be the alternative in those rare cases. In those rare cases where you have a C6 Bennett that actually does interfere with something you want to do, hey, we now have a Bennett alternative. That's awesome. In my opinion, there's basically, assuming you have Eon Son, particularly if you have Eon Son C2, there's basically no downside to activating C6 Bennett anymore. And there already was basically no downside. But anyways, so like, yay, I'll be able to maybe do like better DPS Lynette stuff with C6 Lynette, because C6 Lynette Animo Infusion gets overridden by C6 Bennett. So that's cool. That's nice. And I'll be able to do my physical Muika memes, right? So, point is, I'm mentioning that as the niche scenarios of, I already like Eon Son for that context. For those rare circumstances where I found C6 Bennett prevents me from doing something else. But it's usually mostly just meme things. It's basically just meme things that C6 Bennett prevents me from. Amber, probably not. But I'm sure if you go watch Furu, I imagine Furu will end up doing something with Amber and Eon Son together. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, Amber scales on attack, damage bonus, like, you know. But I also know, like, Furu plays Amber, like, without Bennett and does, like, weird, you know, Diona Song of Days Past shenanigans with Amber. So the highest level of Amber gameplay probably doesn't need Bennett, and therefore also probably doesn't need Eon Son. But I also think having attack buffers will be a compelling way to make Amber feel good to play. I don't know. I'd be interested to see how Amber and a Shepard's team with Amber. Oh wait, no, you don't have any off-field Electro. Never mind. I was gonna say Amber. I was gonna say Amber, Bennett, Eons on Shivers, but no off-field Electro makes that a little sus. And by a little sus, I mean very sus. Plunge Chongyun can use Eons on. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Amber feel good to play. Where did I say Amber feel good to play? Amber is a character you learn how to play. Amber is not a character that feels good to play until you learn how she plays. I don't think I said she feels good to play. Point being, Eon. I need to do this quicker. Eon-san sus synergy with Amber. Kaya, some synergy. If I recall, he does snapshot. Like his damage contribution isn't 0. So if you're playing Kaya, like I don't know, like the problem, like Kaya C6 Bennett combo is I think much more relevant for doing like Kaya on-field DPSing things. But yeah, synergy by nature of snapshotting is significant. But Kaya's self-melt is pretty significant too. So like I don't think I would tend towards Eon-san over Bennett. But there's synergy, right? Lisa, I mean, double Electro, good, especially for god-awful energy needs. I'm sure there's going to be reasons to do Lisa things with Eon-san. I don't think that many people are going to do it, but yes. Okay, DPS Barbara is technically attack scaling, so yes, technically. But again, like, probably not a real synergy that people care about. Similar story with you. Xiangling, absolutely yes. I think there's going to be cases where Eon-san is better with Xiangling than Bennett. Xiangling Snapshot, funneling energy from Fab to Xiangling is going to be more energy from... Like, Eon-san, I think, will provide more energy on average to Xiangling than Bennett would. You lose Pyro Resonance, potentially, but yeah. Yep, new national team format, Bennett, Xiangling, Eon-san, Sucrose. That probably is going to work pretty well. I don't know. Anyways, actually, is it? Because I removed Vape from that team. Oops. Well, I don't know. C6 Bennett on field Xiangling. I don't know. Anyways, the point is, expect Eons on to be paired with Xiangling on occasion, not necessarily that specific team. Beto, weird potential synergy. So yes, but again in the category of like yes, but not necessarily something people are going to actively do that often. So yes, but Xingqiu, you know, you play Xingqiu Bennett together. There'll be reasons to do Xingqiu Eons-on together. Ningguang, yes, you play Ningguang Bennett together. If you're doing Ningguang DPSing, there's probably going to be reasons to do Ningguang Eons-on. Maybe both of the Bennett and Eons-on with her. I don't know. Official. Yes, official snapshots. Double Electro is pretty actually nice, generating a whack ton of energy. Good. Yep. I think that's going to be relevant synergy, indeed. Noelle, she's mostly defense. Like the people playing her are building her for defense. She doesn't gain 0 value from attack, but I'm gonna put her in like a probably almost never you're playing Eons-on with Noelle. So no. Chongyun, probably definitely yes, especially if you have C6 Bennett, and hey, now you can have a tech buffer and you don't get the infusion overridden. Arguably, I will... Arguably, sorry. Arguably, it's better to do Pyro Chongyun than Cryo Chongyun. Is the state of the game and how his multipliers be, but, you know, Bennett alternative good still. Look, if self-melt Kaya is good with Bennett C6, why do we think Pyro Infusion on Chongyun is not good? Right? Just saying. It's because it feels like a flavor fail that you're not getting Cryo Infusion on Chongyun. I understand why it feels bad, but like, Pyro is a stronger on-field DPS element than Cryo. So, yeah. Anyways, but if you want to do Cryo Chongyun and want an attack buffer and have C6 Bennett, Eon-san, sick, yeah. Sucrose, I mean, and not that there's never a reason to do Anima with Eon-san, or like, you know, when you do Anima with Bennett, But I think one of the contexts where Bennett is definitely going to shine over Eon-San is context where you want to get a Pyro Swirl. Because Bennett, in a lot of like potential Pyro DPS setups, right, is like, you know, go from Bennett into your Animo unit, and because of Bennett's like E and Burst Pyro, enables you to easily get a Pyro Swirl. So if you're using Eon-San in place of Bennett for a Pyro unit where you'd want to get a Pyro Swirl, let's say Arlecchino, right? Well, you know, that's going to be a key synergy that is important, right? Where Bennett being Pyro for enabling Swirl setups is significant. Conversely, setups where you want to get an Electro Swirl will be better with Eon-San potentially, I feel like. But Eon-San doesn't necessarily apply that much Electro. I don't think we actually have ICD information. I don't know how many units of Electro she applies in her E Heart Attack Burst combo. But anyways, Eon-San plus Bennett equals Shao 10k attack. Is it? I don't think that's doable unless you're abusing some weird buffs from domains or whatever. So, anyways, I think oftentimes Animo plus a Bennett is going to be more relevant than Eon-San, but again, you can also play Eon-San Bennett together, so is it that problematic? Or like Arlecchino, Bennett, Eon-San, Sucrose? It's probably going to be a pretty usable team, even if the Sucrose EM buff isn't doing anything. I guess Lanyan would be better in that context. Arlecchino, Bennett, Eon-San, Lanyan. There you go. Gene, Animo, same story, Sucrose, we don't need to repeat that. Diluc, you know, again, attack buff, potentially valuable for him. Yeah, it'll be another option for him. Good. Okay, DPS GG, DPS Mona, yes, options. For Aggravate DPSs, so the units where Aggravate is like their main compelling team format for damage dealing, generally don't care that much about attack buffs, right? Like you normally don't play Bennett in Kaching Aggravate, right? But Eon-San I think is more relevant for Aggravate context than Bennett is. And that's because damage bonus is more relevant for Aggravate, right? And attack isn't necessarily doing nothing. So I think there's an interesting factor there, basically, where I don't know what exactly the team looks like is the problem, because if you're doing an Aggravate Kaching team, right? Let's say you're doing Kaching, Fischl, Kirara, Sucrose, right? Who do you replace in that team with Eon-San? Well, if you're doing Aggravate, you need the Dendro, so you don't replace the Dendro unit. And, okay, if you replace Fischl with Eon-San, well, Fischl's a very, very large amount of the damage being dealt in Aggravate teams, right? So, and this is where, like, it becomes muddy. Because, like, yes, Eon-San will buff Kaching more, but chances are it will not buff Kaching more to make up for the loss of Fischl damage. Is kind of where it is. But maybe you need Fischl in another team, in the same way that you potentially would want Bennett in another team, right? So, I think it's still a relevant synergy to be aware of. That, like, Eon-San is more relevant for Aggravate than Bennett is for Aggravate. Replace Kaching. I hope it's not better. I hope it's not better to replace Kaching, I'll be honest. I hope it's not better. But Fischl snapshot Eon-San buff with Sucrose, Kirara, and then you just like on-field Kirara more maybe, and then you on-field Fischl do charge attacks. I hope that's not better. It's possible that's better. I hope it's not better. Oh god. I hope Kaching doesn't have that done to her. I hope not. I'm pretty sure it's not. Like, Kaching doesn't just output decent Aggravate damage, right? I hope not. But it would be very funny if it was. Anyways, the point is, there is more Aggravate synergy with there is some Aggravate synergy with Eon-San. It's just like, okay, and then the alternative, by the way, is, okay, maybe you replace the Animo unit. And I think that's actually a little bit more interesting. So doing, like, triple Electro Aggravate with Eon-San, I think is kind of interesting because of how annoying it can be to get Electro Swirls, right? In an Dendro context. Especially with Nahida, right? So if you're doing Fischl, Nahida, Kaching, like, yeah, an animal unit is great there, and like, yes, you can do setups, and I'm sure plenty of people are used to doing them if you're a dedicated Kaching main kind of thing, like doing swirl setups with Kazuha, getting Fischl's Electro application at the right time with timing Kazuha's swirl. But maybe in practice, it'll just be easier for most players to play Eon-san versus the animal unit, right? So my argument is it's one of those things where I don't think on a spreadsheet level, aggravate teams. Oop, I just had my normal alarm for waking up go off. I don't think for normal teams, normal aggravate teams, Eon's on like spreadsheets as better, but in practice, because of problems with like swirl setups or whatever, Eon Sun might actually end up being better. How much better is going to depend on how much relevance the attack buff does have and the damage bonus has. For someone like a Ching, right? Like, not no value, but not necessarily insanely high value. For someone like an aggravate, like doing that idea for like doing Nahida Fischl Clarind with an animal unit, versus doing just triple Electro with Eons on Clarind Fischl Nahida. I feel like in that context, because of like how Clarind has her bonus additional scaling from her passive, right? Her A4 passive, I think. Sorry, no, her A2 passive or A1, but derp. Her Ascension 1 passive converts attack to additional flat buff. Means Clarind gains a little bit more value from extra attack than someone like Kaching does. So there's nuance to it. Point is, I think there is context where Elon Salon has relevance for aggravate. Venti, same animal conversation. Klee, attack buffing. Yes, there will be options. I don't think there's going to be super compelling. I think Klee's movement is going to be like Klee's movement. I think tends to be one of the more standstilly characters, which again makes it the most sus. But as I illustrated before, being standstill doesn't mean you're getting no buffing value. Just means reduced buffing value, particularly towards the end of the rotation, or middle of rotation. But yeah, anyways, Diona probably no, but I don't know if you're on field DPSing. I don't know what does a DPS Diona make? I've never tried to think of that. Ugh. Sounds awful. I'll be honest. I'm sorry. Trying to DPS bow units is really hard. DPSing bow units that were not meant to be DPSs. Diona Muika with Diona on field. Anyways, you're someone who dodges anyways. Oh yeah, no, I'm trying to evaluate. Yes, I know I'm well aware that I'm already someone who tends to dodge a lot. As someone who tends to dodge a lot, oh yeah, I am quite certain that I, on average, will get more Night Soul than some players. For the players that are extremely used to Zhongli, because Zhongli has destroyed their brain. Sorry, I think it's just funny to start this way. This is not me trying to be negative. This is just me making it funny. If Zhongli has destroyed your brain and all you do is stand still in Genshin, drinking Osmanthus wine till the end of times, you might struggle a little bit more with adapting to how Eon-san wants you to move more in order to maintain her buff uptime. So, Kleeda's jump cancels. That's true, I guess. The chibi models jump higher relative to their model size. I don't think jumping higher relative to model size matters. I think they jump the same total height as a normal character, so I think the amount of like Night Soul conversion you get from a jump on Klee versus a jump on Arlecchino is the same. But that's true. Jump cancels are a form of movement that it might be okay. I don't know. It's sus. I think but attack buffing potentially relevant. So it's like, hey, again, you needed Bennett for your other team. Now you have another attack buffer option for clear, and that might be important to a lot of players. If it's measured from the head versus the feet makes a difference, right? I don't know. I don't know the technical ways of exactly how they implemented the movement system. But I'd be willing to place a bet on the fact on the jump in Genshin, even if like technically Klee jumps higher relative to her height, the actual total jump height is the same value as far as like how Eon-san's movement buff is done. I suspect that it will be the case. I think a jump is probably going to be the equivalent Night Soul generation on all characters. It's my guess. In Elden Ring, I dodge. In Genshin, you brain up with Zhongli. Yeah, that's fair. But you might struggle a little bit to adapt to using Eonson, who wants you to actively move more. Clearly, it means Genshin needs a dodge roll. That's what we should call for. Eonson means they should turn Elden. They should add a dodge roll into Genshin. Anyways, why do you have Ganyu on this account? Don't ask. That's why. That's all. That's all. This is the only reason. Albedo, I'd say generally speaking, no. Zhongli. Oh!
Osmanthus. Osmanthus.
Physical Zhong. What is Physical Zhongli's best team right now? It's Farina. It's Farina, Zhongli, on Pike, of course, with Mika. Do you normally play Bennett in that team and just forgo Superconduct? Or do you play Fischl for Superconduct? Because if you play Fischl currently, I feel like... I don't know. Okay, so like... I think it's a buff to Physical Zhongli. It's definitely a buff to how much damage Physical Zhongli himself is doing. But I think in a Physical Zhongli team, if it's Zhongli, Farina, Fischl, Mika, a lot of the damage contribution is potentially from Fischl, such that increasing Zhongli's damage isn't necessarily going to be... But losing the Fischl damage isn't necessarily going to be a meaningful team DPS increase. But it should result in more physical numbers from Zhongli. And might and at least would hopefully be enough to make it very usable, on top of being more satisfying for the Zhongli numbers. Can you stop? So, you know what? Yeah. Eonson is a buff for Physical Zhongli. Yeah. Wait, does this mean Physical Zhongli is more of a real thing on polearms only? Ah, crap. What do I do instead of Farina? I have C6 with Mika. Eonson, Fizzjong. I'm blanking right now. Who do I put in the last slot? Candace. I mean, funnily enough, you might be right. You might be right. But there also, yeah, is the factor of Rosaria. I don't have Rosaria C6 is the problem. If I had Rosaria C6, I think it'd be Rosaria C6 because one, a little bit of damage contribution from Rosaria. Rosaria can snapshot Eonson buff. Two, Cryo Resonance crit rate buff could help with Zhongli damage. And then Physical Red Shred would help with Zhongli buff as well. But I unfortunately only have a C5 Rosaria. Wait, yeah, I only have C5 Rosaria. Sad. I didn't think about the context of Physical Zhongli getting buffed for going for C6 Rosaria. Oops. So anyways, but anyway, Physical Zhongli out on a normal account where you use Farina, I think Eonson would be a buff for Physical Zhongli. Let's go. Anyways, there you go. Oh boy. Oh wait, yeah, I could maybe just do Shenhe. That's true. Shenhe for Shenhe for just the physical rush. A tiny bit of physical rush. Yeah, woo. I mean, it'd be something. And double cryo, so it's probably Shenhe realistically without C6 Rosaria. I don't know. Shenhe or Rosaria is probably better, but Candace would be an option to test for the normal attack damage bonus. I don't know. We'll have to see, because I can definitely tell you, like, when I tried to use physical Zhongli in the past, it's like definitely not good enough to even be a meme choice on polearms only. But if Eonson makes meme physical Zhongli better enough, I'd be overjoyed to actually use. So anyways, am I gonna get the sign out SSD? I might get one sent to me for free. But it depends if I have to make a sponsored video. So They contacted me being like, hey, would you like to be among the first to try this Genshin Impact SSD? And they're like, you have complete creative freedom for how you show the product, which had inside of it implication that I had to show the product if I was going to get it for free. But like, I'm not going to make a sponsored video for them if they just give me a stupid overpriced $130 SSD for free, right? Like, I'll take a free SSD, but I'm not going to do a sponsored video that gets 30,000 views or whatever if they're not going to pay, right? Like, no, that's not how this relationship works. I'm not just gonna. $100 SSD is not an exchange for a sponsorship, right? No one does that unless you're really desperate. You gotta be really desperate. No one does that. So if it's an actual sponsorship, it might be featured in a video. I might get it for free without having to feature it in a video. So if I get it and I mention it in a video, it will be with the asterisk that I got it for free. So anyways. And if it's an actual sponsorship, it will hopefully be in a video that makes sense to do the sponsorship. But anyways, I mean, unboxers do that? No, they don't, guys. Like, if you actually genuinely think that the reason, like, Unbox Therapy makes unboxing videos for iPhones is because he just wants to get the latest iPhone for free, no. No. That's not what he's doing. He's doing it for work. It's a low effort work potentially to do an unboxing video. Yeah, but like, he wants the iPhone from Apple early just so he can get more views by posting a video early. Because posting the first unboxing video is gonna get you more views. Like, I'm not saying there's not a single person. It's not like I'm not saying there's not a single YouTube video that includes a person who made a video about a product just because they got it for free. But for relatively cheap products, in particular, not usually a thing, and especially for any big channel, definitely not a thing. The getting a product for free is basically very rarely payment alone for a sponsorship. And if it is, then that's a mistake. And yeah. So anyways, what was I saying? Where were we at? Tartag with Eons on. I mean, you play Tartag with Bennett potentially, with like Child National, whatever, right? So again, Bennett alternative. Eon's on, or sorry, Sinyan DPSing things. Yeah, sure. Actually, no, she's got like defense skill in her C6. Isn't that relevant? I don't know. Sinyan I'm not the expert on DPS Sinyan. Albedo, I think, is generally speaking not gonna be very high synergy ever with Eon's on. Ganyu, questionable. The interesting thing with Ganyu is, like, how I've played Ganyu, for example, is without Zhongli. So my Ganyu gameplay when I played it recently is like with Mawika, Bennett, Shalonin. And I lose Pyro Resonance. But being freed from the circle, and especially if I end up getting a C6 Eons on, and how much of my gameplay involves a little bit of dodging on Ganyu or constant strafing, it might actually be surprisingly usable. I don't think it will be an upgrade. At best, it's a side grade, and it's probably only a side grade with Eons on Constellations. But I think Eons on with Ganyu is an interesting context that I will almost assuredly be testing at least once. Don't think I'll always default to it necessarily. I feel like if I'm going to do Melt Ganyu, I generally default to Bennett still. But yeah. Anyways. How do you edit the form you sent for review? I want to put Diluc in too. I don't know. Does it not allow editing? Maybe I don't have editing enabled on the form. I'll jot a note down to double check that, and you can check it later. I'm not gonna do it right now, but check out fixing form to allow editing responses. That's my bad. I definitely should have it allowed to edit responses. So if it doesn't allow you to edit responses right now, that's my bad. If it does allow you to edit responses right now, then I don't know where the option is. The option to edit it should be somewhere, but I'm guessing it's because I don't have the option there right now, which is my bad. Anyways, Hu Tao, you don't normally do Hu Tao Bennett, but you don't never do Hu Tao Bennett. So, you know, giving damage bonus and some attack buff, not irrelevant, again. And that's kind of where it's at. Although I think if you're doing Bennett Hu Tao, you're normally doing like glass cannon vape setups, aren't you, normally? Which is, I don't know, I don't think it's a real thing. I don't know. Like, I don't think there's that much real synergy, so, like, you probably don't get Eons on specifically for Hu Tao, but it's not like Hu Tao's damage is going up with Eons on, right? So, like, Hu Tao is getting stronger on polearms only, for example, with Eons on. Particularly because of the fact that I can't do Vaporize. I can't do Vaporize Hu Tao, so just having more options for buffing Hu Tao is very good. So it is more team options for Hu Tao, but it's not a super strong synergy, I don't think. What time is the live? You mean the live stream where they announced the stream? Like 3 or 4 hours ago. You can rewind the stream if you want to see the live. Rosaria snapshots. Physical Rosaria is a thing you can do. In the context of this account, I want to illustrate something that I think is a fun team that I really, really like. I do Melt Rosaria with Xiangling, Shenhe, Rosaria, and then normally I do Zhongli. And Zhongli, hey, he gives Red Shred, he keeps me alive. Is a pretty comfortable team. It's not incredibly high damage. I have played the variant of this team now on my main account. That's Rosaria Shenhe with a worse Shenhe, with a worse Rosaria build, but still a relatively close Rosaria build. And with Bennett instead of Rosaria, or sorry, not instead of Rosaria, instead of Zhongli. And I can tell you, it performs better. Crazy. You know, a Rosaria that snapshots Bennett buff, and then like Shenhe given buff that, yeah, crazy, good. Especially with Xiangling being able to snapshot the buffs. Point being, it's a polearm for Eon Sun is going to be very similar to in that team contest. It's going to be very similar to Bennett. Bennett, I think, is theoretically a little bit better, but not crazily so, because like just giving a bunch of damage bonus. I think the reason Bennett actually might be better in that team, in like a Bennett, Xiangling, Rosaria, Shenhe context, is because of the healing. Because Bennett is a stupid good healer. He's really good at keeping you alive. Eon San's healing is not nothing. It will keep a non-fielder alive as long as I don't take too much damage, but don't expect it to be like anywhere near Bennett, right? So it's definitely going to be a team I'm going to play. Eon San, Rosaria, Shenhe, Xiangling, but I also don't expect it to be the most incredibly strong thing, or most incredibly survivable thing. I do expect it to be meaningfully stronger than Zhongli, but yeah. Anyways, did I skip Xiao? Sorry, I did skip Xiao. Oops, my bad. Yes, Xiao moves inherently. It should be trivial to keep the buff up. The main problem with Xiao at Eon San is right now Xiao's best team is Farina, Cloud Retainer, Farazan. So I think Eon San is another good alternative for being able to make Xiao work. Like, it's nice for polearms only that I have a buffer for him. But like, if you're already really invested in Xiao and have his best team, I don't necessarily think Eon Sun does much for you, right? The scroll buff doesn't buff Animo, right? So it's just the attack buff. In which context she's just a worse Bennett as far as the buff value goes. So the only other benefit is like, okay, you could do Eons on Farina Cloud Retainer, right? So like it's like an alternative to Farazan, I guess, is maybe the best way to think about Aeon Son for Xiao, for most players, I'd say. So like a good option. Again, and options are good. I think having more team options is more a sign of how usable a character is than anything, oftentimes. And Aeon Son will provide more options, and that's kind of where it's at for Xiao, but and you won't have to worry about like movement. He'll keep up the Night Soul buff, right? So yeah. You would get more buff at using Scroll on Farazan. I mean, in Farina Cloud Retainer. Okay, I guess arguably you could put Farina. Sure, arguably you could put Scroll, but anyway, Scroll on Farazan is only giving 12% damage bonus. If you want to put Scroll on Farazan and Tenacity on Farina, then sure. Again, I'm not saying it's better than Farazan, Farina, Cloud Retainer. I'm not saying it's better than that team. I'm saying it's an alternative that's probably still plenty compelling. So, yeah. Anyways, so side grade basically is what I would describe it as. Eula, I go check Eula mains for vibe on Aeon Son for Eula. I'm gonna guess it doesn't really do much, especially with her being backloaded. I think Eula might be one of the most problematic units with Aeon Son because of her being backloaded. Even though Electro with Superconduct might be a relevant aspect. Maybe, kind of, I don't know. No off-field app kills it. That's what I kind of felt as well. It's Eula backloaded damage problems. Rip. Sorry, Eula. It's Eula problems, not Aeon Son problems there, in my opinion. I think Eula might be one of the most problematic units, period. Yeah, kind of. The fact that they felt the need to make a physical unit the way they made Eula is so funny to me. They're so scared of making physical relevant. It's so funny. Oh, it would be so... It would maybe be a different conversation, even with the no off-field app, if Scroll gave physical buff, but it does not. So, you know. Kazuha, same animal conversation we had earlier. Ayaka... Again, maybe weird opens up team options. Probably not going to change her best teams in the ideal situations. Animal conversation. Yoimiya does have annoying problems with circle impact sometimes, with like her backstepping that people got to work around. I imagine most Yoimiya mains are probably used to that if you're doing Bennett Yoimiya. But I also know some Yoimiya mains would do like Yunjin instead of Bennett. For the not circle impacty. So, you know, and like Yunjin for Yoimiya is like pretty similar to Bennett. So having Aeon Son as potentially the option is good. Again, team options. Especially like Chevre's team options maybe for Yoimiya. Not nothing, but also not necessarily incredibly high. So, team options. Which is where, if it's not obvious, that's where like most characters fall in the category of for Aeon Son. Potential new team options, not necessarily always going to be in their best team, which is good in my opinion. That means they've made Bennett 2 without Bennett 2 just being an instant slot in into every attack scaling unit's team. I think this is really good design. I think they did an incredible job, is my personal vibe, of making a very relevant character without it being a character that like you need to have. So that's why it's like hard to say. Like I do think people should probably pull her because it's going to be sad to not have her as an option when you need her, but you know, at the same time, it's very possible the conjunction of units that you actually play, you really don't need Aeon Son for any particular reason, right? Sarah is the very sad version of Aeon Son. I guess if you're doing DPS Sarah, Aeon Son might be kind of interesting, I guess. I will say that I have some ideas down with using Sarah and Aeon Son with Shalon in C2 for what it's worth, because you can kind of mitigate the downside of the fact that Sarah buff only is like 6 seconds with the fact that Shalon in C2 theoretically makes for really fast rotation teams. It's just food for thought. And Aeon Son can have her burst cooldown reduced by Shalon in C2 So theoretically, I could do Sara, Shallonen C2, Eon San Raiden, and have like 14-second rotation teams. Actually, no, sorry, I think you can do 12-second rotation teams because 10-second cooldown on her skill. So 12-second rotations because the limit would be Eon San Burst and Raiden Burst. I mean, that's kind of interesting, I guess. Is it Mimi and hyper niche because C2 Shallonen? Yeah, but hey, some Sara synergy technically, either for on-field DPSing Sara or other memes. If stacking attack buffing with Bennett can have context that makes sense, stacking attack buffing with Sara and Eon Sun can make sense. I do kind of feel like Eon Sun is just like a not awful version of Sara though. Is my feeling. Sara, but not god awful to use. So yeah. And Raiden, again, in the category of like being double electro is relevant for potentially different kinds of setups. Being a new buffer option for Raiden is good. Giving Raiden more options to actually increase her damage is appreciated. And you know, Bennett alternative good. So more team options is really where Raiden is at. She doesn't necessarily move enough in her ideal contexts where you would keep up Night Soul. So that's why it's questionable. Questionable, but still good to have for team options. It will be very nice on polearms only, but this account has no Bennett, so you know, different context there. For normal accounts, it just depends if you need Bennett for another team, I'd say is the real factor. And depends how much you hate Sara. Because Sara does work with Raiden, and if you have Sara C6 with Raiden, you know, it's possible Eon Sun would be like replacing Sara for you. And there's like upsides to that, but not necessarily better. As long as you're fine with playing Sara. So it's like, you know, it's a little iffy is my point. I don't think a lot of people are necessarily going to play Eon Sun with Raiden together, but it depends. It depends. Which team will she replace Oron Bennett? Gerato, I cannot answer that vague of a question. The reason I'm going through characters one by one is to just say that there's general synergy with a lot of these characters. No. Not for, no. I mean, okay, technically DPS Kokomi does scale, but no. Not that there's no reason to pair the characters together with Kokomi as a healer for Eons on buffing someone else. I'm mostly talking for like DPSing these characters context. Or any other direct, very obvious synergy. No. Also mostly no, but technically does still scale damage on attack, so not 100% no, but mostly no. I don't know, DPS Toma shenanigans maybe. Like, yeah, more options for buffing DPS Toma, yes. Yunjin, generally no. Except Eon Sun gives damage bonus, and damage bonus is a way you can get more value out of a flat buff. Eon Sun also generates more energy than Bennett. So like versus doing Bennett Yunjin with some normal attack damage dealing thing, doing Eon Sun Yunjin is interesting. So I think Eon Sun Yunjin is more compelling than Bennett Yunjin. That's my take. That's my take. Shenhe, I mentioned Brazaria Shenhe things before. If you're doing on-field DPS Shenhe, she appreciates some attack buffing. So Eon Sun will be good for on-field DPS Shenhe in whatever form it may be. Someone stole your Yai. Are you in polearms only? Yeah, I'm in polearms only. Yai, if you're doing on-field Yai things, maybe. Otherwise, generally speaking, no. I've been doing on-field Yai a bit lately in Electrocharge, doing Yai for Rena, Cloud Retainer, Oron. So as far as your question with Oron, that I don't know how much better it's going to be really, because I lose Elegy in my case. I'm losing Elegy, but gaining attack buffing for Yai. I think it would be better, but I'm losing the damage that Oron deals off field, and what I'm getting in exchange is more damage on Yai. But it's not increasing the buff value from Cloud Retainer at all. It's just increasing the pre-buff damage value from Cloud Retainer and increasing Yai's skill damage. So, which I think is enough of an increase that I'm pretty sure that is a context with on-field Yai, Eon's will be better than Oberon in an Electro Charge team, technically. So, yeah. Ayato does not move at all. I don't know if I've seen clarification. Bro, as soon as I click to you try to take out your bow, but he knows how to piss me off. His skill like makes his little like shadow clone zoop zoop. It's possible that counts as movement. I don't know. I definitely wouldn't assume it would. But again, just because you don't have a bunch of movement doesn't mean there's no reason to ever do the combo. They do Eon's with a on-field DPS unit, right? That scales on attack. It just means there's going to be some damage fall off at some point, most likely. HP scaler, so no. Also mostly no. So anyway, Ayato is like, again, in the questionable category, but not no. Potentially still more team options, which is good. Hopes for Aoife, that he's a compelling 4-star. I don't know. Ayato, Oreron, Eon's. Yeah, you could do something like that. You do Ayato, Oreron, Eon's, Kazuha. It could probably be a pretty usable Ayato Electro Charge team. Anything interesting in the live stream besides Eon's? They showed Aoife, so you can see what Aoife looks like now. And supposedly he's Anemo. I would have been told. And I didn't notice it myself, but yeah. Hazo, yes. Attack scaling unit, but you're not getting anima damage bonus from scroll. Any DPS unit you're not getting value from the scroll buff on Eon's makes Eon's less of an obvious good synergy. But still not zero synergy. So again, more team options. He is attack scaling damage dealer, right? Kale probably not, generally speaking, other than the fact that doing Dendro plus a Ledger together, it's a way to get Dendro damage bonus, which there's not a ton of ways to get Dendro damage bonus in the game. So that could be compelling. Yeah, I think that's where that's at. And maybe for DPS Kale, but if you're doing DPS Kale, you're probably just doing like quick swap burst DPS Kale, not charge attack DPS or physical DPS, I suspect. But yeah. Same story, like spread DPSing does not gain that much value from attack. Like you get even less value from attack for spread like Dendro DPSs than you get from Electro DPSs, right? Because the value you get from just your EM spread scaling is higher. But damage bonus still does something again. So, not zero value, but it's a similar conversation as I had with Kaching. Where there's team context, you might imagine it is an improvement. Particularly being that triggering spread does not count as an Electro reaction. Quicken counts as an Electro reaction, but not spread. Spread is just a Dendro reaction. So that means like Tignari doing a bunch of charge attacks does not proc official A4. So that actually might mean that Eon's has higher potential with Tignari. So it's definitely something to work around. And again, the movement, there's always the movement question of like how much movement you have happening in a given situation to keep up the buff. It's not converting to extra damage, but just how compelling is it to help keep it up and how much does it matter? In Tignari's case, I don't think it matters that much because like if you lose the buff because he's a quick swap DPS, right? So like I don't know. It's interesting. Plus again, since like he's not as strongly attack scaling, it's not the end of the world to lose some of the attack buff value, right? So anyways. How about Alhaitham? Alhaitham is exactly the same conversation as Tignari, although I think Alhaitham gets a little bit more value from attack, because I think his baseline scalings for attack scalings are higher, I believe, but he also has his dual EM scaling, so like, it's a very similar story, where definitely not zero synergy, but I don't know, like, the thing is, like, there's not that many options for, like, doing... for Alhaitham teams. It's one of my complaints with him is I don't feel like he has that many team options that feels that compelling. And Eon's is going to be a definite team option for being a scroll buffer and providing another buff that doesn't do nothing, right? And the fact that Fischl has some anti-synergy with spread is a pretty significant downside to spread teams. So you're not losing as much damage by swapping Fischl for Eons on like you would in an Aggravate team. If you're currently using Fischl, right? But Eonson doesn't do off-field Electro. So in particular for Alhaitham, Quicken uptime might be problematic. I'm not sure. So I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. Is my point. I'm not gonna strongly say yes, but you know, not nothing, but also not strongly something. Candace, I mean, if you're doing normal attack or plunge DPSing Candace, maybe. I'd be I don't know. You can do. I don't know. Farina. Just Farina, Cloud Retainer, Eons on Candace. I don't know. Might be okay. Might be interesting. I don't know. Some weird quick swappy things. It's not gonna be that relevant because like, no. Same thing. Like not that relevant. I mean, Aggravate Dory is a thing with C6 Farina again, but you know, back to the Aggravate conversation. Sino is a similar story for Aggravate. Quick Bloom conversation. I think. I don't know. I think Sino gains a little bit higher value from someone like Eonson than Kaching would, but not crazily so. I can tell you on Polarms only because of the Sino, the team I'm playing there is Sino, Emily, Toma. And normally if I want to be able to burst on Sino consistently without an ER timepiece, I have to use Raiden. And in that context, being double Electro, enabling Electro Resonance, extra Electro Particles, giving damage bonus, giving attack, at least for part of his burst, is an upgrade. It's definitely an upgrade. And definitely would be better than Bennett. Because he has to move around quite a lot, generally speaking, in the team. So I'm actually quite confident. You know what? I'll say I think Eon Son plus Sino is going to be a fairly strong synergy, which I think might not be a very common take. But I say that as someone playing Sino with Emily a lot. So, asterisks. If you're always doing Aggravate or Quick Bloom Sino, a little bit less so, right? But yeah, I think it will work pretty well. I think he moves enough in enough different contexts. But if like you're just like whacking on a Dorito boss, standing still with Sino whacking on the Dorito, which just sits still, it's a little bit more iffy, right? Sino Overload as well. Yes, there's that too. Yes. Sino Overload I think is Overload teams in general, because of circle impact with Bennett sometimes being annoying. I do think just Shivers teams in general gain a lot. I don't think we need to talk about that. I think it's relatively obvious. Shivers teams gaining another Bennett option that isn't circle impact is quite significant, in my opinion. What's Sino's best team? I think technically, spreadsheet-wise, it's probably still Quick Bloom, technically. But I also feel like I haven't played Muika Sino Emily. I wouldn't be surprised if Muika Sino Emily Eonson would cheat as his highest DPS team. I would be willing to place some amount of bet on that now. But that's also just because of Muika being Muika, right? With her damage contribution. So, Nahida would be mostly just the damage bonus. She gained something from it. So, not zero value. Again, similar conversation to Alhaitham Tignari, except she's an off-field damage dealer, so she's not getting any value from the attack buff, but there's not zero synergy. I mentioned before doing like Nahida as solo Dendro because of like, you know, Dendros or Electro Swirls and Aggravate being cringe. That I think it's very possible people might end up finding doing triple Electro with like Fischl, Kaching, Nahida, Eonson might be better. And that's, I think, the relevant potential synergy there. Sino best team is Bennett, so Lolly Muika. We're going to ignore that. You might be correct, sadly. You might technically be correct. Yes. Sino's best team might very well be Bennett, Sitlali, Muika, and not swapping to Sino. Yes, that's the state of Genshin right now. At least the Emily team I suggested utilizes Sino's kit, and you on-field him, though. So, with the asterisk of a team where you actually use Sino. Yes. Oh boy. Oh boy. I love what Muika did this game. Generally, no. Farazan, DPS Farazan, yes. Alternative to Bennett for whatever Farazan Bennett core for buffing animal unit combos. Like Wander, right? Wander, Bennett, Farazan, Zhongli, I think is what people play a lot. Eon San there instead of Bennett is just going to be worse, to be clear. Particularly because Wander has his attack buff that when he absorbs Pyro, he wouldn't get that anymore. So losing that is kind of rough. So definitely worse. But at the same time, having more buffing options is not a bad thing. And that's all he is. So, yep. And again, movement is he's in the strafing category. Plus he jumps up in the air a little bit. So you definitely don't want to like dash on him. You get actively punished for dodging because you consume his points, right? The equivalent of his Night Soul points. I forgot what they're called. So I think he might have actual active anti-synergy in a problematic manner where you're not even gaining any because you're actively punished for dodging. So yeah, so he's maybe even more in the no category actually, unfortunately, because of the Pyro Swirl buff being much more relevant for him and whatever, and not getting any value from scroll buff. So Eon San I think is a no with Wander, but more of a yes with Farazan just because Farazan for buffing someone else, like I don't know, Xiao, right, or Lanyan, right? Like, will I play Lanyan? Like if I do DPS, Lanyan, Bennett. Well, actually, no. Yeah, frick. Farina makes Bennett so much better for that still. So, I don't know. I don't know if there's that many contexts where I'll do Eon San Farazan or Bennett. More likely, it just means like it just means that I'm going to be able to do Farina, DPS, Lanyan, Farina, Farazan, Bennett, Lanyan, and then I'll be able to do a team with an attack buffer on the other side still, right? Because that's a problem I have with DPS Lanyan, is I'm using two compelling universal or fairly universal buffers in different teams, and then oops, I have no attack buffer for the other side, and don't even have Farina available, so it makes it a little bit rough potentially sometimes. But Eon San will help with that problem a lot, so that's where I think the value of Eon San is for Farazan. Not for Farazan very often, but for other teams. That's my take. Anyways, more options, good. Talked about you already. You know technically, but same conversation as spread DPSing if you're DPSing her. Dia gets less relative value from attack buffing than other units, but Eon San giving a damage bonus buff is potentially important. So I think Eon San can do more for Dia actually then because of that than Bennett can. So, you know what? Yeah. Eon San should have relevance with Dia. Especially because like Dia doesn't take that much field time for her damage output, right? She only does it like in 5 seconds, unless you have C6 and it goes to 7 or 8 seconds, I think. Either way, I'm pretty sure even with C6, doesn't last long enough that I think even if there's problems with uptime on the full buff with not having enough movement, which I don't think there will be that many problems because I think there is going to be enough movement to have decent Night Soul generation. I think it's relevant. I'll definitely, you can, I mean, you know me, I play Dia a lot. I will almost assuredly be playing Dia on my main account with Eon San. So, yeah. Don't know if it's going to make for like a new best team that I like with Dia, per se. But I expect it to be more options, right? I mean, I mentioned the Zhongli Superconduct. I mean, he's physical, so the compelling combo for Eon San Mika is just Superconduct. But neither Mika nor Eon San do off-field cryo or electro, so your Superconduct uptime is going to be a little bit. But you know, other than that, it's good, right? So, yeah. Which that's going to be the main problem with physical Zhongli, by the way. Is the superconductor time, I think, is not going to be very high. But I think it'll be high enough that it'll be fine.
Wine taste.
Anyways. Generally, no, I think. I don't think there's that much value to an attack buff for Kave. But not technically 0. It goes back to the spread conversation. No, generally speaking, other than, you know, I don't know, Farina, Eon, Son, Baiju teams are probably relevant combos. If you can... There's context where you'd probably be able to get... You should be able to get Hydro damage bonus and Electro damage bonus. And then Dendro can provide other whatever Dendro reaction things. So, yeah. You know, maybe some synergy, but not directly necessarily. Oh, I get tired. I gotta go take a nap. Jesus. Oh god, I'm gonna sleep way too long. Oh god, no, this has screwed up my entire sleep schedule. Anyways, I think I talked about some of the key robber synergy before. C6 Lynette, I mentioned, you know, alternative because C6 Bennett screws up C6 Lynette if you want to have attack buffers. Linny is, I think you generally want Bennett over Linny, but maybe you do both of them together. I don't know. What do you do both of them together? I don't know. There'd be more Linny team options. I think he's solidly in the more team options category. Fremine, probably a similar story. Maybe actually slightly better because damage bonus, but he's also physical. You're not getting physical damage bonus, so yeah. Nuvilat, we talked about the context before of like normally Auron would be better for Nuvilat than Eonson because Auron's damage contribution. And Auron can use scroll buff too with Hydra units without a problem. But in the context of an attack scaling damage dealer being paired with Nuvilat, so the obvious context would be Moika, Farina, Nuvilat, Eonson. Eonson could be better than Auron for Nuvilat. So like, there's not 0 synergy because you get damage bonus, and then if Eonson attack buff does something for another unit, there's potentially reasons to do it. Do I hate it a little bit? Do I hate the idea of doing Moika, Nuvilat, Farina, Eonson? Yes, but the synergy is there. I'm not talking normal attack. I mean, yeah, normal attack DPS Nuvilat, sure. I think Risley's generally no. Because I don't think Circle Impact is normally a problem with him. I don't know. It's not nothing. It's not nothing. But I think you would generally prefer Bennett melt combos, right? So like Bennett, Xiangling, Shilonen, or whatever. I don't think there's that much additional synergy from having Eonson in any particular way. So again, it's an alternative. Solidly in the Eonson is an alternative to Bennett category. Mentioned you before, probably no. Farina, you get damage bonus at least. There's reasons for doing Farina Bennett. There's going to be reasons for doing Farina Eonson, right? For a buffing core. The only difference between Farina Eonson and Farina Bennett is realistically, one, Eonson technically buffs Farina more, but then conversely, Eonson is not enough of a healing, nowhere near enough of a healing, not even with C2 Farina, for fanfare generation, right? So that means you need another healer. And that obviously makes the comparison muddy, but it's definitely going to be a combo that is not going to be entirely uncommon, I suspect. But it's the normal Farina conversation of what do you got for healing? Any chance for Zenless? Oh boy. I forgot about Zenless. Oh boy. Shivers I already talked about. I should probably do Zenless before. You know what? Yes, Osorio. I want to do Zenless before I go take a nap. So I may as well stream it. Oh boy. Anyways, Navia as a Bennett alternative again. Yeah, as a Bennett alternative again. You might lose Pyro Resonance, but you gain in some other form. Well, you don't get scroll buff for Geo. Well, you just put Eonson on Noblesse. You put Eonson on Noblesse and you use Shilonen, right? So if you're doing Shallonen Navia, Eonson, and then whatever off-fielder. Like Shallonen... Is Shallonen, Eonson, Farina, and Navia gonna be better than Bennett? It might be. Eonson might be an upgrade for Shallonen. Or, sorry, for Navia then. Not because of buffing Navia more, but because of buffing Farina more. Oh yeah, also the option of doing Fischl. Yeah, that's interesting too. You know what, yeah. I think Eonson is a really nice option, so... I think Eonson will give Navia even more team options. Navia already had pretty decent team options. She's relatively versatile in that way. And Eonson should be another way of making her even more diverse. I do like the idea of doing Navia, Eonson, Fischl, Shallonen. And then Farina, Shallonen, Navia, Eonson should work pretty well as well. So yeah. But Shallonen's already giving the scroll buff. Yeah, I know. That's why I said Noblesse on Eonson. So it's annoying that you'd have to change your build, I know. But stop moaning. Chevrus is, yes, more team options. Also for DPS, Chevrus, yes, too, I guess. Gaming, I believe Eonson is an upgrade, even at lower constellations. Generally speaking. From my understanding. So, yeah. If you like Gaming, Eonson, very yes. Shan Yun teams, yes. You inherently have movement. You're not going to have problems with buff uptime. She is your healer for Farina context, usually. So Shan Yun, Eonson, Farina core will be a compelling core, I think, for different kinds of plunge DPSing. Will Bennett potentially be better? Well, if you're doing C6 Bennett and doing pyro plunging, potentially yes. But I very much appreciate that we have a non-Bennett alternative to doing Farina Shan Yun plunge combos. Because sometimes too often, Farina Shan Yun felt like you were always just doing Farina Shan Yun Bennett plus whatever. And yeah, so anyways, so I like that. I suspect I will do that in the futures. Chiori doesn't gain, actually, Chiori C6 mains are going to probably be very happy about being able to have C6 Bennett and have C6 Chiori with an attack buff, because I believe that was like a complaint as well. With C6, one of the situations where C6 Bennett was like, oh no, C6 Bennett breaks this. Well, it won't break C6 Chiori with the Eonson. Chiori has, of course, dual scaling with attack and defense, so similar sort of idea where she doesn't necessarily gain as much for an attack buff. You're not getting scroll buff, but you could do Eonson on a different artifact set. You're doing Shallonen with Chiori potentially, right? So, you know, I think Eonson does do something for Chiori. More team options. Arlecchino, I believe, is a context where for Arlecchino's teams, Eonson is either an upgrade or a side grade. At least at C2, I think, is kind of required. But it depends on the team. I mentioned before how like Animo setups with Bennett will probably want Bennett still. So, you know, but I think freeing Arlecchino from Circle Impact and the fact that Arlecchino's movement mechanics work in a way that should generate pretty consistent Night Soul as long as you do back dash canceling. So something like Eonson, Zitlali, Bennett, sorry, Eonson, Arlecchino, Zitlali, plus, you know, either Shallonen, either double cryo, like freeing from Circle Impact, I think has some heavy upsides. I'm already, and like losing the Pyro Resonance is not that significant, in my opinion, when you're gaining elsewise. Because there's a lot of circumstances where, like, I do summons, like, if I'm trying to optimize Chamber 1 with Arlecchino, for example, I'm definitely attacking the second wave of enemies without Bennett buff up, usually. So Eonson buff up being up in that context, even if when we're spreadsheet impacting assuming Bennett buff up, Eonson is worse, I think in practice, Arlecchino will get better clears with Eonson. So, and I don't think there will be any problems with Night Soul movement generation, downtime. And even if there were, or even if there are minor problems, she does a lot of front-loaded damage. Like her damage she deals towards the end of her rotation is less than the beginning, and therefore it's not as problematic to have some fall off of the attack buff, right? So yeah, I think Eonson quite frankly will be oftentimes an upgrade for Arlecchino functionally, or a side grade. With the big asterisk being VV vape setups might muck with things a little bit. So if you're worried about vape setups for your Animo Swirls of Pyro, you probably will feel pushed towards Bennett with Arlecchino still. But I imagine a lot of people will probably like doing Arlecchino with Eonson. Eonson worth building at C0? Yep. I think yes. I think definitely. Sethos I talked about in my Sethos stream a little bit. It's the aggravate context again. Where like, again, maybe doing triple electro in favor instead of doing an Anima Swirler because the swirls are annoying, but whatever, right? But he's again same context as like a Ching where he doesn't directly gain nearly the same value from attack as other characters do. Or because of how the aggravate scaling works and whatever. And aggravate is his main team contests that are relevant, and you normally would not want to replace Fischl. But if you need Fischl on the other side, maybe it's still fine. Maybe it's still very usable. And there's a lot of weird optimization for Sethos damage that you can do. Particularly in the context of weird shenanigans with his level 1 charge shot, which does not get his bonus EM scaling. Only his level 2 charge shot gets the bonus EM scaling. So I don't know. I think there's actual potential min-maxy scenarios where Sethos and Eonson have synergy. I particularly like the idea of Eonson Sethos in incentivizing him to do dash cancels instead of walk cancels, because I think walk canceling Sethos is awful, unless you're someone who's really, really good at doing walk cancels. But anyways, I don't think Eonson is an improvement to Sethos' teams. I don't think he gets damage improvements for how you can clear, but I think he does have enough synergy that it's new team options for him, and I think that's a good thing. More team options, good. So he's in the more team options category, not necessarily direct obvious synergy. Clorind, I think, has more direct obvious synergy. I think there's going to be different Clorind team contexts that are upgrades or side grades with Eonson over whatever the other options are. Not necessarily always, but upgrades or side grades, and that's more Clorind team options, and more Clorind team options good. But much better team options, much more compelling synergy because she gets more value from an attack buff. I mentioned that before. Than the likes of Kaching or Sethos, even in aggravate context, and in non-aggravate context, get even more value from the attack buff because her raw damage matters more. Yada yada. Is going to be a good synergy, and she moves a lot, so she should be able to keep up the uptime, although there's sometimes bosses that will prevent her moving a little bit, which is going to be weird. So yeah. Siegewayne, generally, no, I don't think, other than, I don't know, Farina, Siegewayne, Eonson core might be kind of the thing, because you got healing, you got some damage bonus, and then you got attack buffer, so Farina, Siegewayne, Eonson core, plus on-field attack scaling unit. Well, it will probably be a fairly competent team. I don't think I would have much struggle, say, doing, I don't know, Farina, Siegewayne, Gaming, Eonson, right? Emily talked about the Kniech context before, so I think that's probably the most relevant thing for most players. Kniech, Emily, Eonson. Eonson will buff Emily a bit. Again, rare sources of being able to give Dendro damage bonus is good. There also is on-field Emily utility. On-field Emily... Actually, is on-field Emily's strongest team now? Emily... I think it is. Yeah, it has to be. Because there's just not that many options for buffing Dendro. It's definitely Eonson, Bennett, Kazuha, I think. Because on-field Emily, you want the grouping to be able to... Like, Kazuha doesn't directly buff Emily, but Kazuha being able to group enemies can make Emily's damage go through the roof for her burst. So, you know what? Assuming AoE situations, which is the situations where it makes sense to on-field Emily to make sure she has the attack buff going for her full burst duration, or even for attack. So on-field Emily, yeah, Eon-san good. You'll need to like dash around a little bit, but being that Emily has a lot of damage that just happens automatically, you should be very free to dash. You're not going to lose meaningful damage by having to dash and keep up movement, so that shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, there you go. No. Other than plunge DPSing, to be clear. But if you're doing plunge DPSing, you're probably doing C6 Bennett plunge DPSing, so yeah. No, generally speaking. Yes, I talked about that earlier. Yes. Shilonen, no, generally speaking, other than the, you know, she provides, she can be, Shilonen can be on, or sorry, Eon-san can be on Scroll, Shilonen can be on another set, Shilonen can be on Petra or Instructors when pairing them together. Like, there is synergy with Eon-san and Shilonen, but not synergy for DPS Shilonen or anything. Auron's a hard maybe. That I think my brain is not functioning well enough to think of an obvious immediate team context where Eon-san is beneficial. The thinking would be you do like Eon-san on Noblesse, Auron on Scroll, a Hydra unit, and then an attack scaling DPS on field. Like maybe Auron... Like Auron, Farina, Eon-san. I kind of like that. So Clorind, Auron, Farina, Eon-san. Kind of sounds like a fun Electrocharge team. I kind of like the idea of that. Yeah. So I think there's some synergy, but not incredibly high. Chaska, I think, will gain new good team options. It's worth mentioning that Chaska, even if she's not moving much, you get 4 times the baseline like Night Soul point generation per second from Nightline units if like Night Soul consumption happened. So that means just like a little bit of strafing with Chaska and being freed from Bennett buff or Bennett Circle Impact, or being able to do Bennett Eon-san together. Like Chaska was struggling on her release for not having very many team options. She's gained Lolly, she's gained Mawika, now she's gained Eon-san. Like Chaska now has a lot more team options, and Eon-san is another factor in that. Maybe the only sad thing is I think Eon-san is probably just objectively better than Auron in Chaska teams. It's a little bit of a pity, because it was a fun synergy. But, oh well, you know. I guess there is one downside in that Auron can more easily... Auron and Scroll in Chaska teams can more easily, because Auron's off-field buff can trigger multiple different reactions based on what element Chaska applies to enemies. Means that Auron can more easily give damage bonus of different types for Chaska. So, I guess it's not objectively better than for Eon-san with Chaska versus Auron, basically. That's what I'm saying. Is there healing enough for Farina? Very much, definitely, no. Not even with C2 Farina. Very no. I broke down the math of that, not in this stream, but in a previous stream. Just very no. C6 Auron might be close to C6 Farina. Yeah. Or, sorry, C6 Farina. C6 Auron might be close to C0 Eon-san. For Chaska, yeah, I suspect that is the case. Because of that nuance of being able to... If he results in getting more damage bonus up by triggering multiple different elements, reactions with his burst from Chaska, then yes, I think so. But I think in practice, more often than not, Eon-san would be better than Auron. And the sad part is you don't want to do Eon-san and Auron together, because that reduces... You don't want to do 2 Electro units ever. You can get away with doing 2 Pyros, because dealing with the RNG of doing 2 Pyros is valuable, because Pyro bullets are valuable for the Pyro reactions that scale. With like Sitlolly, Bennett, Sitlolly, Mawika, Chaska. So, anyways, I think because of Mawika's existence, Eon-san is not technically an upgrade to Chaska's best team, but I think very many people will end up playing Eon-san with Chaska and find her to be an improvement. In some form or another. So, yeah. Anyways. Lanyan, I kind of talked about a little bit before. And Mizuki is a no. And Mawika is a yes. Where Eon-san is technically probably making her stronger in her strongest teams than Shilonen. So, yes. That's what we needed. We needed Muika to be stronger. Woohoo! What? Oh well, it's the side effect of how they balance Muika's kit. Is if they release new relevant buffers. New relevant buffers might buff Muika too. Oops. Oopsies. Oh well. So there you go. That took a long time, but I think it was valuable. I think it's valuable. We're gonna do. Did I finish here? I'm gonna go condense my resin because I don't want to log into Genshin again today unless I'm recording. Looks like we aren't getting any more pyro characters for Natlan, huh? Good. Good. I think we're fine. Muiga and Pyro Traveler were meant to be the scroll users for Natlan, and that's fine. Anyways. Flap. What? The button didn't work. Bop. There we go. Okay. Next Abyss punishes Hydro. Indeed it does. Indeed it does. How feasible is Eon Song with Healing Circlet for Chaska C1, Farina C1, Oberon C6? Use Bennett. You don't want to do double Electro with Oberon and Chaska. You're turning it into a, like, Chaska's getting no relevant reaction scaling damage. She's not getting any vaporizes. That'd be rough. Use Bennett. Sorry. Use Bennett with Chaska, Farina C1, Oberon C6. And then use Eons on for the other team that we're using Bennett in, is my take. 5.5 stream over. The 5.5 stream was over 4 hours ago. Or 5 hours ago. I don't know. A long time ago. I yapped for a little while after, to say the least. Also, I left ads off. Ah, frick. I said I was going to turn ads back on after the stream was done. Ah, frickles. Well, I'm going to turn it back on now. Maybe YouTube will auto-add advertisements for the VOD watchers at least. Sorry, VOD watchers. The live watchers got no ads this stream. I meant to turn that on in... Oh, well. I turn it on now. Oh, well. I guess I'm making less money this stream. It's fine. Well. Alright. I think Shiu reset, right? Yeah, it did. Okay, so we'll do Shiu quick. Other than that, this shouldn't be long. Just doing a little bit of Zenless, and then I gotta take a freaking nap and then try to record. I have not recorded anything for this weekend yet, which is bad. I did not plan properly. Yep. Oops. Oopsie doopsies. That's bad. Not good. Not good. What am I doing? Oh, what? Why is it not viewable? I didn't notice. My bad. And it was supposed to automatically come up because Zenless was already selected in the game view. Why? Why are you not working? This is annoying. Okay. Okay, so question, if I do this... Oh, that's weird. Okay. I have two profiles set with exactly the same settings right now. They're both set to capture Zenless with exactly the same settings. One of them, and they're both visible right now. And one of them does not work. Yep. Weird OBS problems, man. OBS is a mysterious software that just sometimes just decides, no. The same exact things configured exactly the same way will sometimes work and sometimes not work. Okay. I love OBS. It's a wonderful piece of software. The entire streaming landscape of the internet would be different and probably more awful if OBS did not exist. I don't think that's an exaggeration. But, like... Why? I see these random issues all the time with OBS. It's a little bit annoying. OBS crashes when you play an MVP animation in Marvel Rivals. Does it really? That's funny. That must be extremely annoying for anyone trying to make content on that game.
Have a cup of coffee to jumpstart your day.
I should probably go pre-farm for trigger materials, but I'll do that next week. Oh, that's a wish. I did level Lycon and Sukaku, so I am properly in pity now. Surely. Frick you, game. Can you... Okay. Okay. Screw you, game. I hate going deep into pity. It feels garbage. God. Anyways, wow. How far I am in the story? I'm up at the break point. Which, like after the whole initial Lycon fight with Hugo and whatever, and then there was the whole sequence, a little bit of sequence after that, I think. And now Wise is just waiting to talk to we're gonna like go talk to PubSec or something to investigate things further. So I think I've done like half of the main news story so far, I think. Is my assumption. But you know. Wait, what? No. The Shiyu is tanky? Interesting. When is the 5.5 update? On the 26th. So a week from next Tuesday, I believe. Hugo Doppelganger is in Hollow Zero if you want to try RNG to get it. Probably not right now, but... Feeling a little too tired, I think, to do too much today. I should do audio lower.
Stay vigilant. Gotcha. Great timing. Following orders. How about some music? Please don't resist. Okay. Yep. Easy work. Yep. Behave now. Let's test your mettle.
Feels garbage going deep into pity. It was 50-50. To be clear, I wasn't in pity. That was standard banner on Zenless. If you're not familiar with Zenless banners, so not worrying about losing a 50-50 there. But I think I already have a really good slot one piece, but I'll lock that just in case. I can't remember exactly what I had there. The problem is you don't know how to fight on Zenless. I don't know. You gotta like, I don't know, typical like watch bunch of different kinds of people make guide videos and talking about the technical things you can do, but how you fight in Zenless is dependent on the team. I don't know. It tends to be very swap heavy, but not necessarily every team. Like this team, for example, is specifically focused on mostly stunning the enemy and then getting buffs built up, and then killing them. So it's mostly just managing. Like Chingy has like a little build. Oh, I thought those are all slot 2. Chingy has a buildup of her stacks and whatever, so trying to use that on occasion is good. That's kind of interesting, maybe as a piece for someone, for Bernice, and interesting as well. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. The team, like the game, sometimes it plays around right when I'm doing this team, where you're trying to stun enemies, which is the little orange bar underneath the enemy's primary HP bar. Obviously, I do HP damage, right? I'm doing damage outside of stun, but I do a lot more damage in stun. And that is just one of the focuses. If you don't know, like when it comes to stun teams, you have to like be aware of when you're doing heavy attacks to be able to control when you're specifically stunning. We're just farming things right now, so we don't really have to do that much specifically. And as long as you're aware of that, and you're aware of like obviously how individual character kits work, or how they're supposed to play. Usually character kits tend to be just some variant of actually, yeah, I don't know if I actually need that, but I'll lock it just in case. Usually character kits are some variant of build up stacks of something in some way and then use those stacks in some way. That's basically most Zenless kits. Build up some meter or build up stacks of something by doing something and then use them. And the decision making factor is when do you use them, right? And that just depends on how the character kit works and whatnot, among others. It's not just the character kit, but you know. There's a lot of different like decisions you can make moment to moment in a lot of Zenless's combat in a lot of different teams potentially. It's obviously has a very heavy dodge focus, or a parry focus as well. So if you don't like dodging and parrying, it's likely you wouldn't like it. But yeah. Anyways, would love for them to branch out from the case 80% of the time. Yeah, it's one of my complaints with Zenless is just like, all right, hey, new. Interesting. Hey, every new DPS unit. What in the world? How did I? Okay, there's so many double crit pieces today. That's abnormally lucky. Streamer lucky. Yes. There's so many DPS units in this game that are just like build stacks, use stacks in some way, or not even just kits in general are that way. Honestly, it would be nice if they did something a little more unique. I think they can because I think they've done it a few times with a couple character kits in this game. But yeah. Anyways,
Awaiting further instructions.
It's also spongy as hell. Do you mean spongy as hell is like it's too easy for you to survive, or it's too easy to die? Because I think that's a core design aspect. Is there's not overpowered defensive units in the same way that there is in like Genshin. So it's to make sure they don't invalidate parrying and dodging as a core game mechanic. Oh, enemy biases are sponges. Oh sure, yeah. I mean you're talking deadly assault, but yeah. Yeah, I would say I agree to some extent though that like a lot of the bosses are not the most interesting to fight. But it depends what team you're using. Like, yeah, that's what freaking Miyabi teams feel like, because Miyabi teams are just immortal and you just deal as much damage in a time as window as possible. But I don't know. I like both high damage teams in Zenless and lower damage teams in Zenless, because like Soldier 11 is not anywhere near as strong as Miyabi, but she's also a lot more engaging to play because I have to optimize my gameplay a lot more to actually clear the content. Or not even just to clear the content, but just for her to feel good to play. Like, if I'm not playing well, it feels bad to play her. Crazy. Anyways, that was I got a bunch of different random pieces tonight. Yeah, okay, this is interesting. So I don't know, like, if crit is exactly relevant on... Okay. Oh. Come on, man. The two flat rolls, like... I don't know. Man, that just feels bad. It's not a bad piece. It just feels bad. Yeah, Soldier 11 is this character's Diluc. This game's Diluc. Man. This is rude. This is rude. I'm not gonna throw that away. What do I have currently? 1, 2, 3. So this weird variant, also this weird. Okay, so this is like not gonna be an upgrade, 90% chance, but if it gets an additional attack or AP roll, it could be better. For Vivian. Okay, well I guess that's technically an upgrade. I don't know how much the crit is going to matter in Vivian. That's what I was trying to say before, but hey, that's something, I guess. I will put that on her. It's not a downgrade. Throw that away. All right, cool. Well. All right. Did I get an ice damage bonus piece or something? Yeah. This is interesting. Ooh, yeah, particularly with attack percent. This is interesting because it could actually become a Miyabi piece. Never mind. It's not bad, but it's a lot worse than my existing Miyabi piece. I'm throwing that away. I don't know. Should I keep this? Maybe actually I don't know. Maybe do I keep this for freaking like Sokaku or something? This set is weird where the 2-piece bonus can be relevant, so I don't know. I don't know what Sokaku's energy needs are going to end up being like. I feel like 2-piece energy is going to be preferable over 2-piece AM, but I don't know. I guess I don't really need to be too gung-ho about throwing it away, but oh well. Anyways. I put my Miyabi on 2-piece of this set because I got this. This is a 4-line piece. That rolled a whole bunch into crit, and then I also got a good attack percent piece. And I think mostly this build is better because of the fact that I switched to attack percent main stat in slot 4 instead of crit damage. But I have one more crit roll, a little bit more attack, and less crit damage than I had before when I was doing 2-piece attack percent. And my build is balanced like this because I have C2, by the way. But 2-piece anomaly mastery just is more anomaly build out, which could potentially get a little bit more stacks faster. When I used to use Miyabi on anomaly mastery slot 6, I usually found I liked it, but it was very situational to where it mattered. So right now the build balance I have going, I think my point is like I quite like. I'm not going to say this is objectively the best I could possibly have in my Miyabi for every situation, but I think I like it for the balance of universality, where it's enough crit rate. Like it gives me the perfect balance of enough crit rate to use like in a non-Nicole team, but also I have enough headroom for crit rate still to still get advantage from having Nicole's M6 buff. So
Don't just think about
yeah.
it.
Anyways,
Do it.
my Miyabi is far more than powerful enough. I don't really need to min-max her, but I find her to be a fun character to min-max because yeah, why not have the OP character if you're not going to make her really OP? Okay. Yeah, I'm down. Let's do Jane. Let's do Jane Bernice. Oops. Yeah, Jane and no team. Jane Bernice and then this. Yeah. So where the level graces Wenjin for Yanagi? I think there's one of her better weapon options, is it not? I don't remember exactly. But I thought Grace's Wenjin was like the second best weapon for Yanagi.
Let me at him.
Okay, I need to turn out damage numbers.
Okay.
Stop it. Can you stop? I don't know how you're supposed to have that enemy not dodge you. I think it's just meant to be an incentivization to do different things, but it's fine. I haven't done any new hollows there yet.
No escape.
Wow.
Easy work. Great time.
Man, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get used to DPS Chingy without Astra. Being able to quick swap into her constantly is really nice. I'm gonna try DPS Chingy teams without Astra once Trigger comes out. But
Easy work.
I'm like 90% confident I'm gonna lean towards Astra all the time. Oh crap.
You asked for it. Mind your manners.
Should I use burst? I should. Oh, I didn't realize there was another enemy. I am gonna use burst.
Have you red-handed?
No, I haven't done the new Ambi story yet. I'll do it after I finish the main story.
The pleasure's all yours. There's nowhere to run.
Remember to smile.
Great timing.
Should
Face
I
the
do that?
consequences. You asked for it. Mind your manners.
Well. Yeah, I only did the first part of the new main story with Hugo and Lycon yet. With the auction and stuff. Fire and electric damage increase. When? Of course, Ice Ether Classic. Alright, for this floor. Let's just try to use Jane still. I don't feel like changing the team. I could change to Miyabi, but we don't need Miyabi to deal with this, I don't think. Surely, right? Or maybe this is the hardest floor. Randomly, there's been Shield defenses where the hardest floor is, like, not the final floor. So, it's possible. Attack me, please. There we go. Really?
Ready. Let me share the
Sure. Let's make this quick.
How tanky is this thing? Jesus. Oh crap, I ran out of the special state. That was dumb. Really?
This party is just getting started.
Hold on.
Let me up. You like that?
Sorry, but here's a taste of the abyss. No escape.
Dang it.
Okay.
Why aren't you laughing?
Come on, face me head on.
Caesar.
That was dumb. That was just dumb. Bad. Whatever, it's fine. The one with the plug head. The bang boo with the plug head is just called plug boo. This might be crazy, but the one that's a shark is also called shark boo. Shark boo. Oh, I got it. Brain. I need to go take a nap.
Great timing.
Nope, I thought I had energy.
Easy work. Face the consequences.
The pleasure's all yours.
There's nowhere to run.
Ooh, I made sure to save that. Oh, this didn't matter. Saved her special ability.
I'll eat everything.
Oh, good job dodging me.
I want a bonus
do-
great time.
Oh,
Caught you red-handed. Strangers not together. We'll compose a miracle. Mind your manners.
You asked for it. Wakey
One fell swoop. Easy work.
stop. You're freaking.
There's nowhere to run. Right back at ya. Huh?
That was a little bit clunky. Z to Z looks fun, but you do not have the time for another gacha game. Yep. It being gacha is still the #1 not to play. That's for dang sure. Alright, okay. Yeah, may as well. A non-Miyabi shoe? Kind of. We'll see what the next one is. Considering Evelyn just released it, wouldn't surprise me if the final one wasn't either week. Although arguably Miyabi could still clear better than arguably Miyabi can still clear better than Jane. Oh well. Oh well. It's fine. We're gonna ignore that factor. Probably should have forgot. Probably should have done Burnus either earlier.
I'll make it painless. Here's a taste of the abyss.
Hey, let's have some fun.
Victory's mine.
Alright.
Just give up.
Kill on hand on this.
Careful.
Hit the cooldown limit for side effect of having a lot of anomaly buildup on Jane. With her signature weapon is sometimes you reach the anomaly trigger limit. I know we found Soldier 11 and Hollows there. Interesting. Alright. Oh boy. Yay, these things. Alright, what is this?
Following orders. Easy work. Yep.
This. Ooh, this boy. Alright. How exciting.
Great timing. Huh? Yep. Huh? Face the consequences.
After I impair, I think I might. Okay, you know what? Never mind. Never mind. I'm gonna save the ult for when it's down. Probably more. Oh, that was dumb. That was dumb. Alright, here we go.
No use resisting. Here comes the first
Maybe we should have done that. I don't know if I had the best shred up in M1, but well.
Enemy still kicking. Hooligan.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That good.
Great time.
I'll find the impair. Well, no, put back there. Okay. I have no idea how long Astra's ult has been up. Nice job dodging me.
Resisting. Face the consequences. You asked for it. Easy work.
You're dead. I did. Oh, you did that. Okay, good. Not incredibly fast, I wouldn't say. But... Weirdly enough, I think for some reason DPS Chingy feels worse in Shiyu than she does in Deadly Assault. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't have enough. Like, you're saying like my Chingy does more damage than your Haramasa in the same team. Potentially yes. Is an M1 Chingy, but she does more damage than my Haramasa too. I think I'd probably struggle more in that with Haramasa than I would with Chingy here, but that's because I'm very bad at Haramasa. Oh, okay. Let's do Soldier 11. The first team. Wait, the second one was electric, right? Yeah. Okay. Anyways, so like I could definitely succeed with Haramasa. I imagine with my if I'm using Chingy, Nicole, Haramasa, I could probably clear faster if I learn how to use them properly. Let's preset. Let's do the hyper carry. Oops. Really? Not a single one of these enemies are actually hitting me when they attack me, so I didn't get the parry on freaking Caesar or whatever. I should just launch it right away. Did I not? I don't. Oh, no. What are we doing? I thought the enemies would attack me sooner, and they just didn't. I just consistently staggered them. I need to just do a Caesar skill right away.
Time to shine.
Bro, I'm so not used to how the new Soldier 11 VA sounds. I'm not happy about it, I must admit. Not like it sounds bad, but By the way, this is exactly the #1 problem with Soldier 11, is just like these AoE damage situations. It took so long to kill these enemies, my god. Hello, can you attack me? Okay. Who is this? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I didn't mind Lycon, but I also, don't play Lycon. But my brother also said he didn't mind the Lycon change. It was fine. But like, man, I'm so used to hearing counter. It just sounds wrong. It sounds like a voice actor was found that matched slightly, and then they asked the voice actor to, match the acting of the previous actor. Like, it just sounds like someone trying to do a Soldier 11 impression. That's what buzzed me. Oh, shoot. Well. I don't know. I feel bad being rude because it's like I don't think the new voice actor did a bad job. I don't think I would complain about it if that was like Soldier 11's original voice. But I did much prefer the other one. It does upset me quite a lot, I must admit. The conspiracy theories, they did it on purpose to make people stop playing Soldier 11 to try to bait people into pulling other DPSs.
Victory's mine. Pass this one.
That's not real, I don't think, to be clear.
Prepare to burn.
And that's just kind of my feeling. I'm upset and I want something to blame, but I know it's just the stupid voice actor situation. Oh well. And it's not even really Mihoyo's fault even. I get it. I get why they want to replace the VA when like there's important story. I get it. I understand it. Doesn't make me like it. Alright. How much time do I have left? Oh boy. Might be a bit close. Whoa, that was quite funny. Not what I intended there.
Great timing.
Bro, I really... I've never fought this thing before.
Easy work.
I saved my ult. You are scary, actually. I think I don't.
Here comes the first.
This thing's stun bar is way too tanky.
Catch you in the next life. Great timing. Face the consequences. Lose yourself in the music. No point running. No use resisting. Another chance. The enemy's still kicking. Huh?
Oh my god, I failed to dodge anything at all there.
Together, we'll compose a miracle. No use resisting. The pleasure's all yours. Easy work.
I just lost my freaking thing. God dang it.
Caught you red-handed. You asked for it. No use resisting.
Bad. Damn. Alright. That was a fun boss, yeah. I like that boss. I don't think that gameplay was particularly perfect against it, by any means. But I cleared with a little bit of room to spare. You know, Soldier 11 team, not the strongest team in the world, and definitely not the ideal, like, that first wave with the Soldier 11 enemies is like, ugh. Oh boy. How long that took me to clear. But, yeah, 13 seconds to spare is not great for Shiyu, but at the same time, it's still cleared, right? So, I don't know. Still cleared with non-ideal gameplay, very non-ideal situations here with the first wave especially. Here, definitely could have been optimized down a little bit, but not crazy, so, you know. And the intention is probably to not play DPS Jingy normally. So, I don't know. Anyways, still successful. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that result. I don't know. It was a fun Shiyu. I don't know. It's an interesting new enemy. I would like to play that enemy more. But yeah, Shiyu defense Deadly Assault is really fun, but like, it definitely does push you more towards just enemy sponge combat. So, situations like that with not super overpowered teams, I think makes Shu defense a little bit more fun. So I have no qualms with Shu defense as long as I can still use teams like that in it, right? Anyways, here we're gonna end the stream with killing the boss, because I want to show this. This is what I used to test to see if the new build on my Miyabi was better or not. Play Haramasa? I'm just gonna fail. Particularly with my brain right now. I might fail at this, which is more impressive. Shouldn't be possible to fail at this. Oh, that was bad. Okay, maybe I'm gonna fail at this.
Catch you in the next life.
He plans to build Polka? Not until I get her C6.
The pleasure's all yours. Let the melody move you. No forgiveness. Victory, the only option. Sing in the name of hope. No forgiveness. You asked for it. Press forward.
Oh crap! I cancel at least. That was bad.
It's over.
Up, derp.
I swear on my blade. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize I was stunning.
No forgiveness. Music is the rhythm of life. No forgiveness.
Crap.
The pleasure's all yours. Weakling. Behave yourself. Scatter. Catch you in the next life. My blade is already sharp. Purging slash. Behave yourself.
Did it. Whoa. A little close. I don't even think I play that well, right? Like I've seen people not in this specific one, to be clear. I've seen people kill the boss with Miyabi, Nicole Astra, kill Bringer, in 2 minutes with this team with an M0 Miyabi on a worse build, which I admit to not having the ability to do. Like, so, anyways, yeah. I don't know. I got my Miyabi to the point of being able to kill that without even having to try that much. So now I have to maybe start using my Miyabi against things that are not weak to ether or weak to ice. Sorry. Alright. Why has Jane not been in Deadly Assault? Yeah, that would be kind of nice, honestly. I'd be down with fighting Jane in Deadly Assault. I don't know. I think they've done a really good job at keeping Deadly Assault kind of fun so far, but they could do better. And have a little bit more enemy variety. Like Bringer has been in the Deadly Assault the past like 4-ish. Has Bringer been in the every one actually since Miyabi release? I think he might have been. I don't know. Yeah, Bringer is here too often. That's for sure. Anyways, I think that's the stream. Obviously not streaming again today. Probably not streaming tomorrow. Probably not. Maybe if I do stream tomorrow, it's either members only or on Twitch. Yeah, looking forward to Genshin 5.5. Yay, things to look forward to in Genshin. I wish their streams were... Yeah, a little disappointed that the stream was just their normal format, basically, and not much more interesting was shown other than, hey, Aoife is cool, but... Anyways, bye-bye.